Secondly, we can avoid a race to the bottom, where African projects are picked off at low prices to provide ineffective action. The common and harmonized protocol that ECA has developed for the countries of Congo Basin allows countries to build capacity for the issuance of credits aligned to a common standard. And it also allows for the development of template projects that have high impact in communities. This, therefore, ensures value for populations at high risk to the detrimental impacts of climate change. It can also help to direct urgent financing to priority access to renewable energy and clean cooking in communities who have stewardship roles in preserving the second largest carbon sink in the world. This would increase the value proposition of nature conservation. Thirdly, we can get the private sector to help us deliver Africa's transformation. Currently, Africa only receives 14% of its climate finance from the private sector, the lowest ratio in the world. Carbon markets can be a critical component in moving beyond donor dependence. The African Carbon Market Initiative has already stimulated an unprecedented level of commitments to invest in African carbon credits. We hope to further progress in channeling this investment to where it is needed most. Finally, due to an emphasis on accelerated implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area this year, was the subject, of course, of our summit that ended yesterday, we can use our regional mechanisms to incentivize sustainable green growth on our continent. Extractive fossil fuel exports have not delivered the inclusive growth we need. We must align the AFCFTA to be able to channel investments into vulnerable communities. We must use the framework of the AFCFTA to deliver on adaptation. We should note that phasing out agriculture tariffs could cut undernourishment caused by the impacts of climate change by 64%. And by investing in climate-smart agriculture, we have an ideal opportunity to deliver a pipeline of projects that can generate high integrity and high impact carbon credits. We look forward to working with our partners, the African Union Commission, AFCFTA, the African Development Bank, and other stakeholders to deliver on this green investment transformation. Thank you once again to all the presidents here represented by their respective ministers with us today, which demonstrates your determination and commitment to this initiative. And thanks to the private sector for your active engagement and for seeing the value and potential that Africa offers to deliver its own climate resilience, while also making a global contribution. Thank you very much.
Very much for those opening remarks. We are now going to go into the next segment, which is all about setting the scenes. In this segment, we're going to look into what carbon markets are exactly and how Africa can be strategically positioned to leverage on this. Your moderator for this next session is an expert in the field. I'd like you to join me in welcoming to stage Sir Joseph Nganga, Vice President for Africa at the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Let's give him a round of applause as he enters.
And transparency at the center, carbon markets can be tools to address climate change effectively whilst delivering finance required for crucial mitigation and adaptation activities. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel today of experts who can guide us through what carbon markets are and how we can unlock them for the continent. I will call out the panelists. Please join me. Carleen Nowen, co-founder of Climate Action Platform for Africa, Mark Kenber, Executive Director, the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, Sherif Ayub, Senior Director, Finance and Operations at SC4All, and Bogolo Kenewendo, Special Advisor to the UN Climate Champions and Africa Director. Let's welcome them, please. Caroline, tell us about your organization and tell us what are carbon credits, what are carbon markets, why should we care about them, and what do we need to be careful of?
Thank you so much, Joseph. Yes, thank you so much, Joseph. And all of that in 4 to 6 minutes, I've been told. So I'll try. Because I'm going to share a lot of information with you, and because carbon markets is a complex topic, we've also developed a short briefing note that captures this data in a bit more detail, which you can find on the website of the event. The Climate Action Platform for Africa, which I co-founded, is a system orchestrator that is focused on creating transformative economic growth in Africa through climate action. I'd be more than happy to talk to anybody about that more, but here I want to talk about carbon markets and use that time for that. So what are carbon markets? Carbon markets trade carbon credits, and a carbon credit is a ton of carbon avoided, reduced, or removed. The buyers of carbon credits are individuals, institutions like corporates, or national governments, and they do so by and large for 2 sets of reasons. Either voluntarily, because they've made a public commitment to do so, or to meet a regulatory obligation, which is either set in treaties or in law. So why should African stakeholders care about carbon markets? Well, they're big, they could help drive socioeconomic development, and Africa is only scratching the surface of the potential. In 2022, global trade in carbon amounted to $865 billion in compliance markets, and another $2 billion in voluntary markets. And Africa is massively punching below its weight there. Only about 11% of all credits that were retired in voluntary carbon markets between 2011 and 2016 were African credits. And that's a real missed opportunity, because many African countries have the potential to be really cost-competitive locations for interventions that create carbon credits, thanks to, as we heard earlier, the very low existing emission levels and the massive untapped renewable energy potential, young and fastest growing workforce in the world, and available land and relevant natural assets. Very importantly, this is not just about climate. Carbon markets can unlock the finance for climate-smart interventions, but those interventions have very important socioeconomic benefits. They can create jobs and livelihoods, they can kickstart new economic sectors and industries, and they can help solve really intractable social problems, such as energy poverty, or the air pollution from dirty cooking fuels or vehicles, or even the low and declining agricultural yield that we're struggling with. And that's why Africa should care, because that money can be mobilized towards financing those kind of projects. Just giving you a bit of order of magnitude and building on the numbers that Yuneka was sharing earlier, nature-based carbon removal opportunities alone can generate support for over 140 million Africans in improved livelihoods and jobs at $100 per ton, and 85 million Africans at just $50 a ton. And I see this clock here ticking away very ominously, and I think it's been set at a lower time than I had. So let me actually give you a few more pointers around what African stakeholders should be careful about on carbon markets. There are 3 things that I believe African stakeholders should focus on with these markets that are far from perfect and need to evolve and innovate to step up to the plate, to playing the role they need to play. First is improving the eligibility of African credits to global markets. You've heard me talk about this $865 billion of compliance markets, but the access to that is controlled by the regulators who set the rules as to whether foreign credits are permissible in their markets. Similarly, guidance on net zero for corporates has pretty clear guidelines on what can and cannot be done with credits, which locks a lot of foreign opportunities out from being financed and actually leads to pretty inefficient global capital allocation. So there's an important role for African decision makers to help advance that eligibility so that that $865 billion of compliance market isn't just a pie in the sky that we don't have access to. Secondly, African stakeholders need to make sure that they design the enabling environment in such a way that countries continue to be a very attractive place for these projects. African countries have a lot of inherent competitiveness in this, but they're by no means the only place in the world where you can do these credits. Absolutely not. And it's important to create a set of rules and regulations and policies that make these interventions viable for all stakeholders in a country, with the right benefits for the host country, with the right benefits for the local communities, so that you attract that kind of investment. And there's a whole set of levers that need to be thought about in an integrated way, from taxation, carbon transfer pricing, access to land, the way you want to think about corresponding adjustment and your own NDC versus the voluntary markets and compliance market. And it's important to design that with all stakeholders together, so that African countries continue to be a very attractive place to attract this capital. And I know you're going to interrupt me. I'm going to mention one final thing, and that is a plea to innovate with integrity. Currently, the structure of the carbon markets is complex, and it takes a long time for credits to be ready to be traded, and it can cost a lot of money. And as a result, small-scale projects are often excluded, and sometimes as little as 10% of the total carbon value accrues to local communities. That's not good enough. And there are challenges around integrity, and they will be spoken about at length today. We do need to keep that in mind, and at the same time, we need to be bold and innovate so that Africa can get a much bigger share of this pie and can rise to being the climate action powerhouse it can be.
Thank you, Caroline. Round of applause. That's excellent scene setting. And if you'd like to hear more, she's available, and she loves to talk carbon markets. So do reach out. Mark, integrity. Why is it important as African countries look at scaling the market?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And just by a bit of background, I run the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative. I'm a board member of the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets, and for those who've been in the carbon markets for a long time, I was also the co-founder of both the Gold Standard and Vera, so you can either congratulate me or blame all your woes on me. I'm happy with either. But at the core of this, the question is, why is integrity important? Many people believe that demanding high quality, demanding high integrity will suppress demand, make things more complicated, drive money elsewhere. And having been involved in both voluntary and compliance markets for nearly 25 years, and seen the booms and the busts and the moments of excitement and then the disappointment, one of the reasons for that has been the lack of integrity at the core of the market. Integrity doesn't just mean satisfying the demands of wealthy consumers in the north and the west, of companies that have huge balance sheets. It's about ensuring a number of key elements that will mean that carbon markets deliver not only for climate, but for development. So one, integrity means transparency, understanding where the money's coming from, how it's being used, and where it's going to. Caroline mentioned 10% of the funding, often only 10% going to the local communities. Probably less than a third actually goes to the countries where the project is taking place, whether it's local community or the government. That means 66% is going to brokers, transactors, verifiers, insurers, you name it, and people like me. That's the wrong way round. Carbon markets need to be driven by national climate and development priorities. Several countries have been working on climate prosperity plans, a way of reframing their nationally determined contributions so that it's not climate first, but development first, zero carbon, net zero aspirational development. And carbon markets need to be designed, and carbon projects need to be designed with that in mind. So not looking for what's the low-hanging fruit. If I was a corporate buyer from the US or Europe, of course I want to spend $2 or $3 a ton. Why wouldn't I? I can get it cheap. It's costing me $200 or $300 a ton to reduce my own emissions. Of course I can get it at a discount of over 97%. Why wouldn't I? But I can also afford to pay $20, $30, $100 a ton. So let's create the conditions where I'm benefiting as a corporate buyer by reducing my mitigation costs, but countries and host communities are benefiting from money that allows the corporate carbon finance not to go to cheap projects that develop little benefit, but projects that really go to the difficult bits of nationally determined contributions, the difficult bits of climate prosperity plans. The cheap stuff, we can all finance ourselves. It's the expensive stuff that we need that carbon finance for. So integrity is looking at how carbon markets drive action, help bring more finance into nationally determined contributions and climate prosperity plans, not just an extra little finance stream that's nice on the side. Third, so carbon integrity in carbon markets means thinking about carbon finance, as one of the earlier keynote speakers says, it's not a panacea. Think about how carbon finance can leverage other sources of finance. Carbon credits are sold in hard currencies. That's a hard currency revenue stream with a firm, legally supported forward contract. That enables leveraging other sources of finance because not everything can be done with carbon. So think about carbon finance as a catalyst, as a lubricant for more finance elsewhere. That's a high integrity voluntary carbon market. So high prices aligned with nationally determined contributions and climate prosperity plans, looking for high integrity demand on the buy side, transparency, and a lot of that will mean countries working together. If carbon becomes a commodity like the commodities we've all traded throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, right up to now, where we devalue our currencies competitively, we're continually undercutting each other, then we're going to get $2 carbon. If we work together to create both ways of aggregating projects, of trading, ensuring that the returns and the revenues stay here, then we can get high prices. That means collaborative competition, not competition which is backstabbing. So I will just leave it there. I just finally would say Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative has developed a series of tools called Access Strategy Decision Sheets, which countries are designed, and we work with people in Kenya and other parts of the world, so that these are tools that governments can use to help make the decisions that drive high quality, high price carbon credits to their countries, rather than the low value rubbish that no one wants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and we are delighted that you're part of this conversation to help us learn from your many years of experience and all your mistakes, so we on the continent don't repeat them. Sharif, Africa Carbon Market Initiative, SC for All under the leadership of Damilola has been a huge partner to setting this up and getting it off the ground. Why do we need it on the continent? What is the role of the Africa Carbon Market Initiative? And then to follow on that, at COP27, it was launched as one of the key instruments for climate finance. How do you see ACME driving climate finance on the continent?
Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph, and hello, everybody. So it's not just SC for All, by the way. So I think what we're seeing right now for ACME, ever since the evolution from the COP27, was this great interest in not just carbon markets, but the way that we can operationalize carbon markets. And I want to thank GIAP and the Rockefeller Foundation, I see also William there, for partnering with us to be able to take that forward. For us, we see the opportunity in the carbon market space. It's something that we feel is going to be transforming development finance as we know it. This is in addition to the work that is being done in the multilateral development banks and the evolution of that. Obviously, there's the reform that is going to be taking place in the MDBs with more focus on climate finance. More efforts are being done in bilateral space as well as ODA. But we feel that the carbon markets can fill in, and these are some of the statements that were made primarily by UNECA and then the African Union as well, filling in a very needed gap by not just the global private sector, but then also the local private sector with project developers. And just share some of the numbers. I think some of the numbers were stated today, and then Carlin also shared some interesting numbers. For us, as ACME, and within ACME, I serve double roles within SE4All as Senior Director of Finance and Operations, but also I serve as Project Director for ACME in the interim period until we launch an institution that we'll talk about in a second. But for us, our objectives in 2020 is to retire about 300 MTs of annual retirements by 2030, and then we want to move that forwards as ACME to 1.5 GT by 2050. Obviously, these are huge numbers compared to the 2030 numbers by themselves are 20 times the retirements that happen in 2020. We want to support in ACME the creation of about 30 million jobs by 2030, moving to more than 100 million jobs by 2050. Now, these are new jobs that are going to be created, but then better paid existing jobs, such as, for example, farmers working smallholder farmers participating in carbon markets. In terms of returns coming to Africa in particular, our targets are 6 billion by 2030 and then more than 120 billion by 2050. So these are large figures that can be harnessed by either carbon sinks that exist in Gabon, for example, or some have mentioned the second lung of the world, into agriculture, into diesel displacements, into solar power, as well as other projects that we would like to support. But then, as you always tell us, Joseph, we want to build a very large tent where everybody comes under this tent of ACME that can collaborate and share some ideas across different themes. So we're very happy that we're getting a very high-level buy-in. We're getting buy-in from the high-level champions. I want to thank Dr. Mahmoud and Bogolo for participating on this. We have senior buy-in from some of the political leadership, such as His Excellency the Vice President of Nigeria, as well as others, just to mention some of the names. And what we're working on right now is developing thematic groups that help us shape 3 pillars, and I'll mention these 3 pillars that guide us going forward. One is to address the supply issues. There are some integrity issues that we need to work our way through. There is a dearth of project developers. I think about 15 project developers control about 73% of the market in the carbon markets across the continent. So we want to be able to do some more as ACME into developing the project developers. We want to be able to, in working with the AFDB as well as other partners in providing financing for them, but then also working on de-risking solutions on the supply side. And the idea here is to scale up significantly the retirements, the generation of credits and the retirement of African credits. That's on the supply side. We're also working with countries on activation plans. The first one is going to be Kenya, which is in process right now, and I think His Excellency, the President of Kenya, has mentioned that in the speech. But we're also, SE4All, working with our partners in developing other carbon activation plans as well on the supply side. And on the demand side, integrity is a key issue. We want to advocate more on this to be able to raise the price of African credits and mention the co-benefits, as well as we are hoping to announce $1 billion of advanced market commitments by COP28. And then there's the intermediation piece in between that we're trying to factor in, which is the creation of this institution with support from GIEP as well as Rockefeller, to be able to create an institution that is an African institution based in Africa, built by Africans, to be able to intermediate these supply and demand forces. So let me just stop right there, but this is essentially the idea of ACME to be a catalyst to push this opportunity that we're meeting today on forward.
Thank you very much, Sharif. And Bogolo, from the UN Climate Champions perspective, how do you see African engagement in the carbon space, and what, in your view, is the role of the compliance market in this conversation?
Thanks, Joseph, and good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I don't know about you, but I'm not a scientist. And many times when people speak about carbon markets, before I joined this team, I would wonder what is it exactly that we're trying to get at, and how I get involved. And, you know, and the reason why we got started in this particular work last year after the Africa Regional Forum under the leadership of Dr. Mahmoud was, how do we bring in more finance for development into the continent? That is where we got started. It wasn't about mainly pushing a decarbonization agenda. It's about a green transition, financing it, and making sure that we're not leaving anyone behind. And I want to stress the issue that carbon markets or trading in carbon credits is not to say to anybody that they shouldn't work on a decarbonizing agenda. And there's so much money that's flowing around right now around decarbonization, companies reducing their emissions, getting rewarded for reducing emissions, and yet no one really talks about how you reward those that are keeping the world and the planet alive. And this is where we really got involved. We are providing lands to the world. There's the Congo Basin, there's the Okavango pitlands, and many other mangroves around the continent, and the communities and the countries that are providing this very valuable nature asset are not getting their fair share of the climate finance that is flowing around us reaching the Paris Agreement. So really, the issue is, how do we protect, or really that we cannot get to our 1.5 degree future and targets without protecting and restoring our ecosystems and without generating value for those ecosystems. And so the first point is, the continent in the future, now and in the future, should put its best foot forward in creating an enabling environment that allows for the development of carbon projects, first and foremost, and for the private sector to understand exactly how they get involved in this space, and for the regulatory environment to not stifle any pre-project development that happens. And we can give examples, but I know Coco will be speaking later, and I highly encourage for them to speak about their experience in participating in carbon markets in the continent or working in the development. So we have to make sure that we are creating an enabling environment. We are developing frameworks that allow and align with the voluntary, both voluntary and compliance markets, the compliance markets in Europe, in Asia, and then figure out how we play a role within the US voluntary markets, as an example. And at the moment, we are only trading about 11%. Or Africa's share to the voluntary carbon markets is only about 11%. And this is even much smaller when it comes to the compliance markets. And just to put it into perspective, the voluntary carbon markets at the moment, especially for nature-based credits, trade at $5, somewhere between $5 to $10. And the compliance markets, right now, Japan, $125. The gap is huge. We are missing out on a lot of opportunity of unlocking finance, and at the very least, we could work at a median figure for carbon price of about $50 per ton in order to incentivize more African countries to want to participate and to mobilize close to $30 billion per annum from just alone taking care of nature assets and being paid for taking care of the nature assets which are needed. Science says it. We will contribute close to 29% of sequestration if our nature is protected. And if it's not, we forget about reaching our 2030 targets. And so even CAPE really predicts that nature-based carbon removals done properly could yield 15 billion in annual revenue and generate new jobs and 85 million people at the price of just over $50 per ton of carbon. The opportunity is clear. So it's up to ministers, policymakers to ensure that we are able to play in the space. And when we negotiate, we are clear what the value proposition for the continent is and what the continent stands to gain. This is just one of the many innovations that are happening, and I know that my dear friend JP over there was leading work in the Seychelles of developing the blue bonds and ensuring that the Seychelles got its first blue bond, and then there was the first rhino bond as well that were financed by the World Bank and many others. There are opportunities, and there's a very clear case for us to play a part. And then lastly, Joseph, I have said this before, it's very clear that at the right pricing, which we have to crowd in the private sector and make sure that the market works with us, at the right pricing, we can encourage countries to have a low carbon development pathway. And we should certainly use the carbon markets to drive finance into the continent for Africa and for the attainment of sustainable development goals. Thanks, back to you.
Thanks very much, Pokolo. Clearly, there's a lot of potential revenue to be had for the continent if we do this right. And it is our right because we are providing lungs to the world. So that's a very clear message. How do we unlock that? I'm going to ask the Global Energy Alliance and SC4All and our support team at McKinsey to stand up so that those of you who are in governments and would like to follow up on these conversations, you have multiple potential touch points. GIAP, SC4All, and our support team at McKinsey. So you've seen them in the room. Please grab them and have a chat with them on how we can work collaboratively to drive this agenda on the continent. JP has been mentioned. We want to acknowledge him for his contribution to the ACME conversation and UNECA in general for that support. I want to thank all of you for your attention to listening to this conversation. Carbon markets can be a tool that every African country could use as part of efforts to generate climate finance and deliver on development agenda. Clear and thoughtful leadership on this topic will be so important. I'm hugely excited to see how much an impact that carbon markets will have for Africa. Thank you all for your time.
And thank you to you, Joseph. That was a very insightful panel, and I'm trusting that you all learned something and enjoyed it. I particularly like Boholo's statement. The opportunities are clear, and it's now up to our ministers and those who are driving action to take the reasonable steps. And that leads us to this next segment, the presidential segment, where we'll hear from the representatives of our heads of state to understand a little bit more about the opportunities and the actions that are currently being undertaken. Now, while they finish up setting up the stage, I would like to firstly introduce the moderator for this session. We've heard of him already today. The moderator is none other than Director for Economic Commission for Africa Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Management Division, Jean-Paul Adam. I will allow him to come to stage and to actually welcome the ministers to stage as well.
Thank you so much, and Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers and heads of delegation, and representatives of all the organizations that are critical in delivering on carbon markets. It's a great pleasure for me to have the honor of moderating this high-level session. As I've already been introduced, I'm Jean-Paul Adam. I'm the Director for Technology, Climate, and Natural Resources at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And as we hear from our leaders in this session, we really want to have that momentum that has been built from COP27, from the African COP, and take it forward into tangible projects that deliver for people and which deliver the resources that we need to invest in a climate-resilient future. African leaders at COP were very outspoken and determined in terms of how they want to deliver a transformation for Africa which is built on climate-resilient and inclusive growth. There have been fantastic commitments that were made by African leaders in the context of the African Carbon Markets Initiative, and we see regional leadership as well, for example, in the Congo Basin, where we have seen the launch of a registry on carbon credits to ensure a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom. So I'm delighted to have with me the following high-level leaders representing their presidents. And we have, so first I would like to invite Her Excellency Nancy Tembo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi, who will be introducing the remarks of His Excellency the President of Malawi. Honorable Minister, if you can join us on the stage. I would also like to invite His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Demeko Mekonnen Hassan, if you can also join us. Please. Welcome, Your Excellency. I would also like to invite Mr. Hippolyte Fofak, who is the Chief Economist of AFCFTA, representing the President of AFCFTA. And while Hippolyte also joins us, we also have His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Mohieldin, the UN Climate Change, the UN Climate High-Level Champion for COP27. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud, for being with us. Nous avons le plaisir aussi d'inviter Son Excellence, Madame la Vice-Première ministre et ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable de la République démocratique du Congo, Son Excellence Madame Eve Basaiba Massoudi, qui va nous rejoindre et qui va livrer un message de Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président Tshisekedi. I also have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Ana Paula Chantra-Luna de Cavallo Pereira, the Honorable Minister of Environment of the Republic of Angola, to join us on the stage. And we also have the Minister of Industry and Trade of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Silvino Moreno. Thank you for being with us, Minister. And we have Professor Prosper Matondi, the Chief Director in the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who will be presenting messages on behalf of His Excellency, the President. So thank you for all of these high-level leaders who are here. We know that carbon markets can sound complicated, but for African leaders, it's about delivering on sustainable development, and it's about delivering on climate resilience. We are delighted to have this high-level panel with us, and we will start with the high-level remarks of His Excellency, the President of Malawi, and these will be introduced by Her Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi, Her Excellency Nancy Tembo, who will be introducing the speech of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Good morning, everybody. Allow me to stand on the protocols already established. And if you may allow me to just get on to my introductory remarks to just introduce my President Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, who has given me this honor to represent him this morning at this very important gathering. He would have been here, but due to other unforeseen circumstances, he's back home, but following very keenly what is happening here. It is time for us to look at ourselves. For most presidents, it is about development. It is about what they can deliver to their people. And this forum and the discussion here provide opportunity for governments to have very scarce resources substituted with the carbon trading. Without much ado, I would like to introduce my president, the President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, who has made a recording that will be delivered here this morning. President Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera.
Investments, which can be used to expand business operations in the regional and global value chains and create decent jobs. In my view, the initiatives currently underway across Africa should be scaled up, which is the reason why we should be pushing aggressively for the failures in the global carbon market governance to be addressed. The most important notable of these is the lack of consensus on a fair price for carbon. Industrial carbon, mainly from the developed world, is sold for high prices, amounting to over $40 per ton of carbon, whereas the forest carbon that abounds in African land and water ecosystems is consistently priced cheaply, as low as $5 a ton. I consider this to be unfair, a continuation of the neo-colonial legacy of robbing Africa in broad daylight by stripping us of any selling power so that we are always at the mercy of the charity of the global North. This legacy is perverse and must be rejected with extreme prejudice. In the case of Malawi, we have vast land resources, including mountains covered by forest, occupying about 35%, or about 3,237,000 hectares of our land area. Our freshwater resources cover 21% of our land area and include Lake Malawi, which is the third largest freshwater lake in Africa. We also have solar radiation levels that are amongst the highest in the world, thus making Malawi a great candidate for solar energy development. Doing so would reduce the dependency of communities on fossil fuels, thus further curbing the rate of deforestation and land degradation. Similarly, our hydropower generation potential is also significant, as we currently have a number of bankable hydropower projects, such as Colombizo, Lower Fufu, Mpatamanga, and Songwe, which could generate over 1,000 megawatts. A fair pricing mechanism for our carbon credits is critical for us to raise the resources necessary to invest in the development of these sources of clean energy. Additionally, this pricing incentive to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation through programs like reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+, for example, would allow Malawi to address one of the main drivers of carbon emissions, deforestation and land degradation. It would also allow the hydrological profile of water resources and overall water cycles to be significantly improved as water and forest ecosystems interact strongly. And similarly, loss of habitats for wildlife, which significantly affects the revenues from tourism, would significantly be curbed, and fisheries productivity would improve. It is because of these and other benefits that Malawi is pursuing the development of mega farms, an initiative that has identified over 68,000 hectares of agricultural land, with farm sizes ranging from 100 to 24,000 hectares. These farms are available to prospective investors for various agricultural production and value chains such as legumes, fisheries, aquaculture, ranching, and forestry, among others. In that context, we know that Malawi has a lot of potential for carbon trading, with a total of over 1 million hectares of designated forest reserves, including both exotic and indigenous trees, and over 1 million hectares of land under wildlife conservation parks and reserves. Using the prevailing global market prices, the value of Malawi's forest-based carbon credits is estimated at over 19 million metric tons of carbon per annum, valued at over $600 million per annum. By all accounts, Malawi is a gold mine for prospective investors in our carbon market. The global interest in our carbon market is already rising, but we are eager to see even greater interest, which is why I have provided specific detailed prospectus for this market to aid your further engagement. As a member of the steering committee of the African Carbon Market Initiative, ACMI, which I helped to launch at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we are actively pursuing that scaling up of our carbon credit production via voluntary carbon market activation plans. But, Mr. Chairperson, the playing field must be leveled. And toward that end, I, speaking on behalf of Malawi, wish to advance the following positions for your consideration. We strongly encourage the innovative instruments developed by ACA to support African regional carbon markets. We urge ECA, AU, and AFCFTA to accelerate their plans to develop an African carbon market, building from the regional carbon registry and harmonized protocol for carbon accounting. We demand that ECA, AU, and AFCFTA should also explore the feasibility of building a compliant carbon market in certain African countries, particularly those which have the potential to generate carbon emissions from the extractive industries. We also call on ECA, AU, and Afreximbank to ensure that the development and deployment of such compliance markets and carbon taxes are informed by good science. Specifically, because the contribution to climate change by Africa is thus very negligible, the move to the compliance market must be done slowly to account for the differences in levels of emission between countries in the global north and global south. We encourage the business executives and partners to work very closely with ECA, Afreximbank, African Development Bank, and ACMI to facilitate the sale of quality credits without making the sales cheap. We urge business executives and partners to also help African countries build local capacities to develop and implement emission reduction projects that generate quality credits. I thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, heads of state and government,
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think we have seen in particular how Malawi has been leading the process for the African Carbon Markets Initiative at COP27. And I would also like to invite you all to consult the carbon sequestration and market opportunities in the Republic of Malawi, which have been shared for all participants today. And ECA and other partners look forward to working with Malawi and other partners to develop this. I apologize that I accidentally failed to invite one other speaker, the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cabo Verde, Her Excellency Miriam Vieira, to join us as well for this segment. We are delighted to have representatives of small island developing states with us who are going to be at the forefront of some of these solutions. And thank you for not holding against it, Your Excellency, against me, because I'm also from an island, so I know the importance of islands. Thank you so much for being with us. I would like to remind everyone also that interpretation is available in English, French, and Portuguese, and so please make sure that you have your headsets. We now go to our hosts, and I would like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassan, to deliver remarks on behalf of the government and to also hear the expectations and experiences of our host. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be here with you today, and I would like to thank the organizers of this annual forum. This platform gives us an opportunity to deliberate on topics that have strategic importance to our continent. This year's forum focused on making carbon markets work for Africa. African countries register low levels of carbon emission, yet we bear much of its consequences. We must urge global actors to support Africa's climate actions through financing. We must also seek new instruments that will help us meet our greenhouse gas emissions reduction and national renewable energy targets. The carbon market can be one mechanism that can help us inch closer to achieving our climate targets. It can also help us garner energy investments. It is evident that the demand for the voluntary carbon credits is increasing rapidly. If conducted properly and in transparency, Africa's role in the carbon market can yield positive results. It can contribute to the continent's sustainable economic and energy transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our national development plan should align with the climate target of the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In Ethiopia, achieving a climate-resilient green economy is a key pillar of the country's 10-year development plan. We are working to reduce carbon emission through an updated, nationally determined contributions. This aligns with the Paris Agreement's long-term 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Furthermore, Ethiopia has also prepared a long-term low-emission development strategy. The goal is to put Ethiopia on a path to net zero emissions by 2050. The National Green Legacy Initiative is also contributing to the carbon emission reduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ethiopia encourages private sector engagement in its national renewable energy targets. To this end, our homegrown economic reform program has put in place investment incentive package to attract more private and concessional climate financing. We're also working to diversify and transition to full green energy sources. We are focusing on hydro, geothermal, wind, and solar energy with the goal of achieving universal access by 2030. In conclusion, I would like to call upon the private sector to make use of the available incentive package and the untapped investment potential in renewable energy generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I think Ethiopia is a very good example of how there are nature-based solutions around the green legacy and fantastic opportunities as well in the energy sector. And in particular, we applaud the ambition of universal access by 2030. And that's what we want to see from carbon markets: investment that drives achievement of the SDGs and that drives climate resilience. Thank you so much for sharing this example with us. And we now have the pleasure to welcome our partners in convening this event. I would like to introduce the representative of AFCFTA, Mr. Hippolyte Fofak, the chief economist, who will deliver remarks on behalf of the President.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of President Rama, I would like to thank UNECA and the African Union for this opportunity to really put our focus on something that's very fundamental, the issue of carbon pricing. And it is so important for the bank to really emphasize this, because one of the key constraints to what has happened in the bank in the pursuit of its mandate of really boosting intra-African trade and expanding African trade overall has been the challenge of climate. Essentially, how do we mobilize the resources to, on one hand, start to transform African economies in a way that will not undermine the progress toward climate change mitigation adaptations. But one of the key issues that we wanted to address this morning on behalf of President Rama is really looking at the topic on hands, which is African carbon market, a new growth era, a new era of growth. And when we reflected on this, the question we had was actually a bit different. Is it a new era of growth, or the path to sustainable growth and macroeconomic stability as suggested by the president of Malawi earlier? In fact, for a decade, if not century, Africa has been contending with both immeasurizing growth and illusory growth. And while emissarizing growth has subjected the region to recurrent balance of payment crisis and is responsible for the widening income gap between Africa and other regions of the world, illusory growth has been responsible for the continued degradations of environment landscape, as we heard earlier from previous speaker, and specifically the depletion of natural capital. And despite, if you look at the consequence of illusory growth, emissarizing growth, so despite sustaining growth rate over the last 3 decades within the regions, the income gap between Africa and other regions of the world has actually widened considerably over the last few years. And as we speak, more than 60% of Africans, or more than 60% of people living below the extreme poverty around the world are today residing within the African continent, despite the fact that our share of world population is much lower. And similarly, I think it's fair to say that in a world where global trade has been driven by manufactured goods with increased technological content, and the fact that we've integrated it through as export primary commodities has actually reduced our share of global trade, confining it to less than 3% of world trade. And it's fair to say that the stickiness of that colonial development model resource extractions, which has actually exposed the region to adverse global commodity trade shocks, it's also largely responsible for the balance of payment crisis and the perpetual cycle of a debt overhang debt crisis that we see closely. One important aspect of this exercise, which is worth pointing out, is that countries across the regions are always one shock away from a debt crisis for the next shock. And today, as we speak, more than 60% African countries were downgraded or suffered downgrade last year during the pandemic. And what we have today is that most countries which are vulnerable to excess volatility are also very much on the front line of the climate change. And that triple warming, the climate change, the climate risk, and global volatility and debt distress is actually the consequence, I should say, of that combinations of emissarizing growth and illusory growth that we are all here assembled trying to address. And across Africa, essentially, that emissarizing growth and illusory growth is part of that continuum. And they both reflect what we call the fact that the negative externalities of the growth model, which has actually prioritized output expansions, have not fully taken into account the issue of negative externality. In that regard, the emerging impressive growth carbon credit market, which have the potential to remove carbon dioxide from atmosphere, while at the same time dramatically expanding the fiscal space across the region, provide tremendous opportunities for African countries to enter a growth era, one that could actually allow countries to achieve both structural transformations while at the same time expanding the fiscal space to keep country on path of both sustainable and fiscal development. And primary estimates are very encouraging, as we heard earlier, which we see that just in 2021, we saw about 50% growth in carbon credit market, and Africa accounting for 15% of that. And other estimates are actually far more interesting. If you look at just Nigeria alone, which is expected to actually produce more than 30 million tons of carbon, approximately $500 million. This is quite significant. And the projection in 2030 is even more encouraging, generating more than $20 billion revenue. At that level, if once the African carbon market reaches that level, I think the potential for the region will be quite significant. And in terms of employment creations, more than 100 million jobs in particular will be quite significant. But more than closing the structural transformation and financing gap and reducing excessive dependency of the regions on external financing, which have set the region on the path of debt sustainability, debt crisis, the growth of African carbon market will enable the region to finance the chronic deficit infrastructure and including the power in a region where more than 600 million people goes every day without power. And this will be quite significant in terms of boosting productivity and accelerating the process of diversification of sources of growth, and while also setting the stage for a fast-track implementations of the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements. At AFCFTA, I think we are extremely excited by the development and social transformation potential and power of the carbon credit market. Transforming African trade through African economy through trade is actually the mandate of the bank. And that is why we are particularly pleased and encouraged by COP27 ad hoc committee decision recommending that AFCFTA drive the coordinations of African carbon market initiative. We've been working since then with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, essentially to accelerate development of an emerging and robust African carbon credit market. And this timely event organized on the sideline of the AU, just a few months after COP27, is an important milestone to not only sustain momentum, but galvanize more support for the growth of that market within the continent and globally. I would like, on behalf of President Rama, to thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hippolyte. And we are of the African continent, and how this will play a critical role to address the issue of dependence on external finance. We now have the great pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Mohildeen, the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP27, and in particular to recognize that he led the communities, and we were very pleased to see that a number of the projects that were presented at the forum in Addis Ababa last year had carbon credits as a focal area. So today's event is also, I would say, in some sense, a continuation of that vision and that objective to mobilize resources into transformative projects. Delighted to have you with us, and please take the floor.
Thank you so much for this very generous introduction. Excellencies, all protocols observed, but I like in particular to recognize the participation of His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, our host country today. And of course, the Deputy Prime Ministers, all Excellencies participating, and of course, the distinguished panelists, and of course, the very generous moderator in his word, my good friend, John Paul Allen. Right, I think I can just build on the excellent introductory remarks of this session, or these sessions, and the session just before us and the speakers before me, but let me just emphasize the holistic approach that had been reflected in the discussions at COP27. And when one raises a question, what is insufficient, inefficient, and unfair, the answer should be climate finance along with development finance. So anything that we should really be doing, including our efforts in financial innovation and the establishment of carbon credit market, should really solve one or all of the three problems before us: the insufficiency, the inefficiency, and the unfairness of climate finance as we see it around the world today. And we have established by evidence why we have these problems, and we establish as well by evidence that realizing the potential, a sustainable solution with us. The Secretary General of the UN just issued a paper on SDG acceleration and SDG stimulus, and we shouldn't be forgetting that climate action is SDG 13. And we shouldn't, especially in Africa, we shouldn't be forgetting that climate action is part of the work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have been victims of a reductionist approach that dealt with climate in isolation of sustainable development. At the end of the day, our efforts, as established by some of the speakers earlier, our actions toward achieving the climate agenda is about availing inclusive growth, SDG 8, dealing with poverty, SDG 1, investing in renewable energy, SDG 7, and dealing with adaptation, including biodiversity aspects, and dealing, of course, with water management. Carbon credit markets as an innovative solution to our finance problems and investment is one of 7 pillars, and I'll be very brief about them because we shared them during the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda. The first one is basically about how to leverage whatever is available to us of the promise of Copenhagen, the famous $100 billion, which is exactly a kind of a drop in a big ocean of demands. We need at least $1 trillion a year, and what we have of the 100 billion is not sufficient for the critical minimum for developing economies, excluding China, assuming that China can take care of itself, assuming that advanced economies can take care of themselves. The second aspect is basically about dealing with debt. We are too much dependent on financing climate agenda on debt instruments, more than 60% worldwide and more than 80% in developing economies. This needs to change. We need to rely less on debt instruments. The third is about the role of the business community and the private sector solutions. They are at best when we are enabling the business environment and providing adequate incentives for them. And I'm happy that the excellent background paper provided to us, I saw it earlier this morning, prepared by Climate Action Platform Africa, and there were some hints about its main areas of work, including issues related to enabling the business environment and improving eligibility to the carbon credit market, and issues related to innovation with integrity to include the small enterprises, the medium enterprises, and local communities were basically there. It's all about partnering better with the business community. The fourth aspect of the work is basically about this important work that came out during COP27 by the recommendation of the Secretary General. We have now 10 recommendations on integrity to deal with greenwashing. Any kind of work that we are dealing with in the carbon credit market need to be guided by these principles and recommendations. And then issues related to debt reduction mechanisms and debt swaps. It's good that a good reference was made to the work in Seychelles, the work in Belize, the work in Barbados are all guiding us better to the work on debt swaps. And then we need to have the budgets of the state to support climate and SDGs. And then if you put all of that right, we can really talk with freedom about realizing the potential of the carbon credit markets. And here I think it's basically just for emphasis, because everything that should be said in the areas related to realizing the potential of an African credit market had been mentioned, but the launching was there, ACME, and I like to congratulate the good developments of the work and the good sponsorship, including by the C4All and, of course, the many other partners, including Rockefeller, and I'm happy with the participation of the African Exim Bank. $4 to $5 per credit is basically what we see today in Africa. It's another signal of unfairness. $10 per credit can raise $1 billion, which is not really sufficient. $120, which is being traded, it's not a fiction, as we see examples of it, including from Japan. So even if we have the average recommended by Nick Stern and Joe Stiglitz, when they co-chaired the carbon pricing recommendation by the high-level commission, that will be anything between $50 to $100. Recommendations from other IFIs is having a kind of a lucky figure ranging between 60 to 80, but any figure in existence in Africa is much, much, much less than the potential. So we need to have more work in order to get these standards applied, the global standards, and to have more competitive markets with better transparency and good rules of engagements. And to be, again, in my conclusion, to be very brief, what are we offering as climate champions in COP27? And I'm happy that COP28 in the United Arab Emirates is putting an emphasis on financial innovation. I was just there last week, and there was some good recognition of what we can really be doing more from the financial innovation, especially from the African voluntary carbon market. From the demand side, from the supply side, and dealing with the needs of mitigation on adaptation, including biodiversity aspects. And there was some interesting proposal as well to include a potential finance from the proceeds of the advanced economies in carbon credit markets to support their work and contribution in the loss and damage. But this is still in the proposition stage. Having said that, we know that we are far from targets when it comes to achieving the climate agenda. Equally, unfortunately, we are very much off track to achieve the SDGs. And here, the work that we need really to realize coming from the carbon credit market, given that finance is one of the main pillars, and the Addis agenda for finance for development, and I was here back in July 2015 when it was established, is reminding us of that integrated approach of finance from all sources, domestic and external, private and public, towards the achievement of the SDGs. Now, I think this work today is very much important with the technical work supporting it in order to have better finance for carbon market, but better finance at large for development. And this could benefit definitely from the summits upon us, especially the 3 summits hosted at the margins of the General Assembly of the UN, the SDG Summit, the Climate Summit, and the Finance Summit. So I hope that the discussion and the outcomes of our engagements today are going to facilitate better collaboration with the private sector and inform these summits that are focusing on solutions in September of this year. Having said that, I'm very grateful to your support, your engagement, and the opportunity to have another push for a very promising channel of finance and the establishment of voluntary carbon market for Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud, underlining the integration between achievement of the SDGs and achieving climate action and addressing these issues of unfairness and inefficiency and insufficiency in terms of resources at the global level. Nous avons le grand honneur et plaisir maintenant d'inviter Son Excellence, Madame la Vice-Première ministre et ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable de la République démocratique du Congo, Son Excellence, Madame Eve Bazaiba Massoudi, pour prononcer son allocution.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole. Je voudrais parler ici au nom du chef de l'État, Son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, qui n'a pas pu être là et qui m'a demandé de le représenter à ces forums. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais sincèrement, au nom du gouvernement congolais, saluer l'initiative donc de ce 1e forum Africa Business Forum, et avec un thème aussi important. Je voudrais m'acquitter d'un signe de devoir de remercier l'invitation au secrétaire exécutif de la Commission économique d'Afrique qui a daigné nous associer à cette réflexion, mais aussi saluer l'hospitalité dont ma délégation a bénéficié, je l'ai dit spécialement au vice-premier ministre, ministre des Affaires étrangères du pays hôte. Ce thème est très important pour l'Afrique, parce que, comme vous le savez, l'Afrique est certes victime des réchauffements climatiques, parce que l'Afrique n'est responsable de que 4% des pollutions mondiales, mais aussi l'Afrique, de par ses potentiels, l'Afrique est la solution pour lutter contre le changement climatique. Grâce à ces immenses potentiels environnementaux, dont notamment les forêts, les tourbières, des ressources en eau et des minerais stratégiques extrêmement importants pour faire face aux enjeux du climat et qui nous amènent à la transition énergétique pour atteindre l'objectif de 1,5 degrés Celsius que nous sommes assignés. Les ressources font donc de l'Afrique ces continents-là qui contribuent à la lutte contre le changement climatique. En effet, avec 268 millions d'hectares de forêts tropicales humides dans le bassin du Congo, l'Afrique abrite le deuxième grand bassin des forêts tropicales et l'Afrique est considérée aussi comme poumon du monde. Et dans ces bassins du Congo, la République démocratique du Congo regorge les 10% des forêts tropicales humides dans le monde, environ 50% des forêts africaines dans son ensemble et 60% des forêts du bassin du Congo. Et si nous devons ajouter aussi les forêts clairsemées appelées communément forêts de Miombo, la RDC à elle seule regorge donc de 66% des forêts d'Afrique. Et ces forêts en République démocratique du Congo ont la capacité de séquestrer environ 140 gigatonnes de CO2, qui constituent 3 à 5 ans de pollution mondiale par an, de pollution donc séquestrées par la République démocratique du Congo. À côté des forêts du bassin du Congo, nous devons noter aussi les zones humides, communément appelées les tourbières. Au bassin du Congo, environ 145 000 km², dont 70% de ces tourbières se trouvent en République démocratique du Congo et 30% de ces tourbières en République sœur du Congo. Ces zones humides ont la capacité de séquestrer par an 31 gigatonnes de CO2. 10 ans de pollution mondiale, 5 ans plutôt de pollution mondiale, 10 à 15 ans de pollution rien que des États-Unis. Vous voyez, c'est énorme. En outre, la République démocratique du Congo représente un important potentiel des eaux douces. 10% des réserves mondiales des eaux douces et 52% des réserves des eaux douces en Afrique. L'ensemble de toutes ces potentialités place mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, 5e mondial en ce qui concerne la biodiversité. Malheureusement, malgré tous ces potentiels, le marché des crédits carbone demeure encore très balbutiant en Afrique et notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo, n'en fait pas l'exception. Donc, malgré ces potentiels, à ce stade, le marché du carbone n'est pas assez développé. La RDC est en train de mettre en place un cadre légal et institutionnel que nous appelons l'autorité de régulation du marché des crédits carbone, justement pour faire bénéficier le gardien des valeurs, le gardien de ces forêts, de services rendus par ces forêts. Parce qu'essentiellement, nous sommes tributaires du marché volontaire qui actuellement, avec les prix très bas de 5 $ la tonne de carbone, ne permet pas aux populations riveraines qui vivent dans la forêt et qui vivent de la forêt de devoir protéger ces potentiels, de changer leur comportement, de s'adapter à la nouvelle donne de s'adapter plutôt à la nouvelle donne du climat. Comme vous savez, ces potentiels constituent une réponse basée sur la nature pour lutter contre les gaz à effet de serre. Conscient de cette situation, le potentiel de la République démocratique du Congo, potentiel environnemental, nous renvoie à une responsabilité dans le monde, parce que les enjeux du climat actuel, ce sont des enjeux mondiaux. Si le monde a pu s'en sortir des enjeux graves, des pandémies diverses comme les pandémies de Covid-19 et en commençant par autres, la peste, etc., il est très difficile à ce stade, suivant les résultats des scientifiques, que le monde puisse s'en sortir en ce qui concerne les réchauffements climatiques. La République démocratique du Congo, par rapport à ses potentialités, a réuni les scientifiques avant les travaux de la COP27 à Sharm el-Sheikh, parce que la RDC a abrité les travaux préparatoires. Et ces travaux préparatoires ont été réalisés en deux segments. Le segment des scientifiques sur terrain dans la biosphère de Yangambi, pour donner la possibilité aux scientifiques de nous donner des exactitudes sur le rôle que jouent les forêts dans la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique et qu'est-ce que le gardien de ces forêts, les protecteurs de ces forêts peuvent en tirer comme bénéfice en termes de compensation, surtout en termes d'alternatives pour leur vécu quotidien. Et ces scientifiques de 4 continents, 126 au total, qui étaient présents, ont donné certaines conclusions en termes de mécanismes, alléger les mécanismes d'accès au marché volontaire et régulier, réguler les crédits carbone pour les pays du bassin du Congo et les autres bassins tropicaux du monde. 2. Bénéficier des paiements de compensation justes et équitables pour les services écosystémiques fournis par les forêts du bassin du Congo et des autres bassins tropicaux. Parce que, outre la conservation de la biodiversité, la séquestration des pollutions ou le stockage de CO2 par des zones humides, les forêts du bassin du Congo rendent aussi un grand service des écosystèmes hydriques. C'est grâce, par exemple, aux forêts de la République démocratique du Congo que nous avons le pluie dans toute la partie est de l'Afrique, commencé par l'Ouganda, le Kenya, l'Éthiopie où nous sommes, l'Érythrée, une grande partie du Soudan et Sud-Soudan, ainsi que l'Égypte. Donc c'est un service énorme qui nécessite à ce que nous puissions tous ensemble dans l'Afrique protéger ces forêts et que les populations riveraines puissent bénéficier de la compensation des services rendus. Les scientifiques ont noté aussi qu'il faut relever les prix des crédits carbone forestiers et autres pour les pays du bassin du Congo et les autres bassins tropicaux à des niveaux qui compensent le manque à gagner des efforts de la conservation. Aussi, mettre en place et harmoniser les politiques de crédit carbone dans le bassin du Congo et les autres bassins tropicaux et créer, enfin, renforcer les cas échéants dans chaque État de bassins tropicaux une structure capable de mobiliser les fonds carbone. Nous insistons sur l'uniformisation du prix de la tonne de carbone parce que nous avons un marché pilote en République démocratique du Congo où nous avons mis en programme seulement 270 000 hectares de forêts et avec la vente de carbone à un prix bas de $5 la tonne, ça nous a valu des projets importants au niveau social, la construction de plus de 18 écoles, les centres de santé, les routes de dessert agricole et l'accompagnement des populations riveraines à une agriculture non polluante, c'est-à-dire arrêter l'agriculture itinérante et surbrûlée qui constitue l'un des moteurs de déforestation, aller plutôt dans une agriculture non polluante. Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif de la CEAC, je tiens à souligner au nom de la République démocratique du Congo que le potentiel du bassin du Congo, c'est la richesse de l'Afrique dans son ensemble. Nous demandons la solidarité de toute l'Afrique pour soutenir la valorisation des forêts du bassin du Congo, la valorisation des zones humides, les tourbières et les mangroves par rapport aux services rendus. Pour ce faire, ensemble, si nous prenons des mesures à mettre en œuvre, l'uniformisation, la révision à la hausse du prix de la tonne de carbone, ça va permettre à nos pays victimes des réchauffements climatiques de prendre en charge nos propres projets d'adaptation, nos propres projets d'atténuation et aussi booster la solidarité avec les autres pays du monde qui n'ont pas ces potentiels, notamment le pays désertique juste au sud du Sahara et aussi le désert de Kalahari et ainsi que le pays insulaire qui aujourd'hui sont en danger. Si nous ne faisons pas attention, beaucoup de ces pays d'ici 50 ans, suivant les rapports des scientifiques, vont disparaître. Parce que quel procédé nous pouvons mettre en termes de digues pour empêcher la montée de la mer qui vient submerger les pays insulaires. Et l'élargissement des déserts à cause du réchauffement pose des problèmes de développement. Nous ne saurons pas atteindre l'objectif de développement durable d'ici 2030 en termes de lutte contre la pauvreté, lutte contre la faim, jusqu'à l'objectif 17 des partenariats gagnant-gagnant. Et enfin, on ne saura pas atteindre l'agenda 2063 que nous nous sommes assignés au niveau de l'Afrique. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, c'est sur ces notes d'espoir que je termine ces propos au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo et je vous remercie parce que nous n'avons pas le temps à attendre. Il faut agir et agir dans les concrets en termes de projets de crédit carbone au lieu de continuer des discussions, d'attendre les 100 milliards promis par les pays qui polluent l'environnement, qui ne viennent pas. Ça fait plus de 13 ans aujourd'hui que cet engagement a été pris. Mais par contre, en boostant les volets des partenariats publics-privés avec les entreprises des États polluants qui sont basés en Afrique, lorsqu'ils vont acheter le crédit carbone en Afrique, je pense que par rapport à la démonstration que j'ai faite ici, nous sommes en mesure de financer nos projets d'adaptation, nous sommes en mesure de financer des projets d'atténuation et nous serons responsables pour le futur à protéger l'humanité contre le réchauffement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Première ministre, et merci d'avoir fait rappeler de ce rôle régulateur de la RDC et du bassin du Congo pour le climat mondial, et aussi d'avoir proposé l'Afrique comme solution, mais solution qui doit générer sa vraie valeur et pas une valeur qui ne reflète pas la vraie réalité de cette nature que nous offre le bassin du Congo. I would now like to proceed with our next speaker and invite Her Excellency, the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cabo Verde, Her Excellency Millan Vieira, who will be speaking on behalf of His Excellency, the President of Cabo Verde, Mr. José Maria Neves.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor right after we have heard the speech of Vice Prime Minister of Democratic Republic of Congo. Excellencies, all protocol observed. At the outset, I would like to thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the Zinc Bank and other core organizers of this event for convening this business forum on a relevant topic which the government of Cabo Verde attaches great importance. Indeed, we do believe that by enabling policies related to a fair and just climate actions is of paramount importance to boost Africa's sustainable development. The African Carbon Markets initiatives launched last year set the stage for more concrete measures to that end and to complete aspiration enshrined in the Africa Agenda 2063. It is also great aspiration finding innovative and effective resource of finance in order to accelerate sustained economic growth by fostering carbon markets in the continent in a sustainable way. Climate action initiatives such as ACME or ACMI will no doubt impel us to act, but act smartly. We have been calling that the time to act is now. Climate action requires us to act together for a better planet. Act smartly to accelerate development path in this decade of action. To that end, for instance, island states need to implement climate governance mechanisms that can define policies and programs to address adverse impacts they face as a result of climate change and environmental degradation. In the same vein, access to finance tools is critical to strengthen climate governance in cities. Indeed, there is an urgent need for climate finance and effective tools for funding adaptation and mitigation policies. This is more prominent when considering the fact that those challenges we have been aggravated with the social and economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing global crisis that we all face now. In our national determined contribution, the government has clearly set its goal to promote specialized innovative financial products tailored for the needs of public and private sectors for individuals, businesses, municipalities, cities, such as Paris-aligned bonds, such as blue bonds and green bonds, to access financial capital markets as preferential costs, debt for climate swaps, blue funds, and low loan credit products for energy saving or energy efficient investments and companies, and financial support to non-state actors. While being one of the smallest greenhouse gas emitter as the vast majority of African countries, it is also our aim to reduce the levels of emission by accelerating energy transition. To that end, Cabo Verde is formulating a long-term low emission development strategy, and under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is considering participation in mitigation projects that generate credits or not, such as international transfer mitigation outcomes, in order to comply with our NDC. Our flagship contribution include basically the following objectives or targets. The 2030 commitment to reduce economic-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 80% below business as usual, and to increase this target to 24% on the condition of adequate international support. Second, to long-term commitment to achieve a decarbonized economy by 2050 and to boost electricity generation from renewable and clean energies. Third, the 2030 commitment to shift progressively to low-carbon public transport, including active modes and international maritime transport. And fourth, by 2025, have a specific roadmap, responsible tourism in the circular economy, defining a 2030 target of reducing GHG emissions for the sector. These ambitions contribute towards achieving the objectives of Paris Agreement, including curbing the rise in global emission to 1.5 degrees. Initial steps have been also taken to take advantage of the carbon market in order to mobilize finance resource for a sustainable development, having in place public and private enterprises that generate wind powers with some experience in carbon market. In doing so, it is our conviction that the principle of environmental integrity and the principles that are under Article 6 must be observed as a way to preserve sustainable solution to climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, we deem also important that data collection, research and development, building capacity, mainly in designing bankable projects, are a must as well. In this connection, technical assistance is required in public finance and resource mobilization to strengthen country capacity to monitor and seize opportunities in voluntary markets and non-trade carbon approaches. Equally important is the promotion of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, aiming at achieving the ambitious goals formulated in the African Carbon Markets Initiative. And then I'm so glad to hear what the Vice Prime Minister of DRC was saying regarding the approach that we have to have regarding the small island developing states that are in the front line of climate change. Equally important is also to consider the carbon market as a golden opportunity. We have been heard that carbon markets in Africa is gold for our economy, is gold for our countries. Nevertheless, I have to say that the advantage it offers should be taken in a balanced way, so it can be a catalyzer of development in Africa. In doing so, I believe also that all of us will benefit from it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and indeed, we look forward to when we can trade African carbon at the same level as gold, recognizing the real value that Africa is bringing to this market. We now would like to move to the remarks from Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Angola, Her Excellency Ms. Ana Paula Chantre Luna de Carvalho Pereira, who will deliver her remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muito bom dia a todos. Excelências, vice-primeiro-ministros, ministros, Sr. António Pedro, secretário executivo interino da Comissão Econômica para a África, campeão de alto nível, excelentíssimo campeão de alto nível das Nações Unidas para as alterações climáticas, todo o protocolo observado, minhas senhoras e meus senhores distintos convidados. Felicito, em primeiro lugar, a República da Etiópia por ter acolhido este fórum e manifesto desde já a minha satisfação por estar aqui em representação de Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola. Quero, em nome do governo angolano e da delegação que me acompanha, e em meu nome próprio, agradecer à Sua Excelência Presidente da República da Etiópia e ao seu governo pela fraterna hospitalidade nesta acolhedora cidade de Addis Abeba. Queremos também enaltecer a União Africana pelo seu papel dirigente e decisivo na organização e manutenção dos fóruns que promovem a união dos países no nosso continente. Nos dias de hoje, o conceito de desenvolvimento sustentável, ao pretender manter o progresso humano, não apenas em alguns lugares e em determinados anos, mas em todo o mundo para o futuro, se tornou numa meta a ser alcançada, quer pelos países pobres, quer pelos países mais industrializados. Em nosso entender, este fórum reveste de capital importância na medida em que o mesmo visa aproveitar o impulso positivo gerado pela COP27 sobre as alterações climáticas realizada em Sharm el-Sheikh, no Egito, em novembro de 2022, sobre o uso do mercado do crédito de carbono como meio de alcançar a ação climática e, particularmente, gerar investimento em ações de economia transformadora nos países africanos. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a floresta representa a maior parte dos créditos por remoção e dos créditos totais por tonelada de dióxido de carbono. Em todos os mercados dos créditos de carbono, traz-nos uma excelente oportunidade de negócios para Angola e para a África em geral. Em Angola, estima-se que a floresta de tipologia miombo ocupa mais de 80% de superfície florestal, constituindo o berço das principais bacias hidrográficas do país, estendendo-se desde a zona central de África até a região austral, onde ocupa uma extensão de aproximadamente 3,8 milhões de quilômetros quadrados, abrangendo a África do Sul, Botsuana, Burundi, Malawi, Moçambique, Namíbia, RDC, Tanzânia, Zâmbia, Zimbábue e Angola. Aliada à necessidade da sua proteção e conservação, este ecossistema oferece atualmente as melhores oportunidades para a exploração de créditos de carbono. Sendo a redução efetiva das emissões de gases de efeito de estufa uma estratégia do Executivo angolano, o setor privado é o parceiro com o qual o governo conta para executar as suas políticas de redução de emissões no âmbito do Acordo de Paris e, concomitantemente, a implementação da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas para as Alterações Climáticas. A tendência crescente do valor da transação dos créditos de carbono perspectiva uma excelente oportunidade de negócios para o setor privado em África, com os países emissores de gases de efeitos de estufa que compram os países com baixas emissões de carbono, por exemplo, os países africanos. Relativamente às políticas de redução de emissões, signatária do Acordo de Paris, o ponto de partida é a regulamentação. Para tal, estamos a promover está contextualizada no Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, número 13, para a ação climática. Angola prevê ainda, no seu ordenamento jurídico, um sistema de monitoramento, reporte e verificação, bem como um observatório climático, bem como a suspensão da exportação de madeira. Em termos de transição energética para energias limpas, temos um avanço considerável na ordem dos 72%. De forma geral, o nosso país tem registrado já algumas propostas para o desenvolvimento de projetos relacionados ao carbono, porém, deparamos-nos com certos desafios. Um deles é a conclusão da certificação das nossas florestas e as áreas de conservação, fortalecimento das capacidades, de modo a que os países aqui representados possam alavancar o momento do mercado para a proteção, conservação, restauração da natureza em África, que pode ser aproveitado por meio do mercado de carbono verde e azul, com base no preço justo do carbono, por ser fundamental na identificação do potencial dos países africanos, a fim de participarem da resposta global às alterações climáticas. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Minister, for highlighting what Angola is already doing and highlighting also what needs to be done, and in particular, the support also required to develop, for example, the regulatory aspect to truly unlock the opportunity which is linked to the development of carbon markets. We now will have the pleasure to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Trade of the Republic of Mozambique, Mr. Silvino Moreno, who will deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much for the floor. I will ask you to keep translation equipment, since my speech will be in Portuguese. Senhores primeiros ministros, senhores ministros, todo o protocolo observado, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, em nome de Sua Excelência Filipe Jacinto News, Presidente da República de Moçambique, e do povo moçambicano, gostaríamos de agradecer o convite que nos foi endereçado para participar nesta 6ª edição do Fórum de Negócios, particularmente o honroso ensejo que nos concedem de partilhar a nossa experiência e abordagem deste importante painel. Tomo esta oportunidade igualmente para saudar aos ilustres co-panelistas e a Vossa Excelência, Senhor Presidente deste Fórum, e aos organizadores. O tema deste Fórum, fazendo mercados de carbono para a África, para além de ser atual, oportuno e relevante, responsabiliza e desafia, mas ainda o continente africano, na forma como deve lidar com o seu potencial ecológico e ecossistema ambiental, como fator catalisador, inclusivo e sustentável da agenda de desenvolvimento transformacional. Uma compreensão sobre como funciona o mercado de carbono e com benefícios relacionados para a cooperação e desenvolvimento nacional e regional é fundamental e justifica a realização deste fórum com este tema. Os nossos chefes de Estado e de Governo de África, em novembro último, em Niamey, Níger, por ocasião das celebrações do Dia Mundial da Industrialização e como parte essencial da Agenda 2063, elencaram e priorizaram a transição energética à economia verde e circular como pressupostos estruturais à industrialização moderna e sustentável da África, de modo a garantir que o aproveitamento e transformação dos abundantes recursos naturais e as matérias-primas sejam efetuados com proteção e recuperação do ambiente, com impacto na geração e criação sustentável de emprego e renda. Temos, por isso, o desafio de, agora e não amanhã, concebermos e promovermos sistemas infraestruturais que incluam sempre o uso de energia renovável e soluções de inovação e modernização tecnológicas amigas do ambiente. A aposta na industrialização baseada na energia verde constitui uma base para a diversificação e transformação das economias dos países africanos, que, com a participação ativa das micro, pequenas e médias empresas, contribui para o desenvolvimento socioeconômico dos nossos países. É aqui onde emerge o tema da capitalização do mercado de carbono como ativo do desenvolvimento das nossas economias e que tem elementos setoriais de força incontornáveis e que devem ser devidamente explorados, especialmente a partir do processo de integração econômica que o continente africano está a consolidar através da Zona de Comércio Livre. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, Moçambique tem edificado um sistema setorial que visa o estímulo ao crescimento econômico, aumento da produtividade e geração de emprego, mas sempre privilegiando a sustentabilidade e inclusão competitiva. No âmbito do nosso Made in e no Created in Moçambique, e essencialmente ao abrigo das prioridades previstas na nossa Estratégia de Desenvolvimento 2015-2035, já em revisão, estamos a implementar diversos programas e mecanismos de incidência produtiva e comercial inclusiva, como, por exemplo, o Sustenta, que olha para a transformação da agricultura familiar em comercial, para a dinamização de cadeias de valor agrícolas, de referência para o mercado doméstico externo, segurança e qualidade alimentar. O PRONAI, que é o Programa Nacional Industrializar Moçambique, que tem uma abordagem local sustentável e em rede de transformação das matérias-primas para a substituição de importações, para a construção de vilas industriais. Aqui temos um exemplo com o financiamento do Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento e que impulsiona pelos empreendedores individuais e familiares as micro, pequenas e médias empresas, sempre visando a viabilização do objetivo coletivo de construirmos Moçambique como um país de renda média, onde cada moçambicano se beneficie da riqueza do solo e do subsolo. O Sustenta e o PRONAI, para além de estar abertos à capitalização e parcerias externas, estão em linha com a agenda da União Africana e com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, tendo como centralidades o ambiente e as tecnologias verdes para o benefício das famílias e comunidades. No nosso percurso ainda novo, embora ainda prenhe desafios, permitiu a Moçambique receber do Fundo de Parceria para Carbono Florestal pagamentos baseados em resultados por redução em 9 distritos numa das nossas províncias, na zona centro do país, chamada Zambésia. Este feito é resultado das medidas e ações implementadas pelo Governo para aumentar a produção na indústria nacional, privilegiando o uso nacional da matéria-prima local, estimulando a produção agrária sustentável, o reflorestamento e o monitoramento do uso dos recursos florestais, ou restauração de terras degradadas, com envolvimento de jovens e mulheres. Queremos, a curto prazo, realizar operações de intermediação da plataforma eletrónica na nossa Bolsa de Mercadorias, e que temos aqui presente a nossa Presidente, que veio também aprender neste fórum. Em todos os novos projetos de investimento, a nossa lei de investimentos em revisão obriga que Moçambique assumir o compromisso na implementação das atividades ambientais sustentáveis. A competitividade do setor produtivo continental africano, num cenário de exposição global, a ser traduzido pela zona de comércio livre e com impacto direto e imediato na redução das emissões de carbono, precisa, em primeiro lugar, de mecanismos de apoio e financiamento, estabilização e ajustamento para dinamizar o crescimento sustentável e inclusivo dos negócios africanos. Precisa e deve, em segundo lugar, engajar a rápida harmonização de políticas regulatórias que tenham o potencial de igualar oportunidades verdes, de modo a criar uma estrutura continental comum para comércio e investimento em bens e serviços verdes e estabelecer a plataforma para o mercado africano comum de carbono. É o que também esperamos deste fórum, que seja uma plataforma determinante em termos de mobilização de investimentos e oportunidades para projetos do mercado de carbono. Moçambique, como Estado, é parte do Acordo da Zona de Comércio Livre Africano e reitera o seu compromisso de promover a atividade econômica, assegurando a implementação de ações de redução de emissão de carbono e o estabelecimento do mercado de carbono com um mecanismo de transformação econômica sustentável e inclusiva do continente africano. Estamos otimistas que os resultados deste fórum sejam um grande impulso para reduzir as emissões e aumentar a disponibilidade e acessibilidade de bens, serviços e tecnologia ambientalmente amigáveis, bem como na consecução dos objetivos acordados internacionalmente, sendo a transformação energética fundamental para o processo da industrialização. Esperamos que as discussões e as abordagens que serão aqui partilhadas pelos panelistas e a audiência presentes contribuam para o fortalecimento da cooperação institucional continental através de parcerias e ganhos equilibrados. Pela atenção dispensada, o meu muito obrigado. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for highlighting the link between the development of carbon markets and the type of industrial, inclusive, sustainable transformation that we want to see across the continent, and particularly how this links to a pathway to middle income, to become a middle income country and developing value chains. So I think it's very important that we situate the work on carbon markets within this, and thank you for having highlighted those issues. So we now come to our last speaker of the high-level segment, and I would like to now invite the Chief Director from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and the Hospitality Industry of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Professor Prosper Matondi, to deliver remarks on behalf of His Excellency President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe.
A very good morning to you all. On behalf of the Zimbabwe delegation, I would like to thank our host, Ethiopia, for providing a congenial environment for this dialogue that comes back to back with the African Union Summit. I'm here to deliver the remarks from our President, His Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I welcome the invitation to the Africa Business Forum, whose theme is Making Carbon Credits Work for Africa. This invitation comes timely when we concluded the climate change conference in the Republic of Egypt just around in November. We are also adopted at COP27 the Carbon Credit Trade Article 6 as a decision for implementation. Many countries are putting in place plans, developing policies and legislation, as well as mastering partnerships in the business of carbon trade. Some are re-examining the carbon trade deals they had made in the past due to lack of results, and in often cases, the carbon business deals have not fulfilled the climate, economic, environmental, and social goals that they had promised. We are at a moment in the history of climate change where we ought to examine our performance in addressing climate change. And for Zimbabwe, we have complied with our reporting through our nationally determined contributions, our low emissions development strategy, and a raft of other policy measures and instruments. Carbon trade business therefore becomes a key addition to trigger finance, but also to assist in global emissions reduction. The outcomes so far are below expectations, and we must dialogue and agree on a way forward in the implementation of carbon credits frameworks. Looking at the ability of the carbon trade to address climate change, it is true that Africa is gifted with an abundance of natural resources in the form of forests, wildlife, water, good agricultural soils, and minerals. These resources play a pivotal role in carbon sequestration. The world, and in particular Africa, faces deep climate-related challenges caused by global warming, and the capacity of Africa's natural resources, that is forests and wetlands, to sink carbon is severely challenged. Carbon trading therefore plays a central role in delivering broad-based and cost-efficient reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and achieving the targets as set out in the Paris Agreement in 2015. Africa is the world's carbon sink and thus expected to be the center of carbon trade because of the huge sequestration potential. There are three key issues of interest to Africa. That first, Africa is the sovereign right over its carbon asset, and it must be used responsibly for the benefit of Africa. Second, as we implement carbon trade business, it also must be recognized that we need to address the high rates of forest and land degradation that, in our case, remains around 262,000 per year that we lose each year, and it is of great concern to us. Though we have made significant progress and can do more with carbon trade business, we are challenged today to be able to do much more. Third, the future of our African continent and that of our African people depends on farming that is highly threatened by the impact of climate change. Solutions for alternative financing. The introduction of carbon trade at the Conference of Parties in 2013 in Poland in particular, where 7 decisions were made based on the Warsaw Framework, introduced the RED Plus program, reducing emissions from forest deforestation and forest degradation. It provided more clarity on the mechanism to introduce carbon trade sinks from forests. Some countries used the decisions to establish RED Plus projects, and Zimbabwe also did the same. For some, this was the foundation of the current carbon trade business that were put in place in consideration of Paris Agreement in 2015, now being implemented following COP27 implementation program. But however, we have not achieved what we want in terms of climate financing. The US $100 billion promised for climate finance has been elusive. Parties have cited a variety of reasons why they are unable to fulfill this promise. Sadly, the world is getting into worse climate crises and extreme events, such as the unfortunate earthquake that killed many people in the Republic of Turkey. May their souls rest in peace. In addition, we are emerging from economic recession induced by COVID-19. The climate events continue to affect countries and require financial resources of an emergency and for long-term responses. I am pleased that COP27 agreed to the Loss and Damage Fund, and we would like the UNFCCC to make it operationalized as soon as possible. The carbon credit business therefore offers relief if the objectives are met with better compliance on the common objectives of reducing emissions. Meanwhile, the current fight to address climate change and the associated need for low carbon development provides a great avenue for Africa to negotiate better deals, better terms with the rest of the world. This is in view of the abundance of carbon credit opportunities through natural forests and programs that we are undertaking in renewable energy, solar, wind, biogas, and geothermal, as well as waste-to-energy programs. These sectors are fundamental for Zimbabwe and offers that opportunity. However, in Africa, we must take measures to define policies to guide and promote and use the Paris Agreement on the emerging carbon business. It is therefore critical that, first, Africa take due care in structuring carbon trade deals so as not to fall into the pitfalls of overselling credits or undervaluing some of the credits for unfair benefit. Africa should not take a single approach to carbon trade because we still lack adequate climate information and data on the trading mechanism of carbon. There's a need to have national registries that are aligned to the UNFCCC and other approved trade parties that allow for monitoring and verification, and this means providing a platform for continuously exchanging experiences, data, and best-in-class practices. The full conclusion of Article 6 as the business of the just ended COP27 offers African countries an opportunity to structure carbon deals that have better compliance and mechanisms under the UNFCCC systems. Africa cannot afford to be passive recipient of trade terms from global polluters on carbon trade issues. It therefore must be an active agent in the carbon trade business because carbon is a common asset for its people and the future. Given the highly technical and business-oriented nature of carbon trading agreements, there's a need for African countries to build capacity, set up relevant technical and highly competitive institutional structures and legal provisions to provide and regulate and facilitate trade. In conclusion, Zimbabwe is concluding the development of its carbon trade framework, which, among others, guide players, benefit communities, and protect investors who wish to establish carbon trade-related projects in the country. the country gets fair share of the profits from the carbon trade. In addition, the framework also established a national carbon registry that is aligned and will assist the UNFCCC and parties that register carbon credits independently to keep track of all credits issued out in Zimbabwe. As a united front, we can negotiate better carbon trade terms with the rest of the world to ensure that we meet the global goal of fighting against climate change that has affected the performance of our economies and has led to loss and damage to life and property in recent times. So I urge all of us to embrace this business forum as one big step towards a united Africa, and is willing to ensure that its resources, including carbon assets, fully benefit the continent and its people. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for these fantastic statements, which I think have really demonstrated the commitment of African countries to develop carbon markets, but not just in any way or any form, in forms that deliver, firstly, decent jobs, incomes, and support to people who are on the front line of climate change. There's a recognition, I think, from the panelists also on the need for appropriate regulation, integrity, accountability. A number of countries have already set up these frameworks, and there's an opportunity to further reinforce them. Fairness is at the center of the development of African carbon markets, ensuring that Africa is mitigation or meeting these global climate targets. It's about the reinvestment in a new model of economic transformation for Africa and providing a platform for finance and investment that is transformative in people's lives. That's my very quick summary, and just to conclude, I would like to mention also all of the partners in the African Carbon Markets Initiative, including Sustainable Energy for All, the UN Climate Champions, the Rockefeller Foundation, the GAP, the Global Alliance for Energy and People and Planet. All of these partners are there to support the implementation of carbon markets across the continent, and that is through in some cases providing capacity building, and there the UN, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, is perhaps the easiest entry point. For connection with private sector and investments, we really want to use the African Carbon Markets Initiative. And also for financing and co-financing and link with other projects, we want to use as well institutions, Pan-African institutions like the Afrexim Bank, and continuing to work, of course, with the African Union Commission to ensure African leadership, ownership, sovereignty. Thank you so much, and thank you once again to all of our panelists. In particular, thank you to our hosts, Ethiopia represented by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all of the other high-level speakers. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Amasaganam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now invite you to take a coffee break and to stretch. We are running slightly behind, so what we'd like you to do is actually if you can grab your coffees and refreshments and bring them back into the room. We'll be starting again in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you back into the room so that we can continue with today's event and festivities. We've got an interesting lineup that is about to start right now, so we'd like to invite you all back so that we can keep to schedule. I'd like to invite you to sit back down as we kick off this next segment where we will have a project showcase. Now, we've talked about some of the initiatives that are currently happening in some of the countries that were showcased this morning, but now we're going to get into tangible projects, and one coming particularly from the Eastern Kenyan region. And I'd like to welcome to stage two people that are coming from this project. We have James Cairo, who is the coordinator of the Mikoko Pamoja project. Yes, we can give him a round of applause. And we also have Anne Wanjiru, Impact Officer at the Mikoko Pamoja project. Please make your way here. Let's give him a round of applause and make sure that we welcome them adequately. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon now. So we are quite time constrained, but I understand that you will be able to live up to the challenge. So in 5 minutes, tell us more about the Mikoko Pamoja project. And I'd like to start with you, James. Five minutes.
Thank you, the moderator. My name is James Cairo from Kenya. I work for the national government, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, and I'll be representing a very small sector, the ocean, which will be the next frontier. So I wanted to do this in a small presentation so that I'll be able to make it more flow. Okay. Sorry for. Okay. As he said, my name is James Cairo. I'll be talking about the Mikoko Pamoja, and I'll be doing this with my colleague Anne Wanjiru. I'm a project developer. I'm not the coordinator. I'm a carbon forest specialist and a chief scientist at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. What I wanted to indicate is the ocean runs us. 70% of the world is the ocean, and it provides 97% of the water. But when we look at the knowledge base about the ocean, it's quite low. And that's why the UN decade declared the 2020-2030 as the decade of the ocean science. And I also happen to be the board member for the board for the ocean decade. And it's also the decade for ecosystem restoration. So most countries, we have been talking about the national determined contribution. Most countries have been working to include the ocean in their NDCs. And my country has indicated that it wants to reduce at least 32% of their business as usual scenario. But I'm bringing you a very small sector. I'm talking about a forest that grows in the sea. This is the mangrove forest. It shows little, but it represents, you can see it's just as a blue line, we say. If you look at the ocean, a mangrove, it's a 0.1% of the total forested area. And it's only 130 or 1.3 million hectares globally. But in Africa, because that's where our interest, we have 23% of these mangroves in 22 countries. You can see they grow along the tropics. It's a very small line, but very important line. So that's what we'll be representing, and I'm coming from the Eastern Africa, what we call the Western Indian Ocean region. We have 1.1 million hectares. In the Western Africa, including Nigeria, Nigeria alone has 1 million hectares. So when you look at around that, but I want you to look at as a small line compared to the big continent. But why are they so important? Why are they even represented in the UN? It's because when you have healthy mangroves, they sequester so much carbon. They store carbon 4 to 5 times higher what you have in the terrestrial system. They support coastal communities. But when they are degraded, they release so much carbon, and that one is our concern. So can mangrove be part of the mitigation and adaptation plans? Those are goods and services that mangrove provide. I know some of you come from West Africa, from the Eastern Africa, but if you have to look at the global average, we are talking about 33 to 57,000 US dollars per hectare per year. And it can go very high. My colleague, maybe the minister from Mozambique can tell you what happened when there was a cyclone. If you look at what the city was done, just because of the degradation of the system, and those who come from West Africa, you can see the value of mangrove can be as high as 1 million US dollars per hectare per year, depending on where you are. Look at the carbon, because that's our interest. Although mangrove represents very little with the to be released, and this carbon is stored underground. But what affects mangrove all over? You go to anywhere along the developing country, we are losing 1 to 2% of mangrove every year due to overexploitation of wood resources, land use change, aquaculture, pollution, and now climate change, particularly the sea level rise. That is what is threatening the remaining mangrove area. When mangrove are lost, what will happen? That becomes our major concern. Because I come from our region, the Eastern African region, the Western Indian Ocean region, I want to point out that we do have 1.1 million, we have 5% of the global mangrove. 99% of these forests are in those countries, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Madagascar. Tanzania, our major mangrove countries are Mozambique and Madagascar. But when you look at their degradation level, what we are talking about potential, the restoration potential, we have 40,000 hectares or 41,000 hectares that can be restored. And when those ones are restored, they can generate what we are calling the tradable carbon. So the question is, if mangroves are that important, how can we sustain their supply goods and services? What's the role of the community, and how can we incentivize? And this is what we are talking in the next few minutes about a practical project, not potential now, about Mikoko Pamoja. Mikoko Pamoja, just 2 minutes. The Mikoko Pamoja, Mikoko is Swahili for mangrove. Pamoja is together. So we are talking about how can we work mangrove together. This is the first PES, this is the first carbon project to benefit, to restore and protect mangrove through sales of 3,000 tons. It may look small, but it is tradable. We are based in Gazi Bay, that is in Kenya. We have protected a very small area of mangrove, but I wanted to now link that to the benefit and to the bigger African mangrove. Activities are very simple. We do deforestation, we do avoided deforestation, a lot of education and awareness, and selling the carbon. I'm inviting Anne now. Yes, yeah. So my colleague will give you now what does all these activities lead to the community. And I'm very sorry because I had to give you the background.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So I'll be very fast. I'll talk about how we distribute this revenue to the community once it has come into our project account Trading with Plan Vivo, we are certified by Plan Vivo. We have a Scottish charity organization known as the Association of Coastal Ecosystem Services that helps us in marketing our carbon. And once they have done that, now they send all the money into our project account. And we have a benefit sharing structure so that 2% of the money that is traded goes to community development projects. We have about 36% goes towards mangrove activities like nursery establishment and so forth.
Okay, so the screen is showing on that side, but you're not able to see what is there. So hopefully, within your memory, you'll be able to. The two screens here are not working.
So I'll talk about the 32% that goes towards community development projects. So what happens is that every year we earn revenue from the carbon credits. We call communities together and we inform them about the amount of money that they have earned. So we then ask them, how do you want us to use this money? So the community are the ones who prioritize the projects that they want to implement in the community. So over the last 8 years, they have chosen different projects in education, water and sanitation, and so forth. So our projects work along the Sustainable Development Goals. So the first one, you'll see there is about livelihood support. So we have employed staff directly and also indirectly. We employ communities through different activities that we conduct, such as nursery establishment, planting, and so forth. And during COVID-19, our community was among the most hit since it's a fisher-folk community, meaning that the curfews and the lockdowns, they could not be able to go and do their daily activities. So what we did is that we provided a COVID-19 support program where about 23 households benefited from food and other necessities that they needed at that time. We also support education, where we provided books, renovated classrooms, and also donated desks for the local schools. We have a fighting period program where we donate sanitary towels to girls so that we can enable them to attend school just like the boy child. And apart from that, we have a program where we are teaching the youths in the community on sustainable mangrove management. So this is a 2-year program, so they can be in charge of managing their own resource. We know that in our communities, women are usually left down in terms of decision-making when it comes to marine resource management. So in our communities, we prioritize, we do create women empowerment, during project design, implementation stages. In every stage of our project, we involve women, like in the picture that you see there. That is when they are doing prioritizing of the community projects. So their voices are normally heard on what they want to implement. And we have 40% of the committee. Being a community-led project, it means that the community are the ones who are in charge of implementing the project. So we have a committee, that is a 13-member committee that implements the project with help of the community coordinator. So 40% of this committee is made up of women. In terms of water, our communities are located very near to the ocean, meaning that most water points are salty. So what we've done is that we've brought fresh water closer to them, and this is especially very important to women who are, most of the time, who are the ones who are able to go and fetch water from far. So we are able to save them time and resource. So we provide about 70% of the community with fresh water and about 3 local schools. In terms of climate action, we are conserving about 117 hectares of mangroves, and throughout the project cycle, we've been able to save about 24,000 tons of carbon emission from going into the air. when you tell community not to harvest mangrove, what alternative are you giving them? Because this is where they depend on for firewood and other wood products. So what we've done is that with the help of the school children, we are able to establish fast-growing trees to provide them with wood for constructing and firewood. So this is something that we've done, and we continue to do so that we can meet the need of the community. In 2017, we won the Equator Prize 2017 for outstanding work in conservation. And last year, we also won another award, 2022 award, for being a top innovator, and among other 12 winners. So there are several reasons for our success. First of all is because of the community commitment. They have been conserving mangroves even before the project started. They were conserving way before CAMFRIS, that is the government organization, came. So we have another reason, that is a strong sense that has been communicated by Dr. Cairo. The government, the Kenyan government, has supported us a lot in the project because it was a pioneering project, and also our international community, to whom we are grateful for. Thank you.
Congratulations, firstly, and thank you so much for taking the time to explain the project in detail. We do have the opportunity to have one question from the audience only, and we'll try to make the answer brief so that we can allow also the audience to get more insights into the work, the great work that you are doing. If you have a question, you can raise your hand and a mic will be passed over to you. Okay, well, James, Anne, I'd like to thank you very much. And let's give him another round of applause. That was Projects Mikoko Pamoja. And next up, we've got another project showcase for you, Cocoa Networks, this time coming through with a project providing communities with clean cooking solutions and that uses revenue generated from carbon credits to subsidize the purchase of stoves and fuels, also in East Africa. For that, I'd like to welcome Sophie Odupo, Group Head of Public Affairs at Cocoa Networks. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm here to talk to you about what Cocoa Networks does. We use carbon markets. We call ourselves a climate tech company, and we use carbon markets to drive energy transition, primarily from charcoal to clean cooking. And we endeavor to protect forests, and we do this through provision of a unique consumer platform, which I'll walk you through. Just to give you an idea of our progress, we started off in Kenya in 2014. That is when we got into Kenya and we did the R&D to develop our solution, major cities in Kenya. And we expect to launch into our second country, which is Rwanda, within this year. We have invested over $175 million since 2014. We have 1,800 staff members across 4 countries. And in 2021, we were awarded Emerging Market Climate Tech Company by Financial Times and IFC. Okay. We've also received coverage across various media, Bloomberg, Forbes, and FT, which recognize the technology behind our solution. These are very familiar images to a lot of you, to a lot of people across the world. use of charcoal. People do not use charcoal. People use charcoal and fire tons of carbon emissions every year. 600,000 people die due to household air pollution, majority of them children under 5. And the demand for charcoal is driven by the fact that people keep moving to the urban areas. This increased urbanization just results in increased demand for charcoal and therefore increased deforestation. We need to address this urgently. How does our solution work? We decided we use bioethanol. And in terms of transporting bioethanol, rather than reinvent the wheel, we have partnered with Vivo, who market through the Shell-branded petrol stations. They purchase and deliver the bioethanol for us in the petrol station. From the at the petrol station, we have installed our first piece of hardware, which uses our technology. So that monitors the bioethanol in the underground tanks. From the petrol station, we use smart tankers that transport the fuel from there to what we call cocoa points. The cocoa points are ATMs that we install in shops, in the residential areas, in low-income areas. We target specifically people who are using charcoal. That is why we are present in the low-income areas. We make sure the cocoa point is installed in shops that are within 300 to 500 meters of our consumers. We have a piece of hardware at the petrol station, on the smart tanker, and on the cocoa point, the ATM at the shop. In the house, we have two pieces of hardware. We have a 2-burner cooker, which comes with a 2.3-liter reusable canister. So that way the consumer is only paying for the ethanol that they're consuming. All this is underpinned by technology, which is controlled through our network operating center. The 2.3-liter canister has a chip that enables the consumer to purchase using mobile money. We're a cashless company. So they load their wallets using mobile money, and they're able to transact and buy from as little as 3 US cents, all the way to filling the canister slightly under $2. So very affordable, and we fit in with the daily purchase habits of our target market. That, for us, is what protecting forests look like. That is our canister dispensing fuel to the cocoa point. Those are the households, those are the areas where we are present in. That, for us, represents saving forests in Africa, the tropical forests in Africa. That is a consumer docking her canister into the ATM to be able to purchase fuel on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side is how we refill the ATM. Over 30% of households in Nairobi, our capital in Kenya, now use cocoa. We expect to roll out 14 additional networks within this year. As I said, 810,000 households. We have installed just slightly under 2,000 ATMs across 5 cities in Kenya. We are 40% cheaper than charcoal. So we are providing an affordable solution to our target market. Coming to how carbon fits in. How does carbon fit in? We use carbon to subsidize both the cooker and the bioethanol. What do we do? If you think about how any business works, we have to pay upfront to get the carbon credits. To date, we have invested over $100 million have been given back to the households to enable them afford our cooker upfront and continue to use our ethanol. So we are in the initial stages of selling our carbon credits, but we have had to use our own resources to be able to subsidize. So the higher our bioethanol sales are, the more emissions we're able to reduce. Therefore, we're able to generate additional carbon credits, which once we sell them, we're able to lower the consumer prices of both the cooker and the bioethanol, leading to faster adoption. And that is what we call the cocoa mechanism. In terms of our fuel, because we use a renewable fuel, we have multiple benefits we have in SDG. What we do is, as we venture to additional countries, we encourage the setting up of an ethanol industry. Right now in Kenya, 50% of our bioethanol that we use every year is sourced domestically, the rest is sourced internationally. We encourage governments that because of the demand we establish for the setup of a local bioethanol industry. And if you think about it, it is less to do with the actual manufacturing of the cookers, but the production of the bioethanol. That is where the long-term potential is, and with it come jobs, increased farmer incomes, not to mention the investment that comes in. There is quite a number, there are quite a number of positive impacts, which I will not necessarily go into. This is a quote from the CEO of Rwanda Development Board when we signed the investment agreement. It is critical for us to sign an investment agreement to guarantee predictability of the operating environment and for us to be able to retain the carbon credits, because as you see, the carbon credits are core to us offering an affordable solution. We recognize that over 300 million households across the world in 60 countries are in need of this solution. We are willing to have the conversations with various governments, so feel free to reach out to us for us to walk you through what it will take for us to bring the solution to your country. Thank you.
I think that's better. Thank you so much. We'll be able to take one question from the audience. And of course, as you've mentioned, you will be here throughout the day, so you can always go and meet these two projects and ask them more about the initiatives that they're running. If you do have a question, please raise your hand and a microphone will come to you. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. And in this next segment, we're going to be talking about innovating with integrity, novel tools to drive carbon revenue to Africa. Now, for this conversation, we've got two people who you have seen already on this stage today. We're going to be joined by Chief Economist at Afreximbank, Hippolyte Fofak, as well as the Director for Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management Division at the Economic Commission for Africa, Jean-Paul Adam. They will both join me to stage right now and we'll find out a little bit more about these innovative solutions. Let's give them a round of applause as they make their way. Welcome back. All right, so I would like to start with you, Hippolyte. I know that you are, well, very much an expert, but also quite passionate on the topic of debt for nature swaps. Now, what I'd like to get is your reflections on debt for nature swaps and also the larger implications for the African continent.
Thank you very much for...
I think there's a microphone just there.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I'd like to once again really thank this partnership with UNECA on something that is very fundamental. And the choice of the topic, really innovating with integrity, novel tools to drive carbon revenue in Africa. I think this is one of the most important and topical issues that we have to confront. In part because it's really the intersections of climate change and debt sustainability. That is intersections, and it's precisely what this session is all about. It's fair to say that global warming, it's intensifying, and the growing number of countries are either in debt distress or really at higher risk of debt distress, and which was a consequence of COVID-19 fallout just about 2 years ago. And the challenge, reflecting on this topic, is how do we get countries which are essentially crushed by the high fiscal incidence of sovereign to actually honor the climate commitment in terms of financing, adaptation, and mitigations, is a key question that we have to address as a continent. And this actually made even more challenging by the fact that essentially these are not only large scale, but also long-term investment, which are difficult to mobilize in countries where fiscal deficits are huge and significant. And the fiscal space that we need for this is just not there, quite frankly. And nearly 60% of developing countries which are vulnerable to climate change are also facing the risk of a fiscal crisis. And if you take Ghana, for instance, which for the past few years had been devoting more than 50% of government revenue to finance external debt, it's just not possible. And when you look at the bond, it's actually trading as we speak, the 10 years bond matured in 2029, trading at almost 28–30%, which essentially means that they are out of the market. At the same time, I think it's fair to say, as mentioned earlier by previous speaker, that our contribution to carbon emissions cumulatively has been very low, yet we are really on the front line of the crisis. And how do we deliver the climate mandate, which has become even more urgent with accelerated change in climate and climate-related risk in a region where really the financing gap approaching almost $300 billion annually is the key. The issue of debt for nature swaps become very relevant as one of the most cost-effective options that could help us deliver not only the climate agenda, but also put us on the path of fiscal and debt sustainability, which is quite critical. And I think that's why, as an institutions, looking at innovative mechanisms to address fundamental questions, we believe that debt for nature swaps have the potential to sustain commitment to climate change in a region where really the shrinking fiscal space has been a major challenge to macroeconomic stability. And to summarize the issue, I would like to say that by enabling creditor to provide debt relief conditional upon government commitment to fund climate change adaptation and mitigation measure, debt for nature swaps are positive conditionalities and incentive to sustainably address the climate crisis in low-income countries with limited fiscal space without further undermining the challenge of fiscal and debt sustainability. In essence, I think this novel tool, in our views, may even expand the fiscal space if accompanied by the right infrastructure and regulatory framework and incentive to attract investors and sustainably grow their appetite to natural assets. I think so far we've mentioned a number of countries which actually benefited from those schemes, including Belize, Barbados, and Seychelles within the African continent, where they were able to actually convert $500 million of debt charged by those benefits. We've seen a growing number of countries within the continent, but also globally, increasing their interest in debt for nature swaps. And one example close to us, close to home, is Gabon, which have actually signaled its commitment to actually issue almost $700 million debt for nature swap fund for marine conservations. And we will expect more countries to follow. In effect, I think going back to the link between that climate crisis and development, it's fair to say that in a poly-crisis world of high, the last two of which have been aggravated by record high inflations, debt for nature swaps, which reduce the risk of debt overhang while increasing the prospect of keeping global warming below 2 degrees Celsius, relative national level should be a growth industry for both creditors in developing countries in the north, but also debtor countries in the global south, both of which, in our view, stand to benefit immensely. Immensely because while in the short term, the consequences of climate change have been disproportionate for low-income countries, island nations, the benefit of debt for nature swap show the consequence in terms of distribution of those shocks. Look at the rate at which glaciers in the North Pole are melting. And drilling in the Arctic is no longer a far-fetched idea. It's becoming a real possibility. And the only way for us to prevent that from happening is to aggressively implement nature-based solutions, which will actually help us rebuild our ecosystem to grow investment in such model structure that account for negative externalities. It's the best way forward. And to send clear and predictable signal to participant and market participant and country government, IMF debt sustainability framework now include really the impact of nature and climate change, which is quite significant. It will be a positive shock, positive benefit incentive for most countries across the regions. But more should be done in our view to mainstream and catalyze the growth, both the risk of climate change and debt crisis. These incentives could involve donor countries extending partial guarantees to minimize the cost of financing, debt buyback, and attracting more climate financing to the global south, to African countries specifically, where climate finance gaps have been huge and growing. But a combination, in our view, of debt for nature swap and a vibrant carbon credit market will be a major boost to really ensure that we have enough resources to finance climate change mitigation adaptations. More than driving the growth of nature-based solutions, to reconstitute the natural capital, the carbon credit have the potential to set developing countries on the path of debt sustainability and macro stability, which has been a major challenge within the continents. And long-term projections are very encouraging in the sense that the region could actually raise almost $120 billion annually from these schemes. And that is why the debt for nature swap with carbon credit could emerge in our view as a key currency, which is why we think that this topic is so timely as we look forward to really exploring options to make sure that combinations put Africa where it should be in terms of addressing climate change, but also entering a virtuous cycle of sustainable growth and fiscal sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. So, Jean-Paul, from your perspective, we do have about 5 minutes for this, but in terms of the tools available when it comes to innovating with integrity, what are your views on this?
Well, thank you very much. And me, is everything okay? Yes, okay. I can't sit on a panel where we talk about debt swaps without touching on that first before I talk a bit about the carbon registry for the Congo Basin. But essentially, I think that one of the most interesting areas is that because of the fiscal space issues that African countries are facing today, if we can generate money from carbon markets, and particularly over the longer term, these flows, I mean, they can be spent directly, but they can also be used, I think, as Hippolyte was saying, to help restructure some of these existing debts, which are very burdensome, and thereby even more increase the opportunity for getting flows of finance, particularly for governments, because governments are really fiscally constrained right now. So I just wanted to make that point to complement what Hippolyte already covered, and this can also then help in accessing the green bond market, the blue bond market, in a way which, currently African countries have less than 1% of global issuances of those sustainable bonds. So I think the revenues from carbon markets can really help us address that. So in less than 5 minutes on the Congo Basin Carbon Registry, and I'd like to start on that to firstly recognize the vision and leadership of countries within the Congo Basin. We have the Vice Prime Minister of DRC, who was very much pushing for this. We have the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Congo, Madame Arlette Soudanono. I think she'll be joining us if she's not here already, who will really asked the ECA in 2022 to develop this registry as a means of ensuring integrity of the carbon market for countries of the Congo Basin. Integrity is one of the main tools that will allow us to raise the price over time. If we have integrity, accountability, transparency, meaning investors will know, if I go to the carbon credit registry of the Congo Basin, this is a credible project, they will be more willing to invest in it and to pay the true value of what that carbon is worth. So the Congo Basin Carbon Registry, established with the support of ECA, essentially creates a common and harmonized protocol for all 16 countries of the Congo Basin. Some of those countries may have their own national registry, but all of them can also use the regional registry. Now this helps in avoiding a race to the bottom. It ensures that there is a minimum standard that all countries have agreed to. And the other aspect of the registry, which is going to be very important, is the development of the project pipeline. So we have worked on template projects, and very soon the website of the Congo Basin Climate Commission will be able to show these projects. So we currently have in excess of $1 billion worth of projects, not all of yet that are uploaded in the website, and in those projects, about 30% of them are in innovative areas like blue carbon, and the other 60-odd% are mostly mitigation outcomes. But with those template projects, the importance of those template projects is that they are not defined by investors. They are defined by countries, and therefore they prioritize the impacts on the communities. We heard great examples before of how you can look at, for example, clean cooking solutions. And that is a very viable economic model, but most importantly, it delivers for people who need access to clean cooking. And that's the focus of these template projects. It focuses on agroforestry, therefore incomes. So for example, linking it with the development of the cocoa industry. It focuses on renewable energy in communities that live near high biodiversity areas such as forests, and therefore reducing the impact of deforestation. And it focuses on sustainable agricultural practices, such as using modern irrigation techniques in rice production, which dramatically reduces the use of the generation of methane. So this kind of model for a regional registry is one that there is a lot of interest now for replication. We're looking to do the same thing in the Climate Commission for the Sahel region, and we're looking to do the same thing for the Climate Commission covering the island states. And we want to work with the African Union Commission and with the Afrexim Bank and with all the other partners, including Sustainable Energy for All and ACME, to look at how we can eventually have standardization and more harmonization at the African level. And as I said, integrity equals higher price.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. I'm really stuck with the integrity as a means to allow us to raise prices, and particularly considering everything that has been said earlier, and also your point on how it's important to ensure that the projects also touch local communities and are country-led rather than investment-led. Thank you so much to these two experts who joined us for this conversation. We are going to take just one question from the audience, if we have one. You can raise your hand and a microphone we have a question there.
Thank you so much, the two. My question is to George.
Hippolyte.
Nature, the shopping debt for nature has been labeled as privatizing the common or the new colonialism. Because if it was a fishing village, you come and take that, maybe make it an MPA, so that we may be able to. So the question has been, and the same thing follow up with the Congo registry. I think the market becomes the solution. If we don't have a fair price for the carbon as a commodity, I still will feel that swapping for nature may just be a short-term fixing rather than a long-term solution. What's your take?
No, I think, thank you very much. I may start with the latter question, which is less challenging. I think that's why we stressed the need to combine the debt swap for nature, debt for nature swap, with a carbon credit market. I think the most transparent and powerful solutions is that carbon credit market. And the carbon credit market is not just one that is nature-based. It may actually involve manufacturing industries, a polluting one. And by accounting for those negative externalities, we may be able to ensure that shift and transfer toward those who have not polluted their way to prosperity the way it's been done. And the key question we have now, reflecting on all this, is that how do we actually be more consequential historically, in the sense that the countries which have contributed the least to that climate catastrophe that we are actually facing now have a much higher reward. And I think that is what we may be actually focusing our attention on, and to address that climate injustice, which has been going back all the way to industrial revolutions. It's a very important aspect. Now, on your first question on debt climate swap, debt for nature swap, it is a key one. I was reading a piece just recently where Rabobank in the Netherlands is actually monitoring a piece of land in East Africa, where actually in that arrangement, they're able to really draw on nature-based solutions to actually sell that carbon credit to financial institutions in Europe. And one wonder, how do we make sure that the return on those investments actually channel properly to the continent? And the issue of land ownership is also something that these arrangements are raising. How do we make sure that we do not create a new type of injustice by addressing the climate injustice that we've not created? It is a very sensible issue that should be at the forefront of this discussion. I'm just very pleased that you're raising that, because we are all grappling with that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jean-Paul will also answer that question.
No, I have to, because I was involved in a debt swap in 2015 for Seychelles, which involved marine protected areas. So perhaps the practical example would be, because debt swaps, there are many different forms of debt swaps that have been done in the past. There is a danger in debt swaps if the terms of the swap are set by whatever organization that you are swapping with and not the country, then you are at risk. But this is, if I take the example of Seychelles, the goal was to empower local artisanal and semi-industrial fishing, because the problem was not them. The problem was the big industrial nations, the big industrial fishing nations, the distant fishing nations that were overfishing. And in the fund that was created, local artisanal and semi-industrial fishing organizations actually had direct access to those funds, and as a means for them to get more involved in the value chain. So for example, to invest in the cold chain, to invest in more processing, so that they were not only involved in the catching element, and that they were involved also in the more broader value addition of the sector. And I think this goes to the point about carbon markets, debt swaps. In all of those scenarios, the project pipeline has to be designed by communities. And then the verification through indicators has to ensure that this is covered as well. There will always be a risk in any market-based instrument that if you are only prioritizing the economic outcomes, that you will end up with a bad result. But if you are focused on the results of the actual project and the impact that they have, I think that's a good way of addressing that. And just on the macroeconomic aspect, if we take the Seychelles example, we went from a debt where we were paying an average of about 6% to a debt where we were paying less than 2%. So from a Ministry of Finance perspective, it made absolute sense. And then in terms of the actual projects, it made sense at the level of the community.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the question. We're going to stretch this conversation for another 5 minutes, and then we will stop. But I understand that the Minister would like to ask a question or give a commentary. Could we have a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This issue of debt for nature, I first heard about it at COP26. And since then we've heard there's so much being talked about debt for nature. The examples that we gave are only of 3 countries. Now, if this thing is so viable, I know AFCFTA is working with a lot of countries on the African continent that are in debt distress. How come this has not been benefited them, or how come most countries on the African continent are not benefiting from it, seeing that they're all in debt, most of them are in debt distress? What are the challenges, and what would be the pathways for these countries to take in order to achieve this debt for nature facility?
Thank you. Excellent question, Minister. The main issue, frankly, is that the international development architecture is not aligned to it yet. But there are winds of change happening. In the context of the Bridgetown Agenda, there is increasing appetite for us to address these issues. I would like to say that a debt swap is not for every country. There are some countries, if you have reached a level of debt where it's completely unsustainable, then a swap is maybe not the best option. You may need dramatic haircuts and debt relief. But if the Secretary of State of Cabo Verde can allow me, I think there's potentially a transformative deal on the horizon, because Cabo Verde has just negotiated with Portugal a debt swap. The details are still to be worked out, but the difference of the new arrangement between Cabo Verde and Portugal compared to the ones already mentioned by Hippolyte is that if I take the Seychelles debt swap, the Barbados debt swap, Belize, they were using commercial instruments. So they were market-based. They were a little bit dependent on countries already having market access. In the case of Cabo Verde has very successfully advocated. We have climate plans that are very ambitious. We can't fund them in the current environment. We need our partners to look at our debt, make informed decisions. Our commitment is invest renewable energy and in areas that will be transformative for our people. And I think if we can successfully deliver a very good debt swap for Cabo Verde, which will be with a country of the European Union, I think it will be a precursor for probably many more to happen. So we wish Cabo Verde all the best, and ECA is very happy to support.
Fantastic. Do you have additional commentary?
May just add a few comments. I think the issue of debt distress coming out of the HIPIC, we had a cycle whereby debt to GDP ratio were actually very low within the continent. So they actually overshot after the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's where we've seen a lot of countries becoming increasingly having difficulty to honor the external commitments. And as Jean-Paul said, I think once you get that stage where you have to restructure your debt, it becomes very difficult to consider the debt for nature swaps. So the first steps is actually to do that debt restructuring. And that's where many countries that we mentioned earlier are at this stage. But the beauty about debt for nature swaps is that unlike, as Jean-Paul said, that it can be done while at the same time improving your credit rating score. We saw that in Barbados, in Belize. We saw that in Seychelles. In other words, not only will you actually reduce what you actually deploy in terms of debt servicing, also improve access to market at a more affordable cost in terms of pricing. So it is, all things considered, something we have to really consider seriously on the way forward, provided that we take into account some of the risks that we mentioned in terms of land ownership and future challenges. But I think AFCFTA is actually working closely with countries, and this is something that we are going to be pushing more forcefully going forward in a way that help create the condition for fiscal and debt sustainability while addressing the climate change challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for your question. And thank you to the audience. Let's give them a round of applause as we conclude this discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are almost at the end of this morning's section. The next conversation is about creating an enabling environment. And of course, we've already alluded to that. That has really provided a segue into what we're going to be discussing now. Now, to lead you in that conversation is the Senior Director for Finance and Operations for Sustainable Energy for All, Sherif Ayub. And that conversation will roughly take around 30 minutes, after which we will be proceeding to lunch. So let's give him a round of applause. Slight change of plans. We understand that you've been sitting here for quite a while, so we'll now invite you to proceed to lunch. We'll be back in just an hour to conclude, well, to continue with the rest of today's programming. Thank you very much for your attention. And of course, do engage and connect with one another. It is a networking lunch. You've heard from live projects that are operating here on the continent. You've also heard from experts and specialists, and I'm sure that probably by now you have a few more questions for them. So I wish you all a great lunch, and please do connect with one another. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you back into the ballroom as we will be proceeding with this afternoon's activities. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the ballroom, please. Ladies and gentlemen, to all those in the hallway who can hear my voice, we'd like to welcome you back into the main room to continue with the proceedings of the afternoon. Okay, welcome back everyone. We trust that you have enjoyed and had a very good Ethiopian lunch. We are excited to continue with the proceedings of this afternoon, where our very first conversation is about creating an enabling environment, and we're going to focus on the Congo Basin. To introduce and lead that conversation, I'd like to introduce you to our moderator for this session, who is the Senior Director of Finance and Operations for the Sustainable Energy for All, Mr. Sherif Ayub, to take the stage. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's really tough to be a moderator after lunch. It's like right up there with brain surgery, like being a brain surgeon or, like a rocket scientist. But we'll try to kind of have a lively session. If I can invite my panelists to the stage. First, we have Her Excellency Arlette Soudan Nenon, who is the Minister of Environment, Sustainable Development, and the Congo Basin. I would like... And then I would like to also invite Ms. Hanan Morsi, who is the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, Deputy Executive Secretary. And then also Mr. Alfonso Samarin, who spoke earlier today, from the African Development Bank, East Africa Regional Climate Change and Adaptation Lead. And then Ms. Sophie Odupoy, who is from the COCO Network, Group Head of Public Affairs. Please join me. And I believe His Excellency Albert Mashanga, who is the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade and Tourism and Industry and Minerals, is unable to attend today. And we believe we have another representative from the African Union, Mr. Jean Bertrand, if I have the name correct, perhaps. Please join us. Well, great. So, hello everybody. The session today is titled Creating the Enabling Environment, the Role of Governments and Financial Institutions. So it's really a heavy lift, especially when we talked a lot today about the potential in in the carbon markets. And we talked about job creation, we talked about revenue support, we talked about debt sustainability, we talked about innovation, and something that touches the private sector, whether it's the private sector at the national level or engaging even the private sector at the international level. So it's actually a very important topic for us today, and I'm very pleased with the high-level participation by the panelists this afternoon. So let me start with Your Excellency Arlette Sudonono. We've heard today about the Congo Basin, and that is generally considered as the second lung of our planet, regulating the climate and providing livelihood to billions of people, considering its immense forest ecosystem. Now, considering its immense peatland discovered very recently, this basin could very properly be classified as the first lung, not the second lung, the first lung of our planet regulating climate. How does the Congo Basin Climate Commission and the Congo Basin Blue Fund contribute to creating the enabling environment for public and private investment flows, which was discussed in a few sessions today, which are required for successful carbon market opportunities for resilient development in the sub-region?
En tout cas, je vous remercie, vraiment. Bonsoir à tous, bonjour à tous, chers collègues, chers tous. Vous l'avez dit, le bassin du Congo, je suis, c'est vrai, ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable et du bassin du Congo, de la République du Congo, mais j'interviens également en ma qualité de coordinatrice de la commission climatique du bassin du Congo qui gère les 16 pays du bassin du Congo. Et aujourd'hui, lorsque vous parlez du deuxième poumon écologique, c'est simple, je vais vous prendre un exemple. De par la superficie, l'Amazonie est le premier bassin. Mais par le stock de carbone, le bassin du Congo est le premier. Pourquoi? Entre la République démocratique du Congo et mon pays, la République du Congo, il a été découvert ce qu'on appelle les tourbières en français et les peatlands. Lorsque les forêts du bassin du Congo, elles stockent 1,5 milliard de gigatonnes de CO2, les tourbières à elles seules stockent 31 milliards de gigatonnes de CO2. C'est l'équivalent de 3 à 4 années d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. C'est pour ça que nous devenons ce premier, en fin de compte, bassin qui stocke le carbone aujourd'hui. C'est ça, en fin de compte. Et le bassin du Congo, c'est également 10% de la biodiversité mondiale. C'est toujours des chiffres astronomiques du côté du bassin du Congo. Tout comme avec notre frère, le bassin de l'Amazonie, nous avons également, après le grand fleuve Amazone, le fleuve Congo, qui est le deuxième plus grand fleuve après l'Amazone également. Donc aujourd'hui, nous, dans le cadre de la commission climat du bassin du Congo, nous avons signé un MOU, un protocole d'accord avec la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, où nous parlons justement du crédit carbone. Nous avons souhaité avoir ce partenariat. Pourquoi? Parce que dans l'accord de Paris, en l'article 6, il est fait état justement d'un mécanisme qui devait être mis en place sur les crédits carbone. Mais je tiens quand même à dire une chose avant. Il faut que nous dissocions, nous fassions la différence entre le crédit carbone volontaire, qui est le Far West, qui n'est pas régulé, et le crédit carbone souverain qui est dans l'accord de Paris et celui-là qui est régulé. Parce que le carbone volontaire, le crédit carbone volontaire, il a des règles qu'il ne le sent pas, enfin, quand il n'y a pas de règles. C'est à la tête du client, on peut vous donner 5 $, 8 $ la tonne, alors que celui de l'accord de Paris, il est régulé et il va passer entre 50 et 125 $ la tonne, vous voyez. Donc il faut vraiment que nous parlions le même langage. Nous avons, au travers de nos contributions nationales déterminées, identifié dans les pipelines de nos projets des projets de durabilité qui séquestrent, qui stockent le carbone aujourd'hui. Donc nous avons identifié cela dans nos CDN. Et nous avons sorti ces projets qui sont déjà vraiment identifiés. Et donc nous travaillons donc avec la CEA, nous travaillons avec le Fonds monétaire international également, en portant ce qu'on appelle les crédits carbone volontaire. Nous travaillons également avec l'Union européenne dans ce sens, nous travaillons également avec la Banque mondiale dans ce sens, dans le cadre donc de l'accessibilité au crédit carbone volontaire aujourd'hui. Donc nous voulons simplement accélérer ces mécanismes-là. Au niveau de la commission climatique du bassin du Congo, il y a déjà des passerelles avec la CEA et nous travaillons dans ce sens-là.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We're always very surprised with the level of support that we get in the climate, the fight to climate change in terms of the Congo Basin, and the level of the carbon sinks that exist in the Congo Basin is something that we should do more to support in terms of project financing. In ACME, we're looking for ways and means to be able to support the DRC as well as the 16 countries that you're participating in the Congo Basin. I think the comments that you mentioned in terms of the VCNs and then the sovereign credits as far as the NDCs is something that is not talked about often enough, which is something that we should engage a bit more on. But moving to the UN ECA, Ms. Hanan Morsi, we've heard the view and the questions in terms of, or the request to be able to engage more from the UN ECA in terms of the carbon markets. So the question that I have for you is, what is UN ECA doing in terms of unleashing the carbon markets? And earlier today, we've had a brief conversation in terms of how does that fit into the reform of the global financial architecture in terms of reform also in the MDBs as well. But then also a bit more specifically on the Congo Basin, can we have a bit more focus on all of us on that particular area as well?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think at the heart of what we're talking about, there are certain areas that ECA is working with member states on. That includes areas of developing and revising nationally determined contributions and ways to actually finance that. It also includes areas of identifying and estimating sequestering opportunities and innovative financing instruments. It includes as well the issue of fair and equitable reaching fair and equitable international agreements in terms of global projections for reaching net zero. And here, of course, is the issue that where we are currently, the expectation is that Africa will have to do the same in terms of cutting emissions as countries that have contributed way more, and while Africa still needs to develop. So the current formulation is not fair, so that's a very important area. And of course, the area that we've been talking about, which is developing the carbon credit market. And we've been working with the Congo Basin on the issues of harmonizing protocols and increasing the integrity of the market, which is an essential requirement, actually, to get us to fair pricing. Because what we need to do is to ensure that we have credible, high-quality credit that can actually meet international standards so that we avoid these risks of greenwashing that there is a lot of concern about in terms of these markets. So that's an area that we've been working on, and ECA estimated that there are projects in the Congo Basin based on the work that we've done on the registry, projects worth $1.6 billion that can be achieved based on that work and establishing that registry. So there is a huge potential in that area, and the objective at the end is to also link the different regional markets. The Congo Basin Market Commission, the Sahel Commission, as well as the Island Commission in an integrated market. I think the issue here, I think at large, is how does this fit the all what we're talking about in the big picture. And I think what we are trying to achieve is the fact that even though Africa has not contributed much to the problem of global warming, because we contribute less than 3% of global emissions, yet we are a huge part of the solution, because Africa can sequester a third of global needs. So what we need is we need to be fairly compensated for what we are able to, how we're able to provide that solution. And that's basically at the heart of our discussion today, that we want to get that fair pricing to our contributions to the solution. And that can only be done if we are able to actually raise standards to international best standards, harmonize protocols, and by that we'll be able to actually raise the price to a more fair price. How does this fit in the whole financing landscape? I think one, it fits in terms of actually availing resources. It's almost, this is raising domestic resource mobilization through carbon markets. So the money that you can get through that can actually then be utilized in other things that other financing needs that the country has, whether it's development needs, whether it's investing in long-term renewable energy, whether it's doing more to provide the infrastructure for the country. So the uses, you can then cater the uses to the needs of the country. But it will be a huge source of resource mobilization. But at the same time, and also, of course, financing for any investment that the country needs. Another aspect of this issue is the issue that can actually serve the work on developing the carbon credit market can serve as a very good, well-identified and credible key performance indicators to unleash green finance. Because one of the key issues in actually accessing green finance is that fear that whatever you're having is a short term that may not be durable, that is not credible enough for creditors to actually see the benefit and the credibility of what you're putting. When you're actually committing to harmonizing protocols, to raising to international standards, this is a lot more credible in terms of putting very well specified actions on the table that can then mobilize these financing options. So it can be part of credible KPIs for blue and green finance and green bonds. A third area, I think, is this also for the global financial architecture. How can you use this? So we said already that we can use it through green financing to provide credible way of tracking and monitoring performance. But then also, there are, in the international financial architecture, we've been calling, for example, on tools existing, like the Resilience and Sustainability Trust by the IMF that has been put forward to deal with climate change, that we need to use that as basically a catalyst for attracting more green finance. And that can include developing credit markets, can include having credit enhancement tools, de-risking guarantees. So all this would really help move us forward. And also another side of that global financial architecture is the need for multilateral development banks reforms. That includes, of course, the issue of taking more risk on the balance sheet, giving more de-risking, blending for private sector. And all this will actually help catalyze and bring more revenues from developing carbon credit market. So I think it's kind of a holistic approach, and actually also the same revenues that you're getting from developing these carbon credit markets, part of that countries themselves can use it as a way of providing blended finance to crowd in more private sector. So there is, I think when we consider this, we need to look at it in a holistic way, and how do we move the different parts, whether, creating more domestic resource, and then how we can use it the best, but also how to attract international capital and external financing in a more affordable and sustainable way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanan. So yes, a lot of work that is being done by ECA, very clearly, particularly the work on the countries, and then you've alluded to in terms of also the reform of the MDBs and the IFIs, including obviously the things that are being done by the IMF in terms of the SDRs. So moving on to Alfonso Samurin. I'm going to give you a hard time, Alfonso, okay? Because I think the biggest balance sheet in this room is AFDB. Does anybody have any bigger balance sheet than AFDB? Anybody? No. Okay. So you have a big balance sheet, and we need to understand exactly what are you going to do about it. So there has been some obvious communication on the work that the AFDB is going to be doing in terms of climate finance. But I think it needs to go, and this is just not a criticism of the AFDB, this is the MDBs in general, that's a lot of times it becomes a question of tagging, that it's a green project, we're going to tag it as green, then we do green. Meanwhile, a lot of the work that is being done on the ground in the Congo Basin, as well as other countries, Sahel, and then Han also mentioned the island states, requires a lot of support from financial institutions. And where the AFDB goes, others follow. So the question that we have for you is that, what are you going to do about it? And how much can you announce today that you're going to do something about it? I don't know if you have something from the president of AFDB that you can announce today, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to say this has been a very brilliant conversation in the course of the day, and thanks again, Nan, for those brilliant points. We're having a timely and a very relevant conversation because many of you may recall, about 8 years ago, we all developed the interim NDCs. And we had a few months to develop that ahead of COP21. That was in Paris. And the truth about it was, even then, a lot of the NDCs, the high NDCs in developed, many of them, more than half of them, refer to carbon markets as a potential source of financing. Now, years later, we've improved on those NDCs, and we've actually costed some of them, and we've actually deepened our thoughts about where the money will come from. And many countries have referred to opportunities in the carbon market. I think in the interest of time, I want to put 3 points forward. So the first thing is, we need to recognize that the conversation we're having here today is not necessarily new. But the conversation is about what do we need to do differently going forward. So while it's an old conversation, we need new ideas about solutions. And it's important for us not to lose the strategic alignment to NDC implementation. So for us at the bank, the starting point is the conversation around carbon market must be very much aligned within the overarching NDC implementation, because within that conversation we're doing a lot of things, whether the support to the Congo Basin, whether the support to many of our member countries, but also to diversify the menu when it comes to climate finance. And so carbon market is just one of them. And it's possible to understand that within that strategic alignment, we're able to access different pockets of resources. And some of them could be very useful for us to do the groundwork that we need in the carbon project space. So it's very important to be able to look at it in a very coordinated approach. And that's the starting point for the bank. The second point, which is also very important for the bank, is as we talk about the numbers in terms of supply and demand, the price of carbon, and basically crowding in private capital, we need to understand that there's this boring layer of work called enabling environment. And it's so easy to say. Everyone will say we need an enabling environment. Then you get into the nitty-gritty of what does it mean? What do you need to do? Then that's a bigger conversation. And so it's very important to look at the policy and institutional framework that are very critical for that private capital to flow in. We need to think about some of the regulatory systems, because those systems will determine the type of market that are potentially going to happen. As much as we want to say move towards a compliance market is a regulated market, and oftentimes we don't like the word regulation. So it's very important that we wanted a regulated type of market, but the conditions for it, we're struggling with it. But also we need to appreciate the incentive structures in terms of fiscal policies that may be in place ahead of that. So what the bank is doing, within our African Carbon Support Program at the moment is to understand where countries are at different levels, and to be able to have this targeted support to countries in terms of what they need to do. Some countries are still thinking about what it means for them. Others are already thinking about how do we bring the activities in private space and have the government support that, especially in Kenya. So the bank is supporting a lot of countries at different levels. But what is, I think, what many people would love to hear and see about the bank is the fact that we anticipate an increase in supply of credit in the African market, you know, or for the African carbon market. But supply is not an easy thing. You know, demand is instantaneous, you need demand. But supply, there's a timeline to it, there are a lot of things to do. And in the past, some of our investments, we never consider carbon revenue as part of the old financial models. So now there are new conversations about, you know, beyond the viability of the project without carbon revenue, now including carbon revenue into that, that gives you enough space to take much risk. And we're putting in some of these de-risking structures in order to be able to have that capital investment. The last point is, it's going to be learning by doing. I keep saying we're going to be flying a plane while we're still building it. So you're flying a plane while you're building the part. And that's a learning by doing part. And the only thing I can announce today is we look forward to joining the African Carbon Market Initiative. I see Iguilia is very happy about that. And look, we're not interested in duplicating effort. We recognize that there is a very powerful vehicle that is moving, that has made tremendous success within a short period of time. And we want to bring in our convening power, our capital, but also our knowledge into that space. Last point, no, I don't know. I'll give 1 more minute if you give us $1 billion. So, well, you see, there is money, then there is access to money. We bring access to money. I'll keep it there for now. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. So thank you very much for that. Alfonso, so I'm giving you a hard time, obviously. It's with a balance sheet as big as yours. So great that you're going to be part of ACME, and thank you very much, William, for facilitating this as well. You're part of some of the thematic groups in ACME as well, with some of the work that we're doing in ACME. We're hoping to launch in the COP28 $1 billion of advanced market commitments. We'll hopefully get the support of AFDB on that as well. But I think there's a lot of the project developers, including obviously Cocoa Network, as well as others in this room as well, who are looking kind of for support from the AFDB as well as others to be able to kind of get money into the project developer space. Sophie, in 3 minutes, I'm sorry just because we're cutting short on time, in terms of what is it that you want from governments? As a project developer, as somebody, and we had a presentation before, and it was quite impressive. What do you see kind of the bottlenecks? And if you have one message or at least 2 messages to be able to communicate to the governments, what would it be as a project developers?
Thank you, and good afternoon. So the first point is something that Olufunzo's talked about, the enabling environment. For us as an investor, it's important for government to give us the fiscal incentives we need to invest. And what we usually ask for the government is give us 10 years of fiscal incentives. In return, we will invest and we will build a network for X number of households. So it differs from country to country. We have done that with Rwanda. So it's not like we are reinventing the wheel. We are in conversations with other governments to do that. Secondly is around carbon market framework or the carbon regulations. It is important for private sector to be a player in the drafting of these regulations. How carbon markets, how they function within our business model is different from the way they function within other business models. There's no one size fits all. You can't turn around and put in place carbon market regulations and apply them uniformly across all industries. Third, what is unique for us is we're not active in the ethanol industry. However, we create the demand for the industry. We need government to recognize the long-term impact will come from providing an enabling environment for investment into the ethanol industry. In return, you get jobs, you get farmers having a ready market for their feedstock. Government needs to understand that is where it will be in the long term. And for us, we want, as we venture into each country, we build a local industry so that we buy local. That is where once consumers buy our cookers, that is where the supply of the ethanol is long-term. So we need government to partner with us. It's critical for them to understand how our business model operates. We keep saying our business shows better than it speaks. We are always open. We invite you to come and visit us in Nairobi. We will walk you around our business model. You'll be able to see how it works, from our operations to speaking to agents to speaking to customers. So you can actually go back and say, I now understand how cocoa is able to do their business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Now moving on to the AU, Sir John Bertrand. I was having a call and a discussion with one of the countries that we're engaging with for the ACME, and in the meeting they asked a question that struck me: is where is the AU? What kind of engagements is ACME having with the AU? What kind of involvement is the AU having in the carbon markets? So there has been discussions, obviously, within the AU itself in terms of the involvement in the carbon markets. I think more and more countries want more visibility from the AU on this. Besides the political support, how can we engage a bit more, whether at the country level or whether at the ECA level or whether at the IFI level, but then also from the UN system itself with the AU on this to be able to move forward?
Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator, and Your Excellencies, distinguished co-panelists. Let me first of all extend the apologies of my commissioner who couldn't make it because of a last-minute meeting of the commission after the summit. So you're right in saying the AU has been some kind of leading from behind, when it comes to this very important topic. But what we need to recognize in the first place is we come from the background of an institution that has seen Africa poor performance in the market of traditional commodities, where Africa was basically selling its commodities for a very unfair price. And so one of the things we have in the back of our mind is how do we ensure that venturing into this new business model, we are able to do things differently. I think it came up during the conversation. That is the first thing. The second thing is to recognize that because this is a new business model, it's quite complex. And like the Honorable Minister said earlier, we need to enhance understanding of what the carbon market means, actually. What are the segments? Where do Africa currently has a competitive advantage? And as we do that, we need also to bring on board the various stakeholders, because we are now living in an era of co-regulation, the whole idea of bringing the private sector on board. Now, let me just highlight five things that we intend to do, just briefly. First, to set the scenes, produce knowledge, associate ourselves, partner with institutions that are producing knowledge on the carbon market to enhance understanding. This is the first thing. The second thing is we will enhance or increase our convening powers, in order to bring together the various stakeholders. Of course, our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Blue Economy have done a great job with what is called the Green Recovery Action Plan. And there are specific intervention areas in that plan, one of which is on climate finance, and it recognizes the importance of the carbon market. Now, what we need to do is also to bring on board the ministers of finance, because the whole conversation about incentives, which direction should the regulations take, needs to be with the right stakeholders. If not, we'll be just talking to ourselves, a particular group of stakeholders. So we need to do that. The other thing we would like to do is to work on establishing the relevant institutions or the appropriate institutions. We have some of them already. We've been talking about these regional registries. It's time to look at a continental registry in the context of the AFCFTA. We need a platform where we can see exactly what is being traded. Now, we have the African Trade Observatory. Perhaps it's time to think about how do we bring some of those elements on that platform which already exists. And then the issue of attracting investment, the AFCFTA protocol on investment that was adopted at this summit. It has some provisions on facilitating and promoting sustainable investment. Now, what does that mean? How do we operationalize it at the national level? So these are some of the sectors where we believe as the AU Commission, we can play an important role. Finally, the issue of integrity, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The AUC has a role to play, but our member states also need to accept that we play that role. You know, because what is crystal clear is no country is going to win the battle of integrity on its own. We need to work together. And this is something that we intend to work with the member state, the regional economic communities, and the partners, UNECA, AFDB, AFRICZimbank, you know, to see how we can undertake some concrete actions going forward. I stop here for now.
Thank you very much. So just a feedback on this one. So just to be very clear, we cannot do this without the African Union Commission. This is very clear in my mind. The convening power that exists from the African Union Commission is unparalleled. So the heavy involvement, as you mentioned, whether it's looking at it from a continental standpoint, I think you bring in a very good, interesting idea, which was mentioned, the free trade agreement, the African free trade agreement, whereby can we potentially think of an African BCM of some sorts, I think, or a continental registry. So I think that is an extremely important. Perhaps, Your Excellency, you have an add-on question or comment?
Non, je vous remercie, ce n'est pas tout à fait une question, mais j'aimerais peut-être relever quelque chose. Il ne faut pas que il faut que nous partons d'un nouveau postulat. Aujourd'hui, les États africains, je parle vraiment du continent africain, sont structurés. Ça a été dit ici. Nous avons 3 commissions climatiques. La commission climat du bassin du Congo, la commission climat de la région du Sahel, la commission climat des États insulaires. Mais ce qui n'a pas été dit, c'est que ce sont des institutions sous-régionales de l'Union africaine depuis 2017. Donc, vous n'avez pas à aller chercher, frapper aux portes, puisque ces 3 institutions en charge des questions climatiques sont logées au sein de l'Union africaine. Et nous travaillons étroitement avec la commissaire en charge de ces questions au niveau de l'Union africaine. Nous venons même là d'adopter, dans le cadre des assemblées générales de l'UA, la 36e en l'occurrence, la décennie mondiale de la forestation. Vous voyez, les choses se font en partenariat avec l'Union africaine. C'est la République du Congo qui porte la présidence de la commission climatique du bassin du Congo, qui a porté pour ses États membres cette décennie, qui a été donc entérinée à l'occasion de cette assemblée générale. Nous allons également aller avec les deux grosses commissions, pas commissions, mais bassins forestiers mondiaux. Le bassin de l'Amazonie, le bassin du Bornéo-Mékong, le bassin du Congo. Les 3 bassins, à eux 3, faisant 80% de biodiversité mondiale. Le secrétaire général des Nations Unies donc, va venir à Brazzaville, fin de cette année, pour tenir cette grande conférence qui porte tous ces écosystèmes avec les autres partenaires du Nord, parce que n'oublions pas que dans la partie Nord également, il y a des forêts. Mais le focus particulier est mis sur le bassin du Congo aujourd'hui, qui est avéré, qui est le régulateur mondial. Donc nous avons des CDN aujourd'hui en conformité avec l'accord de Paris. Nous avons des plans d'investissement. Tout est déjà identifié au travers de nos 3 commissions. Donc nous ne partons pas de rien. Je n'ai pas voulu m'appesantir ici. Nos chefs d'État l'ont dit à Washington, partout. Et nous devons, moi je l'ai dit à John Kerry lorsque nous discutons à Glasgow, partout, à Sharm el-Sheikh, partout. Ma collègue qui est là, Eve Bazaïba, tout le monde le dit, je pense. Il nous faut lever, faut dérisquer ces banques multilatérales pour permettre au secteur privé de prendre le relais. Mais au centre de tout ça, il y a quelque chose qui nous met souvent en difficulté, c'est le renforcement des capacités. Parce que c'est le secteur privé qui investit dans le cadre d'une transition énergétique. Ces ressources-là, oui, mais pour lever cette économie circulaire, nous nous appuyons, nous les États, sur le secteur privé. Donc nous avons déjà des cadres institutionnels, réglementaires, nous avons accéléré cette démarche, nous avons des partenariats identifiés aujourd'hui, et donc ça serait bien que nous ayons chacun de nous une forme d'appropriation de tous ces outils, parce qu'à ce stade, nous sommes dans l'implémentation, parce que nous travaillons, les États ont décidé d'être en rang organisé. Lorsque nous parlons avec la CEA, je vous l'ai dit, nous avons signé, lorsque nous avons transmis le témoin du 7e Forum régional du développement durable à la République du Rwanda, qui porte aujourd'hui le 8e Forum du développement durable, nous avons signé au nom de la Commission climatique du bassin du Congo ce MOU avec l'un des aspects sur le crédit carbone. Donc, les choses se font, mais nous voulons une accélération. Et nous sommes ravis aujourd'hui, ayant rencontré le secrétaire général la semaine dernière à New York. Dans le cadre de cet échange, le secrétaire général nous a dit, nous a rassuré, de prendre en compte maintenant la problématique du bassin du Congo. C'est pour ça qu'il a accepté, sous son égide, de venir à Brazzaville porter ce grand sommet sur les écosystèmes de restauration naturelle et de conservation qui aujourd'hui sans lesquels nous allons perdre notre habitat et nous allons donc aller vers l'extinction même de la biodiversité. Donc voilà ce que je pouvais vous dire, tout en vous remerciant.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So we're over time, and I apologize to the organizers, but if anybody in this room is going to get more time, it's somebody from the Congo Basin, because they're really the second lung in the world. So with that, I want to get all of you to really a round of applause to our moderators, to our panelists today for the excellent work, and looking forward to follow up with them.
Thank you very much to our panel and our expert moderator, Mr. Sheriff Ayub. I'll just ask our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And our next on the lineup is another project showcase. This time we're going to be getting to know Wildlife Works Carbon, a major developer of the REDD+ projects and one of the first such projects in the world to receive carbon credits. Wildlife Works Carbon exemplifies how the carbon market directly benefits conservation efforts and communities. Please join me in welcoming to stage Global Director of Conservation for Wildlife Works, Mr. Mwangi Gituru.
Today I hope to share a few insights of what we've learned over the last 12, 13 years of implementing REDD+ forest carbon projects in Africa. Mostly I'll showcase our project in Kasigao, which is in southeastern part of Kenya, but the lessons are broader, learned from other projects elsewhere that we've implemented. So our project in Kenya is in an acacia dryland forest. It's not one of these classic tropical rainforests. It's in acacia comifera dryland forest, comprising of about 200,000 hectares of ranches that are group ranches, which are lands that are owned by communities within this area.
We have two phases of the project. The purple one was the phase 1 and the yellow ones were the phase 2, total, comprising about 15 group ranches in that area. The communities living around these ranches comprise our project communities, and they number about 100,000 local community members. Just so in this area, which is about 500,000 acres, so far the mitigation that we've achieved in terms of emission reductions, net emissions reductions, is about 20 million tons. These projects were dual validated with the verified carbon standard and the climate community and biodiversity standard back in 2011. And over the last 11 or so years, we have an emission reduction of about 1.5 to 1.7 million every year. So that's the climate benefits that we've achieved so far. And we have, over the years, developed a fairly robust and transparent benefit sharing process consisting of these steps in the waterfall, if you like. So straight from the gross sales at the top, we try to be as open as we can without obviously divulging some proprietary information, but we know what is sold, what goes into transaction costs. A lot of that was discussed in the morning, that we don't want the transaction costs to be 60% of the project cost. So you can, and the sizes of these boxes kind of tell you the next one from the sales at the top is the transaction cost. Then you have revenue share, where we share the revenues with communities and government. And then we have project operating costs, which are local implementation costs of the project, salaries, etc. And then you have a profit share at the bottom, which is again divided between us as a project developer, the government, and the communities, depending on the laws of the land. And in that red square over there, that's where the community benefits are accrued, and we try to make sure that at least 50% of the project accrues to the community and more than 70% to the country. In the country. So financially, we've had, over the last 5 years, just to demonstrate, we've had about $6 million going into these communities as project benefits, and more than 18 million going in as revenue share to the communities in this area. This is just an illustration that all the project activities that are implemented through this project, the local community revenues, go to a whole suite of activities, from biodiversity protection to education to healthcare, income generating activities, etc. And so that's the illustration that we're covering quite a number of the SDGs. So from our lessons that from this project, I'd just like to highlight two key kind of lessons and some challenges. The first one is, we need to remember that having a forest does not equate to having an emission reduction, and having an emission reduction does not equate to having cash or revenue. So this is where private sector and local communities really come into play, because they are the ones that implement field-based mitigation actions. The private sector and the local communities bear the brunt of the actions on the ground, and we need to have a system, a benefit-sharing system that focuses on them. But also you need to remember that you need to have marketing. And this is, as was discussed a few minutes ago, this is a voluntary, we operate in the voluntary space. We don't think the voluntary market should compete with the compliance market. It should be in addition to. But that means that it's a bit of an illiquid market. So you really need a marketing program to be able to convert your credits and your efforts to monetize it. And just to illustrate some of the innovations that we've done, this is a figure that shows from left to right, from 2010 to 2021, the traded volumes in the voluntary market space. And you can see from 2013 to 2017, we had a bit of what we call the dark years in the voluntary market, and our projects really struggled there. And so we commend entities like the IFC, because they issued the first forest bond with our project, to try and show a proof of concept that you can use such a fixed income instrument to incentivize these projects whilst delivering real goals to the communities and as stimulating the market. And you can see from 2017, the market again turned around, and this was just an illustration of the instruments that are out there that projects can use in order to tide over these difficult market times. Just like to highlight a few challenges. Policy risks have been mentioned a lot, the enabling environment, but also for us, we are seeing sector harmonization. Now with NDCs, there's a lot of discussion about what goes into an NDC and what a private sector developer like us can bring into this, this space that is a national space. So that really requires a lot of alignment and agreement. But there are also industry-related risks like scientific uncertainties. There are lots of standards out there that can be confusing to a lot of people entering this, this arena. So I think that's also making sure that all the project implementers are following some basic rules and are not bringing down the whole kind of industry down. Socioeconomic risks around, say, poor allocation of the benefits or things like elite capture. You need to allow the communities to self-determine, but also protect against some of these things that can happen. And a market risk, as I say, is always there, but I'll show, we've kind of figured out a way of kind of overcoming the market risk in the voluntary market. And that's part of my take home, that we've been in that global map, the countries in orangish, I think, or brownish, are the countries that we operate. So the DRC is a big place that we are in, Cambodia and Colombia. But we recently got into an agreement with a big commodities and energy trader as a financial partner, and they are looking for 20 million tons annually so that they can offset their operations. And we have a 10-year agreement with them that they offtake all the credits that we produce. So we are looking in all those blue countries looking to expand. And that, I think, aligns very well with the ABF or ACMI goals of increasing revenues, increasing retirements, but also making sure that the benefits are channeled to the local communities. And just to end, to emphasize that the voluntary market in a payment for performance scheme, it's critical to have the communities and the private sector on board because they are the ones who are going to deliver the benefit on the ground. But also the voluntary market then gives us an opportunity to fulfill some of our NDC obligations, sometimes even conditional obligations. What the private sector needs, as was discussed a few seconds ago, I think it's that bottom-up approach. It's kind of like the feed-in tariff for energy sector, where if you're a private developer, you know exactly how you're going to engage the jurisdiction of the government. We need to have a fair allocation of results. So countries have targets, but as a private sector, we can't be held to a country's targets or a jurisdictional target. You need your own target, and you need some reliable commitment that if you succeed in your targets, then you succeed as a private sector. And the commitment to high quality projects, I think, has been discussed today, and I will not belabor that point. So thank you.
If you can keep your hand raised, yes, there we go.
Thank you so much. I'll just go to the question of protocols observed. I noticed that in your presentation, you indicated that the markets you're looking to are the ones indicated in blue. And I realized that looking at Malawi is in gray and the surrounding countries are all blue. May you just tell us, as Malawians, we're curious to know why we're surrounded by neighbors that are being selected, but we ourselves are excluded? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't expect that kind of. But no, Malawi is definitely not excluded. The countries in blue are countries that are under the new scheme. We are actively looking at projects at the moment. So we've started negotiations with local communities, chiefdoms, governments. We are always open. As you see, our target is very big. We need about 10 projects in Africa, about 1 million credits each. So our target is still huge. So I'm happy to have a conversation around potential areas that we can engage with Malawi, the government, either subnationally or at the community level. So yeah, any of the gray areas can turn blue depending on negotiation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you for your question. We like action-orientated outcomes. This brings us to our next conversation. The AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How does this relate to carbon markets? How would carbon markets be able to make use of that? This is what we're going to be looking into in our next conversation. The moderator, or rather the speaker for this session, is Director for Regional Integration and Trade Division of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Stephen Karingi. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage.
Honorable ministers, ambassadors, partners, colleagues, good afternoon. So I have a short presentation, three slides that I'm going to use for this presentation, if you can put them on. But as the slides are put on, I'm going to make 3 points. And these 3 points are going to be informed by some work we are doing at the Economic Commission for Africa with the Center for International Research and Economic Modeling, which is part of the Centre d'Etudes of France. And what we are trying to do is to ask ourselves, what are the implications of the AFCFTA for Africa's trade, climate, and carbon market? So what are the 3 messages which I'm going to elaborate as I move forward? The first one is what you have heard a lot, that implementing the AFCFTA agreement is going to boost intra-African trade. I think that message has sunk, and I think the fact that the African leadership decided to take 2023-2024 as the year of accelerated implementation of the AFCFTA, immediately after having a summit last November on economic diversification, industrialization, and also a summit on the extraordinary summit on the AFCFTA, that makes the point very clearly. The second point that I'm going to make is that based on the work that we've been working on at the Secretariat, at the Commission, the AFCFTA and Africa's climate objectives are not incompatible. And I think you will see why this is an important point in the context of the conversation that we are having now. That implementing the AFCFTA, and at the same time, for countries working very hard to meet their NDCs, those two are not incompatible. And then the third point, which relates to the conversations about the carbon market, is that setting a harmonized or one carbon price or an African carbon price is probably more interesting than having different carbon prices in individual national jurisdictions. And I think, again, based on the empirical work that we have done, you'll see what I mean by this. So going to the first slide, I think you have heard this. Some of you have seen it. And essentially what it says is that the AFCFTA, besides helping us increase our GDP, besides it helping us increase our trade, besides it helping us improve our welfare because people are going to earn incomes, it's also going to lead to an increase in intra-African trade. So for instance, if you implement the AFCFTA optimally, by 2045, we are going to have a situation whereby our intra-African trade is going to be 34% more than if you did not have the AFCFTA, which of course translates to about almost $200 billion more just by implementing the AFCFTA than in a situation where you did not implement the AFCFTA. And just for reference, currently, intra-African trade is about anywhere between $100 and $110 billion. So implementing the AFCFTA is going to lead to an extra $200 billion in 2045 than if you did not have the AFCFTA. Of course, if you did not have the AFCFTA, intra-African trade will still be growing, but I think that's the point that I wanted to make. The second point is that of this additional almost $200 billion, most of that is actually going to happen in agri-food sector, agriculture, food security issues. It constitutes about 43 billion. You're going to have an increase in services, about an additional 6.3 billion of that. Then you have industry, 120 billion. Now, and of course, for energy and mining, which a lot of us have concerns when we are thinking about issues of climate change, it's also going to increase, but it's going to increase at a lower rate than every other subsector. Now, if you bring that close to the subsectoral level, you see that under the agri-foods, you have a lot of things to do with cereals and crops, milk and dairy products. We have had some of the presentations earlier that are talking of farming activities and how the farmers could actually be contributing to carbon sequestration. And then you have tourism and transport. And in the area of industry, you have issues of wood and paper, chemicals, pharma, vehicles and transport equipment, et cetera, et cetera. And so the question is, are you going to achieve this industrialization at the cost of the environment? So so this brings me to my second slide, which is that the AFCFTA and the Africa's climate objectives are not incompatible. So how did we determine this? So what we did is that above the results that I have shown, in the first slide, we created 3 scenarios. The first scenario is whereby we implement the AFCFTA all the way up to 2045, and then we assume African countries are going to reach 50% of their unconditional NDCs by 2030. Now, we went, of course, to the UNFCCC registry where the NDCs are, and were able to pull out all the NDCs for each of the individual countries. So for transparency, this 50% is actually based on the submissions by African countries. I think it's only Libya that is not part of that. Everybody else were able to get their submissions. So the second scenario is we said, okay, African countries achieve 50% of their unconditional NDCs, and at the same time, the international community contributes to the climate finance issues. And so countries are able to finance 25% of their conditional NDCs by 2030. So that's the second scenario. And then the third scenario is whereby we said, okay, the international community have been having a conversation. We have the IMF, which has sort of proposed, is it the international carbon price floors for low-income countries, middle-income countries, all the way up to high-income countries. Now, in the case of low-income countries, the suggestion is that we'll have a $25 price per ton of carbon by 2030. So we assumed that every country, African countries, will be facing this $25 price. So what did we found? So what we found, so first, the first, let's look at the right, the panel on the right. So the panel on the right shows you that, the first part shows you that if you implemented the AFCFTA, as you would expect, there's going to be an increase in carbon emissions because it's an industrialization process and you are using resources. But that is only about an additional 0.8% of Africa's carbon emissions in 2045. And remember that today Africa contributes a very small share of the carbon emissions globally. So it's not that Africa implementing the AFCFTA without any mitigation, any abatement measures, that it is going to be a bad story. But Africa wants to be part of the solution. Now, the second bar there shows you that if each African country is able to meet 50% of its unconditional and determined contributions, we will be able to offset the increase of the carbon emissions from the AFCFTA and more. And then we do the same for the AFCFTA plus the scenario that I showed you has a component of unconditional and conditional. In fact, you reduce the carbon emissions even further. And you even reduce even more the abatement effects of a carbon price of $25. It is even more at 14.6%, below the business as usual case for the continent. Which now tell me then to go back to the first panel, whereby, remember I said that if you implement the AFCFTA, by 2045 you'll have an increase in intra-African trade in 2045 of an additional 34%. Now that 34% only reduces by 2 percentage points to 32%, which is the scenario that is related by the high ambition of a climate policy through a carbon price. So that's how we determined the fact that the AFCFTA and Africa's climate objectives are not incompatible. So you can actually do them together. Which then brings me to the third slide, which is an interesting one. So here, there is no assumption that $25 per ton of carbon is the right price for Africa. Basically, we used the $25 price, which at least an international organization of which you are members have made a proposal. So, and then, in the first scenario, so basically we had, to be a little bit technical here, we set that price for each of the African countries, the $25. But now in the first bar that you see there, which is the lower ambition of NDCs, where you see $13.3 per ton of carbon, that is a price that we allow the instrument that we are using to do this analysis to determine what is the prevailing price. Economists would call that an endogenous price of the ton of carbon. So it gives you 13.3%. And for the second ambition, it gives you $30 per ton of carbon. And then, of course, you have the $25. Now, what is the key message that I would want you to take? So that $13 or the $30 is an average price of the different prices per ton of carbon in each of the African economy. So basically, we weighted them, or rather we summed them by looking at what is the average share of each country's carbon emissions to the total carbon emissions within the continent for Africa, and then we use that to weight their individual national carbon prices to come up with the average price of 13.3 and 30.4, which the model, of course, determined, whereas the 25, we sent it exogenously. So what this slide is telling us is that if you go back now to here, you will see that the AFCFTA plus C which is a harmonized carbon price across the continent, it is giving you a better result in terms of abatement than the much more where you have heterogeneous prices in each of the individual economies, which leads us to conclude that as you discuss what is the right carbon price for Africa, which is still open to debate, it does make more sense, or it looks more interesting, if you have a continental carbon price than allowing each individual jurisdictions across the continent to set their individual prices. In fact, we noticed that for some of the countries, they will need to do even more beyond setting the carbon price. They may have to put in regulations and other things for them to be able to meet their nationally determined contributions. So I wanted to make that presentation as you bring the panel to say that technically this can be done, and as your commission, we are already thinking of how do we make this work so that at least as you discuss, you know what it means for your industrialization, for the AFCFTA, and everything else that you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. The AFCFTA and Africa's climate objectives are not incompatible. I'm going to bring up the next moderator for this session, because now we're going to talk about how we can actually leverage the AFCFTA to unlock global demand for African carbon credits. The moderator for this next session is Helen Broom, Afreximbank Director for Project and Asset-Based Finance. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes onto stage and welcomes the other panelists of this session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on existing protocols. Again, my name is Helen Brumer. I'm the Director for Project and Asset-Based Finance at the African Export-Import Bank. Today, this afternoon, we're going to be speaking about leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area, otherwise known as the AFCFTA, to unlock the global demand for African carbon credits. The segment is aimed at exploring the important role that voluntary carbon markets can play in accelerating economic development in Africa while curbing greenhouse gas emissions. Once the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area is fully implemented, the largest gains are expected to come from increased intra-African trade. The AFCFTA agreement can serve as a vehicle to reduce emissions and increase the availability and affordability of environmentally friendly goods, services, and technology. Besides reducing costs, the agreement is expected to contribute to the harmonization of regulatory policies, which will have the potential to provide equal access to green opportunities, help create a common continental framework for trade and investment in green goods and services, and lay the foundation for a common African carbon market. I will now invite my esteemed panelists to the stage. First of all, we have the Director for AU-AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy at the African Export-Import Bank, Mr. Yusuf Daya. Next, we have the Interim Director of the African Union Commission, African Minerals Development Center, Department for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals, Marit Kitao. Also, we will be joined by the Vice President for the Africa Regional Office of the Rockefeller Foundation, Mr. William Asiko. And finally, the East Africa Carbon Markets Alliance Chair and Senior Climate Change Officer in the Mitigation Ministry of Water Environment, Uganda, Ms. Irene Chakoti. Thank you very much. So my first question will be directed to you, Mr. Asiko. You know, the role of philanthropy is becoming more prevalent in the climate change discourse. Philanthropists play a key role in protecting people from climate risks and supporting environmental justice. The Rockefeller Foundation is doing stellar work with respect to capacity and institutional building. What do you think are the opportunities and role of philanthropy in enabling the voluntary carbon market system?
Thank you very much for having me here and for that question. Before I start, I'd really like us to appreciate the private sector individuals who presented here today. I personally think there were too few of them, but that tells you the story about this business that they're trying to be in. Behind all those slides, having spent 20 years in the private sector myself, there is a lot of pain, there's a lot of patience, there's a lot of loss. And I know that for them to be here to present and be so polite to us in philanthropy and to government is something we should appreciate them for. So I just wanted to appreciate that. But turning to your question, I think philanthropy is becoming a bigger and bigger player in questions of development today. Particularly in the carbon market space, if I could speak about that, you know, we need to start first of all from what problems are we trying to solve? What are the philanthropy dollars required for? And you know, we've had many brilliant speakers who've come before me, and I will not repeat what they said, but I think there are three essential challenges with establishing voluntary carbon markets. First of all is that you need to establish a credible market, first of all. There needs to be developers who produce carbon credits. There need to be buyers who buy them. So you've got to create this. The second thing you've got to do is the enabling environment. We've heard a lot about that from the private sector, about enabling environment and you know what they would like to see about those things. And then the third area is integrity. You know, what is the money used for, and who benefits? How are the profits shared? We've heard a lot about communities taking part. So if I just think about all the three challenges that have been raised today, it's been around those three things. Now, in creating a market, and why is philanthropy then important in addressing these challenges? In creating a market, first of all, in any development space, there's only three areas you're going to get resources from. It's either going to be government, or it's going to be the private sector, or it's going to be philanthropy, all right? And I would suggest that philanthropy is best suited to this particular challenge, these particular challenges for the following reasons. When you're creating a market, the last thing you want to do is to have one of the market actors financing the development of that market, because obviously they're going to either be factually or perceptually biased because they're amongst the actors and they stand to benefit if the market is structured in a certain way. Governments are facing tightening fiscal spaces today. African governments in particular are even having a hard time raising money from international markets because of the skewed way in which risk is assessed. And so governments just don't have the fiscal space to finance a lot of the development activities that they want to finance, let alone carbon markets. That then leaves philanthropy. On the enabling environment, I think that yes, government does hold the policy stick, and so they are squarely responsible for establishing an enabling environment. But if you've noticed one thing today, the people who are knowledgeable about this subject and who are able to advise governments or help governments or who work in government to help develop these policies are few and far between. Many of them are not even from Africa. And so governments face a huge capacity challenge. Even if with the best will, how are they going to help to develop this enabling environment? And so again, philanthropy can come in to provide technical assistance, to help capacity building. Capacity and capability go together. So all those things are well suited to what philanthropy does in other sectors, and they can certainly do it in carbon markets. And then the question of integrity. I think this is really, really important. It's been talked about a lot. The question of how verifiable will carbon credits from Africa be? Today, the market is, there is a market. We've seen our private sector presenters present some viable options for how their markets work. But you have to build integrity from the ground up. And the reason why philanthropy is best suited is they can come in as an impartial actor. And they are viewed as impartial. They don't have an interest. They want to do whatever it is they want to pay for and move on. Many philanthropies have set up goals for just helping the society and creating public goods. So I do think that that is the role that philanthropy can play, and that's why philanthropy is important in this particular space. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asiko. Indeed, integrity underpins the entire conversation we've been having today about developing a robust and lucrative African carbon market. I will go on to my next panelist, Mr. Koti. You know, the overall mandate of the AFCFTA is to create a single continental market with a population of about 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of approximately 3.4 trillion. As part of its mandate, the AFCFTA is to eliminate trade barriers and boost intra-African trade. And we saw that come out strongly in the presentation before. In particular, it is to advance trade in value-added production across all service sectors of the African economy. So my question to you is, how can AFCFTA be leveraged to support the establishment of a continental carbon market and investments into carbon?
Thank you so much for that. And all protocol observed. Good afternoon. So just to respond to your question directly, yes, the SCFTA provides really a very unique opportunity for us to support the establishment of a continental carbon market. And there are about 3 ways that I think the AFCFTA can be leveraged to support this effort. And one of them is creating a common framework for carbon accounting and trading. And this framework would actually include guidelines for the calculation and verification of emission reductions, standards for the certification of carbon credits, and having a central platform for carbon trading. And by creating a common framework for Africa, African countries could actually streamline the process of carbon trading. And so it reduces on the transaction costs and making it more attractive for investment. And that has always been our challenge as Africa. And number 2 is that AFCFTA actually can facilitate cross-border cooperation between African nations in implementing the climate change mitigation and adaptation projects. The presenter made it clear that the African policies, they are quite compatible, but there are still some gaps, of course. And so if we actually use this platform to facilitate cross-border cooperation between African nations to implement these mitigation and adaptation projects that we have pledged to in our nationally determined contributions. For example, we can, countries with high renewable energy potential could supply the clean electricity to their neighbors, who can in turn reduce their reliance on fossil fuels. So that can be a very good cooperation. And that country actually can use that also to account for those transactions in their NDC. And number 3 is that we can actually leverage the AFCFTA to promote sustainable practices across the different African nations, and which could result in the reduction of carbon emissions. For example, it could support the adoption of sustainable agriculture and forestry practices, which could generate carbon credits for African nations. The other part, so in regard to whether carbon credits can actually provide financial means for all African countries to meet their NDCs, my response is that it can actually contribute to the attainment of the mitigation and the adaptation components of our NDCs. But as Africa, we could benefit also more if we agree on the contributions that any carbon transaction, being it from compliance or voluntary markets, that can make to, should make to the adaptation. In this way, for example, we have at the international level, we have the adaptation fund, but as Africa, we could also decide or agree and come up with the, any percentage, for example, that any transaction can contribute to that fund as Africa. Because we all know that Africa is an adaptation-first country, region or continent. Like the previous presenter already made it very clear that whereas we've contributed the least to the global challenge that we're experiencing, but we also need to contribute to the solution. And so we could use that as an avenue for us also to have increase our resilience as Africa to the impact of climate change. However, the amount of finance generated, of course, by carbon credits can also depend on 2 things. 1, the price and the demand of these carbon credits in the market. And 2, it can also depend on the quantity of the credits that African countries will actually generate. As you heard previously, under the CDM Kyoto period, the African countries generated way less credits than other countries. And so if we generate more, we benefit, especially if the prices, of course, are high. But if we generate less, it will be a challenge again for Africa. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwoti. You know, you touched on several key points. You talked about developing a common framework. You talked about streamlining the process. You talked about cross-border cooperation. And you also talked about looking much closely at adaptation remedies for the continent. One of the things we hope will be a fallout of this program is for all of the key parties to actually come together and develop a working program on how we would start to implement a lot of the initiatives, great initiatives that have been talked about today. Thank you very much for that. I will go to my next panelist, Mr. Yusuf Dyer. You know, again, the AFCFTA is the world's largest free trade area, bringing together 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic communities. As part of its mandate, the AFCFTA would eliminate trade barriers and boost intra-African trade. In the context of carbon markets, how can regional collaboration grow Africa's market share in carbon market revenues? And this is both through projects that are inherently transnational and through aggregation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I'll stand on the protocol that was established for the meeting. You know, Madam Chair, when you invited me to be a part of this panel, I was a bit reluctant. And the reason I was a bit reluctant is I've always in my entire career been a champion of free trade. And so I want to thank Dr. Stephen Karingi for his presentation showing that free trade and reducing emissions are not contradictory ideas. That indeed through trade you can help to reduce emissions. So I'm glad that the numbers speak for themselves because usually we are enemies of each other. But I want to go into the issue of the free trade area, and I'm very happy for the excellent analytical work that was done by UNECA to show that there is opportunity to actually reduce emissions through free trade. We know, we've talked about the numbers of intra-African trade, the low levels, 18%, 16%. We talk about the AFCFTA creating a market of 1.4 billion, up to 3 trillion in GDP, depending on the numbers you use. And while these would implicitly indicate that it will drive industrialization and contribute to emissions, I think a lot of work needs to go into doing the analytical analysis to ensure that there are other benefits associated with the AFCFTA that could actually help reduce emissions. Not only those related to the NDCs, but some of the more practical measures. So for instance, I'm just thinking in terms of international trade and production. International trade and production contributes 20 to 30% of global greenhouse emissions. Out of that, the transport sector alone contributes 12%. So we know we live in a continent where 80% of our products are exported. We then have those products processed, refined, value added, and then brought back to the continent and consumed. What would it mean for the continent if we are able to trade with each other? We shorten the supply chains, we localize production, we facilitate the need for greater energy consumption in industrial activities that puts pressure on countries to use their renewable resources. What does this all mean? How do we bring all this together to ensure that the AFCFTA, aside from the NDCs, actually helps to reduce carbon emissions globally? I think I don't have the answers. I wish I did have the answers, but I think this is an area that we need to be looking at in more detail. I know the bank itself is undertaking some work, undertaking some studies to look at this universe. We'd like to get the information from UNECA as well, the work that was done here. I think it would be a valuable input. We're working with, for instance, on some of the potential projects that do emerge if one thinks about it. And my colleague is here, he'll have to buy me lunch because I'm pitching his program. Gainmore, your $1 billion auto facility under the AFCFTA. We look at the carbon emissions generated by the import of second-hand vehicles in the continent. If we establish a local auto manufacturing industry, we use leapfrog technologies, cleaner technologies. How does that contribute to carbon emissions? How does that support carbon credits across the continent? So I think, Stephen Karingi, he stole my thunder a bit by presenting that, but I think it was very useful. The bank is certainly looking at it. We're doing some other initiatives as well, which could help reduce some of these. So when I talk about localizing production, we're working with UNECA, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Zambia to look at establishing a transboundary battery precursor initiative that reduces the waste, the transport associated with exporting raw commodities, processing externally, and bringing it back in the form of a finished product. These are some of the elements and some of the key sectors and chains that we need to be examining in more detail to see how the AFCFTA actually unlocks not only economic opportunity, drives industrialization, but does so in a clean and friendly manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very insightful remarks, indeed the AFCFTA could be a valuable tool and an opportunity to reduce emissions and also a tool to drive, industrialization. I noticed you touched on the subject of beneficiation, and I know that this has really come to the fore in very recent times, and I like how you managed to link the AFCFTA with that process, because most of the conversations have always been around having the West come here and help us with that beneficiation process. But if we could do it ourselves using the AFCFTA as a tool, that would really go a long way. I will go on to my last but not the least, Ms. Kitao. So the mining and commodities industry is the mainstay of over 2/3 of African economies. Africa is home to 30% of all global mineral reserves. Minerals account for an average of 70% of the total of African exports. 83% of African countries are commodities dependent, which means that 60% of this country's exports are commodity based. So my question to you, what are the synergies with the mining and commodities industries that have the potential to facilitate the establishment of the African carbon market in the context of the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Right now I am representing myself as the Interim Director of the African Minerals Development Center. And like my colleague at first, I was wondering why I should be in this panel, but the links are getting clear. The synergies between policies in general, minerals or industrial policies, and their compatibility. And I like the presentation by Dr. Stephen Karingi, because he actually provided an answer that NDCs are compatible with industrialization. So we are implementing the Africa Mining Vision, which was a vision that was approved by heads of state and government in 2009. So it's basically about linking minerals to sustainable development, inclusive growth, and sustainability and linkages, meaning that value addition is at the core of it. So as the African Minerals Development Center, we are actually implementing that vision. And sustainability is at the core of these issues. So apart from the Africa Mining Vision, we also have the African Union Commodity Strategy, also trying to leverage industrialization. As you know, we have established that Africa's growth cannot be achieved without industrialization. The question is, how do we do it in a sustainable manner? And that's why I like also the intervention of my colleague from Afreximbank, who mentioned the battery precursor. This is one of the ways. Localizing economies on the continent is one way of retaining value, is the only way of retaining value of minerals. But we have to do that in a way that is sustainable, using smart technology, decarbonizing the few industries that we have in Africa, decarbonizing them and using technologies for that. So that's why we at the African Union in general are interested in this aspect of the African carbon market, because we consider that it could be one of the commodities. We are interested in the economic side of not only the climate change side, but also on the economic side, because we see this as an opportunity to leverage. I was recently at the mining in Daba, and if you see the type of investment, the large investments that are coming to Africa, because actually there's a need of these minerals for the decarbonization agenda, especially if we talk about cobalt, lithium, graphite. And I think all of these investments could be leveraged if we have one market, a carbon market. It can be a win-win for all if we can really use this as a potential of course, of value adding and on the continent, but also on using this new model of this carbon market to leverage, to attract investment that is green. And also the way that is presented today is that it could be a way of financing that is sustainable in the future. So leveraging AFCFTA because of all these localization needs, lithium Zimbabwe, cobalt DRC, manganese South Africa, we need the AFCFTA to have this market. but it makes cost and emissions effective if it's done in the DRC, for instance, localizing. So when we attract all these investments in Africa, how do we get the carbon market working for Africa? And I like the common framework that my panelist was talking about. We really need to think at the African Union level about how we can leverage this and have the right carbon price to leverage on all these items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gitao. Ironically, I was also at mining in Daba last week, and you know, one thing that came out very clearly is that the mining companies, be it local or international, have a strong role to play in what we envision as our future, especially in the context of all the conversations we've been having today. So I'm glad that the AU is taking the initiative in pursuing that. I'm coming back to you, Ms. Irene, and I have another question. So, can carbon credits provide the financial means for all African countries to meet their national determined contributions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that question again, Chair. So in regards to whether carbon credits actually can provide the financial means for all African countries to meet their NDCs, well, this can actually help countries in Africa to achieve their mitigation and adaptation targets or components of their NDCs. But like I said already, that we can actually benefit more as Africa if we think of coming up with, say, an adaptation fund for Africa or something like that. We could call it something different. But if so, we agree on that, any transaction, being it in a compliance market or in the voluntary market, we could actually agree to get something out of that in terms of some money, maybe a small percentage of 0 point something or 1% or something, and put in that fund. And Africa being an African adaptation first country, continent, we could use that money to implement our adaptation actions or measures so that we can be able to increase on our resilience as Africa to climate change. And so, Chair, whereas that can actually work, but also there are other challenges. And I said again that one of those challenges actually could be if we get good price and we have the market for these credits, good price, good market, we could benefit from that. But if we don't, then we could interface a challenge and we may not be able to get these funds that we need to use to implement our NDCs. But also it will, the quantity or the amount of the carbon credits that the African continent will actually generate. And that's why the African Carbon Markets Initiative is such a strategy that we think will help Africa not to repeat what happened in the Kyoto CDM regime. And then if we do that, we'll be able to benefit from that. But however, whereas carbon credits, of course, can provide a significant source of finance for our NDC implementation, but as Africa, we also need to look into other financial sources. For example, we can do the domestic finance mobilizations. I know in many cases, we look into, some other people to come in, but also it's important that the African countries do their domestic resource mobilization to help implement those mitigation and adaptation actions. At the same time, we could look into other international climate finance and also the public-private partnerships. We know that the private sector is basically almost running this whole thing because they have the money. So partnering with the private sector will be a big deal. And that way, we'll be able to implement our NDCs and achieve our targets effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irene. I like the idea of an adaptation fund that benefits the entire continent, whereby each country contributes to the fund, and then the fund can be used to help countries that are more vulnerable with respect to the effects of climate change. This brings me to my final question, and this is for Mr. Yusuf Daya. So on the 15th of March last year, the Council of the European Union announced the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM. This CBAM essentially puts a tariff on goods coming into the EU, which are deemed to be carbon intensive. Now, if the EU goes forward with this implementation, it will have a tremendous impact on the continent and will estimately wipe out roughly 16 billion in the value of goods exported from the continent to Europe. Again, in the context of the AFCFTA and what it seeks to achieve, how does the establishment of this CBAM by the European Union threaten Africa's exports to the EU market?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I see the screen. It was ticking down. It started blinking furiously. So I'm getting a bit nervous up here. But no, thank you for the question. And like you said, the CBAM is effectively a levy that the EU is introducing. And what it's trying to do is to prevent carbon leakage by preventing industries from transferring polluting production to non-EU countries or replacing EU products with more carbon-intensive imports. If they implement it initially, they will be focusing on 5 products. These are cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizer, and electricity. All right, if we take out the electricity component where data is a bit scarce, the other products have significant implications for Africa, especially given that the EU is highly dependent on imports for these products. The CBAM will have a significant impact on exporters, particularly in developing economies. UNCTAD has run some models and has come up with estimates that a $44 per ton carbon tax would reduce incomes in developing economies by $5.9 billion, while at the same time raising incomes in developed economies by $2.5 billion. For Africa, obviously the largest exporters of these products are likely to be the most affected. You have Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, South Africa, and the one I want to single out is Mozambique. For Mozambique, 54% of its aluminium exports go to the EU. It accounts for around $1 billion, or 7% of the country's GDP. The CBAM could increase the cost of aluminium exports by up to 30% and reduce Mozambique's GDP by 1.6%. So we can see the huge impact that this would have. In aggregate, at current prices, the CBAM could reduce Africa's exports to the EU by 6%. So the question is, and I think it comes back to all the discussions this morning and all of the discussions on the panel, how does Africa deal with this? There are some international efforts to see whether the CBAM is actually WTO compliant. There are some calls to see that there is a LDC limited exemptions for LDCs, sort of a special and differential treatment for LDCs. Calls for them to allocate financing in economies where the CBAM would have an impact. But I think more importantly, the CBAM as it currently is configured does allow for offsetting the levy if you can prove that you've paid your carbon tax effectively in your country of production. But in the absence of a market that everyone has been discussing, and in the absence of the integrity that is there to accept that this could be used to offset levies, Africa will continue to rely on appealing to the EU to allow this. And given the significant impacts it will have on not only the countries I mentioned, but other countries, Senegal, Sierra Leone, these countries, some of these products account for 2% of their GDP, if not more. It's important that we get the African market in place, we get the integrity in place to ensure that when we engage the EU, we can engage on the basis of not just requesting exemptions or requesting a favor from them for Africa, But I think what is also critically important is that at least the initial focus should be on ensuring that the impact of the CBAM is accompanied by appropriate financing to those countries most affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a rich audience made up of principal actors from the government, private sector, civil society, and academia. I'm just going to make one last round, and if there's any final message you would like to share with the audience today, I will start with you, Mr. Asiko.
Thank you so much. No, just to say, look, if we're going to make African carbon credit markets work, we really have to do things a whole lot differently than the way we've done them in the past. There needs to be a whole lot more coordination. We need to act together. You know, for the EU to be implementing a tax on products that they need, that we have, when we are selling cobalt and other things to them that they need and we have, without any repercussions, because they're paying a higher price for it. We just need to coordinate some of these things. We're going to have to do things differently if we are going to make carbon credits work for us here in Africa. Thank you so much for that final comment.
Thank you. Ms. Kittal?
I would like to echo what my predecessor said, that we really need to be partnering, collaborating, speaking with one voice. And I think because they're coming for our minerals and for our commodities, but we really need to be, this time around, we know the history of our continent. This time around, we really need to act together and speak with one voice and use this carbon market as a leverage to get more credit and be on the positive side of the financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chaputi?
I could just say that if we used the AFCFTA for us to have the carbon markets work for Africa this time, it's important that we work together. We have a number of actors, players. For example, the SME. We have the alliances. For example, we have the East African Alliance on Carbon Markets and Climate Finance. We have the Western African Alliance. And it's important that we all work together to deliver you know, the dream that we're having as Africa to have carbon market work for us as a continent. So it's just cooperation.
Final remarks, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll keep it very short. I think my fellow panelists have covered everything. I think from my end, it's just to say this has been a crash course for me in carbon markets, and it's fascinating. And certainly, this is an opportunity that Africa cannot let go by. We need to work together. We need to make sure we take advantage of the opportunity that this drive towards integration created by the AFCFTA is used to drive discussion on this as well, that Africa acts collectively to make sure it gets the benefit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So what I hear come out strongly from the panels, coordination, collaboration, cooperation, partnering, the ability to see through and think through some of the challenges and some of the things that we've done wrong in the past with our commodities, and look at the African Carbon Market Initiative as a tool to redress some of the wrongs that are going on the continent and use it as an effective bargaining tool. So we take our rightful place at the table when we're dialoguing with the West on some of the climate finance initiatives. With that, please give a round of applause to our panelists. I believe they did tremendous justice to this panel. We are out of time. I don't believe we have room for any questions. I see the moderator is signaling to me. So thank you very much today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I would have to honor the minister. Just a comment, please.
Merci beaucoup et je voudrais féliciter tous les experts panélistes. Mon petit commentaire, c'est de dire que le marché carbone organisé en Afrique est possible. La condition est que nous soyons solidaires. C'est une opportunité d'une nouvelle approche de l'économie
pour booster le développement de l'Afrique à travers nos propres potentiels. Je crois que l'avant-midi, j'ai présenté les potentiels que nous regorgeons en Afrique. Le bassin du Congo appartient à l'Afrique. Tous ces potentiels dont nous avons vanté les mérites appartiennent à l'Afrique. Mais il nous faut la solidarité pour réussir. Avec les fonds qui viendront du marché des crédits carbone, nous sommes en mesure de financer nos propres projets d'adaptation et d'atténuation. Je donne un petit exemple. Le barrage d'Inga, en République démocratique du Congo, qui peine à être soutenu aujourd'hui. Si nous sommes solidaires avec le marché du carbone, nous pouvons les soutenir. Ça ne vient pas de moi, je vous dis par exemple, le barrage d'Inga, si nous finalisons tous les projets à un potentiel de 40 000 mégawatts, qui peut donc soutenir l'électricité, de booster l'économie à travers la transformation locale en Afrique de plusieurs pays. Et ce potentiel est plus puissant et plus grand que le plus grand barrage du monde qu'on trouve en Chine, le barrage Georges qu'on a mis à Yangtze-Kiang. Ça, c'est le plus grand. Et le barrage d'Inga sera 3 fois plus grand que ces barrages. Et le barrage d'Inga aura la capacité d'avoir une puissance entière de toute l'électricité de l'Europe dans son ensemble. Imaginez-vous que l'Afrique ait cette opportunité financée par nous-mêmes dans le cadre de la coopération sud-sud, dans le cadre de la valorisation de nos propres potentiels, même en ce qui concerne la transition énergétique. En République démocratique du Congo, vous trouvez tous les minéraux stratégiques, partant de l'or, diamant, cobalt, coltan, nobium, lithium, tout avec S. Tout alors, et on continue à découvrir. Même une pierre, vous ramassez, vous mettez les diodes, la lumière arrive. Donc on a toute la possibilité. Il nous manque la solidarité, il nous manque la technologie, il nous manque l'expertise. Nous devons, dans le cadre de la coopération sud-sud, lutter contre l'insécurité, les guerres, mais aller donner notre énergie vers le développement. Je pense que l'Afrique sera cette mer-là qui est le berceau de l'humanité, d'où on a tiré Lucie, la mère de l'humanité. L'Afrique est capable de nourrir le monde entier. Ce n'est pas des rêves, ce n'est pas de la fantaisie, parce que lorsqu'on avait besoin de caoutchouc, on a recouru à l'Afrique. Lorsqu'on a eu besoin de la roue, on a recouru à l'Afrique. Lorsqu'on a eu besoin de montrer la puissance militaire, on a recouru à l'Afrique pour prendre les minéraux et montrer la puissance militaire. Aujourd'hui, nous avons besoin de l'oxygène. On recourt à l'Afrique pour donner de l'oxygène, mais l'Afrique n'a pas besoin seulement de l'oxygène, mais aussi du pain, que nous pouvons nous-mêmes chercher du pain pour notre population. Merci.
Let's give her a round of applause. What a fantastic panel discussion. Lots of insights, lots of opportunities, and lots to think about. In this next session, we're going to be having a conversation about something that I'm particularly quite curious to find out more about. Now, I'm reading my notes because I don't want to say it wrong. Biodiversity Investment Rating Agency and the Forest Economy. I'm going to be joined by the Principal Office Director for Southern Africa at Dalberg Global Development Advisors, Mokena Mokeka. Now, as he makes his way towards the stage, I do have an announcement for you. So we have brought in the coffee stations into the room. So you're welcome to make your ways and to grab coffees during the session so that we can proceed with the allocated time. And Mr. Mokena will come through. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. How are we doing today? Fantastic, fantastic. Get on to my first slide. Is the slide, are the slides working or? No, that's not my presentation. Nope. Apologies for that, but we are now together. Let me start by saying that in 1986, I was 11 years old and the world had approximately 4.65 billion people. But some of you may have noticed that today the world has surpassed 8 billion people. Why is this significant? Because there's a confluence between the rate at which urbanization is happening, our impact on nature, and our requirement to decarbonize and build our environments in a much more sustainable manner. As you can see the diagram below, you'll see there's been a net reduction of forests, an increase in grazing area, and an increase in sort of crop area. So essentially, urbanization has led us to this question or critique in terms of how do we manage our landscapes from the perspective of supporting needs, but at the same time protecting nature. At a glance, when we talk about biodiversity and we talk about carbon credits, these two have not often been linked. But I think it's a critical component of any conversation to understand what is the true value of carbon. Biodiversity represents institutional and capacity building on the African continent. We all institutional and capacity building on the African continent. We also know that how this capital actually gets disbursed and how we define projects is an ongoing effort. And there are many instances where financial institutions will be required to rise to the occasion, but indeed to create new financial instruments, new organizations. Now, climate-smart forest economies can significantly contribute to mitigation. We've done some work last year demonstrating that a 5% increase in forest cover globally not only will have a significant impact in terms of improving biodiversity, but it will help us with regards to dealing with climate change. And this is one of a number of interventions that are important for us. Not to mention the downstream benefits of actually having climate-smart forest products that are good for our well-being, ranging from health to food to a whole range of other byproducts. We've spoken today quite passionately about the importance of the Congo Basin, and I want to relate it back to this question of urbanization. It is an area which has increased our responsibility and stewardship in terms of protection of the environment, but at the same time, as our cities grow, and as we have more demand for urban development, there will be pressures on it. The lungs of Africa, the Congo Basin, is the largest carbon sink in the world, absorbing more carbon than the Amazon. But we have to get to a point to understand what is the value of carbon in this area versus carbon elsewhere, because the ecosystem services provided by this region are substantial and critical. High-quality biodiverse carbon credits could be one of the ways in which we can add value to Africa's proposition. Water from the Congo Basin actually irrigates the Sahel. We're also aware that in certain instances, if we can bring in these core benefits, we can also avoid unintended damages, such as climate refugees, as well as loss of ecological wildlife. So at present, in terms of our carbon regime, we don't have enough credits which really understand what are the biodiversity impacts in place. And until we bring that into the carbon credit conversation, we'll actually be leaving value on the table. Let's look at a country such as Gabon, which has been quite interesting in terms of its approach with regards to selective logging. Through their management of forests, they've actually managed to increase the population of elephants, increase the numbers of gorillas, and arguably improved the environmental impact of the surrounding areas. But this has not been measured or rewarded. As part of Gabon's Green Gabon program, we're looking at ways in which ecosystem services can be built in and locked into strategy for the country. But most importantly, Gabon should not be seen on its own. there is a region, there is a Congo Basin. So dialogue needs to start happening at a regional level about the ecosystem services that are provided within a particular area, but also to the world. But industrialization is key. The previous speaker spoke about the importance of a decarbonized industrial strategy. The amount of materials and values that can be unlocked through climate-smart forest economies are vast, and in many ways point not only to construction solutions, but to a whole range of opportunities to support the growing needs of the continent. And most importantly, we can begin to imagine cities, which in many respects are primary polluters and emitters of carbon, but actually cities becoming carbon sinks if we use nature-based solutions to design these cities. So we can move away from the past where we essentially extracted carbon from the ground, put them into the buildings, into the air, but now we can actually imagine our buildings as sites in which we can have nature-positive development. Now, when we think about this question of nature-smart development and forest economies, there are natural opportunities for circularity, collaboration that can increase biodiversity, waste products that can produce other businesses, opportunities to improve products that can actually service local needs, producing products for the world which have a low carbon profile, and ultimately supporting our own development as a continent. I'll use my last few seconds here to describe this project in Libreville. This is a tower which was designed to demonstrate a number of things. The use of Gabonese timber to create a high-rise tower. 1.5 million kilograms of carbon were saved in the conceptual design of this project, excluding the biodiversity credits. That single building, therefore, has saved the equivalent of 3.5 747s in terms of carbon. The implication is that communities who are harvesting that wood and so on can benefit from it, improved biodiversity, but more importantly, we can reimagine our cities as sites for carbon development and carbon opportunities. So in short, we need to connect biodiversity to credits, to urbanization, and to a different abundance in terms of how we look at natural resources. So more sophistication is required in terms of our understanding of what is the carbon market, what are the opportunities for the future, and how do we truly value Africa's contribution to the world from a biodiversity point of view. I thank you. I'm good.
Okay, great. So we'll take maybe one or two questions from the audience. I'll just make my way up to be able to better see. You can raise your hand, and we will bring a microphone your way. Okay, we have a question here.
Thanks very much for that very interesting presentation, Mokena. My question is on, I have two small questions. I wouldn't want to leave without really understanding your definition of climate-smart forest. I think I've not heard about climate-smart forest before, so it would be nice to hear what you think. But also in your take on how we can build in core benefits or ecosystem services, there's a whole literature and discussions on stacking benefits, water, biodiversity, either bundling them or stacking them. Is this different, or is it just building on those conversations? Thanks.
Very good, and thank you. So a climate-smart forest economy, it sounds like a bit of a mouthful, but I think it makes a distinction between climate-smart economies versus normal forest economies. When we understand the role of forestry, plantations, industrialization, the production of raw wood for construction, the demand side in terms of buildings, when we begin to understand what are the carbon impacts from the forest level, from the logistics to get that wood to particular points of production, all the way down into the building, understanding that carbon value chain can make it climate smart. Now, the problem that we have in many parts of the world is that people talk about the carbon that is being produced or being sold, but the value, as we've just discussed today, there's been a debate about it, particularly because not all of the carbon leakage points are being measured along the route. So what we've done, and research the last 2 years, is demonstrate that climate-smart forest economies have a tremendous impact in doing two things: allowing communities to develop a bigger say in terms of how these products get to market, how we can improve manufacturing processes, how we look at the question of logistics and locations. For example, Gabon's special economic zone is a key part of state infrastructure helping with the supply of goods. And then also the building I showed at the end is understanding the demand side. And very quickly, we've shown that between now and 2050, through just using mass timber and construction, there could be $83 billion into the industry, potentially 25 million more jobs, not to mention the sort of biodiversity benefits as described by having climate-smart forestry. Now, in terms of your second question, where you talk about is this different to previous work, in many ways it builds on existing knowledge around net zero from a water perspective, an energy perspective, etc. But it's about how do we bring nature-based solutions into the construction of our cities, but at the same time, how do we create carbon revenues for those actors who are bringing and making those choices, which currently is not the case. So it means that value is being lost on the table, and the true value of carbon is probably lower than what it actually is, if we think about its impact on the planet.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or remarks? We've got a hand raised here.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that, particularly the co-benefit. As sometimes we are so blinded as African when we are looking for the market, but we forget the big picture. Like during COVID, we were not trading carbon, but we were benefit from co-benefits. I come from mangrove sector. The co-benefit, like mangrove value to fisheries, is far much higher. 80% of commercial fisheries will depend on mangrove in one way or another. Then shoreline protection is so much high value. So the question is, how can we include the co-benefit in a market design? That has always been a challenge.
And if I may, I think it's an excellent point, because historically you would have a conservation lobby on the one hand and capital on the other side. By having biodiversity credits, you actually meld the two together, because if the carbon credits are locked in with all of those core benefits that you've mentioned, a lot of the conservative, or let's say conservation agendas that we are very familiar with suddenly translate also into job creation potential. So it's about green livelihoods, green carbon, not just any carbon, and then adding on to its protection of nature, which I believe is our job as stewards of the planet.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful presentation. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause as we welcome our next conversation. So we're now going into the financing part of things, financing the climate transition in Africa, making the carbon market a game changer. Now, we've alluded to some of the elements of this across some of the conversations already, but to frame the next section of the day, I'd like to welcome to stage Acting Director for the Private Sector Development and Finance Division of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Robert Lisinge. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage.
I have a PowerPoint presentation, but like the moderator just said, it's getting late. And I think a lot of what we're going to discuss now has already been discussed throughout the day. I mean, the question is financing the climate transition in Africa. Can the carbon market be the game changer? I think the message, if there's one, is that it is possible, but that a lot still has to be done. We need to have coordination, collaboration. There are issues related to the price, which is pretty low on the continent, and there are issues related to integrity. So yes, it is possible. There's a potential for carbon market to support the transformation of the continent, but hey, it's not a panacea. A lot has to be done. I will be brief. I still don't see my presentation there.
Perhaps could someone from the technical team come and see as the two screens here are not working. But we do see your screens, or your slides here.
Now, for the interest of time, while they are trying to work on this, I have just 3 slides, and I'll take. Yes, I was saying that I have just 3 slides, and I will be very brief, because what I will say is basically a summary of what we have all said since morning. But 2 concepts that you will hear repeatedly in my 3 slides. I think the first one is climate finance, and the second one is carbon finance. Since morning and in the literature, people have used it interchangeably, but for the purpose of this short presentation, I want to say that carbon finance or climate finance, when we refer to here, is the 100 billion US dollars in the context of Paris Agreement. It is green bond. It is about the green financing. But when we talk about the carbon finance here, we're talking about 2 things. The carbon market, basically buying and selling of carbon credit, measured through the removal or avoiding the removal of emissions, or avoiding emissions of CO2, or carbon tax. So this is basically the carbon pricing. We also are talking about, I think, I said 2 things. One is the carbon market, but also the carbon tax. So the first slide essentially is what is the state of climate and carbon finance on the continent. And again, we had it in the morning that Africa requires 277 billion to implement its nationally determined contributions annually. And that only about 28 billion of this amount of money is available to the continent. So basically, what we have is 10% what is required annually for climate financing and aid. So that is a fact. The second fact is that there's limited contribution from the private sector. And we do know that only 14% of that 10% of the climate finance that we have is coming from the private sector. Now, why is this significant? We know that the governments have many commitments. We do know that the multiple crises in the world, the war in Ukraine, the COVID-19 is constraining a lot of the physical space of government. So the private sector needs to come in a big way, and the capital market provides the opportunity for the private sector to come in. First, the private sector, through innovative projects, could actually have carbon credit, but the private sector could also buy carbon credit to offset what they are emitting. The third fact is that innovative climate finance instrument for climate resilience, we can use that, this instrument to finance climate resilient and energy transition on our continent. So basically to build our solar plants, wind turbines, and so on and so forth, but also in the agricultural sector, in industries. The capital or the climate finance and carbon finance provide huge opportunities to mobilize resources for energy transition. Again, we know, it's a fact, that renewable energy accounts for only 24% of voluntary carbon market. And so there's an opportunity here for us to do more. And this, I'm just framing these facts to guide the discussions that will come after this brief presentation. Now, what is the role of climate and capital finance in sustaining the energy access gap in Africa? We know that the gap is huge. More than 600 million Africans don't have access to regular, secure electricity. We also know that if we're going to optimize the benefits of the African continental free trade area, then we need to power the production of the goods that we're going to trade between ourselves. So the huge need for energy on the continent
cannot be underestimated. So basically, what we're saying there in my first point is that climate finance and capital and carbon finance can stimulate renewable energy development on the continent. It can support energy efficiency and foster energy access, and I said it before. This can be done by providing incentives for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So what does this mean? Carbon credit is about removing CO2 from the atmosphere. And if you can come up with technology that reduces CO2 from the atmosphere, you can actually have credit. So this is an incentive, basically, to be innovative. The next point, again, it has been mentioned throughout the day, that this can be an effective and efficient climate policy tool that facilitates innovation, which I just said in my last sentence. Again, the other point is a huge opportunity to engage the private sector. I mentioned two ways. The private sector, through innovative technology, can actually be a seller of carbon credit, but also the private sector to offset the emission that they produce. They could be a buyer of carbon credit. So the carbon market is the platform really to bring in the private sector to mobilize resources for energy transition on the continent. Now, this is my 2 slides. It's about how can we link climate finance and carbon finance. I think the first point is pretty simple. The energy financing needs on the continent is huge. I think the ADB estimates that we need about 100 billion a year just for energy requirement. Now, the climate finance, the 100 billion, we know that just a fraction of that is coming to the continent. It's not nearly enough. We also know that we will not necessarily raise all the resources we need from the carbon market, so we do need a combination of the two, and indeed other sources to meet the requirement. Now, second, and we have been discussing this the whole day, is the issue of price signal. And that is clear that the price for credit in Africa is very low at $5 US per ton emitted. Now, this may give the impression that the challenge on the continent is not serious enough. Also, this will not raise the amount of money that African countries require to finance the nationally determined contribution. And what that means is governments would have to subsidize. So something really needs to be done in relation to the price. And second, I think I already mentioned it, is the whole idea of blending the two, because neither carbon finance nor climate finance would be sufficient. And one last point is the whole issue related to accounting. How do you monitor, measure, and verify? And if you're going to blend carbon finance and climate finance, there's a need to harmonize the monitoring, reporting, and verification, and which speaks to the whole issue of integrity. So I will leave it at that, and I hope that is sufficient to frame the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And indeed, it is sufficient to frame the next conversation. So I'd like you to join me in welcoming to the stage the Chief Innovative Finance and Capital Markets Section for the Economic Commission for Africa, Sonia Isom-Madje, who will discuss with us the financing of the climate transition in Africa, making the carbon market a game changer, looking at the potential of carbon markets and what they have to offer. Now, as she comes to stage and also welcomes her other panelists, I'd like you to give her a round of applause and just, welcome her here.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have an excellent news for you. This is the last session. So please bear with me, okay? So my name is Sonia Esop-Madje. I'm the Chief of the Innovative Finance and Capital Markets section at UNECA. And I'm pleased to moderate this panel. Much has been said today about the potential of carbon markets, as well as the challenges and the prerequisites for vibrant carbon markets in Africa. One of the important aspects we want to address now is how to make the most of carbon finance for Africa's climate transition. It is estimated that Africa countries need 2.8 trillion USD dollars between 2020 and 2030 to implement the nationally identified contribution under the Paris Agreement. The continent has barely received 30 billion USD in climate finance flow. And this is certainly not enough when we know that the continent is being severely impacted by climate change and needs to continue its economic development, especially in the area of infrastructure. So maybe a couple of questions that we will discuss with our panelists. How carbon markets can drive actions? How are our industries preparing to play a key role in Africa's climate transition? And finally, how can we take advantage of innovative climate finance solutions to advance the climate agenda in Africa? To address those issues, I will now invite our panelists to share their views and ideas on what could be done. So join me in welcoming Ms. Ayan Adam, Senior Director and CEO of AFC Capital Markets. Our second panelist is Mr. Oliver Phillips, Africa and Middle East Lead on Sustainable Finance at Standard Chartered Bank. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Adamu Tadele, Group Treasurer at Ethiopian Airlines. Thank you for being with us and welcome. I would like to apologize for Ms. Nados Bekele Thomas. She has a last-minute commitment and she cannot be with us. So without any further ado, I will start with Ms. Adam. Significant financing is urgently needed to build resilient and sustainable infrastructure. What is your view on the continent's readiness to meet this persistent challenge?
Thank you so much, Sonia. So I think when we look at the continent of Africa, we have 54 independent states. And we can never generalize the climatic problems that are facing us. But we can generalize that emissions that have been accumulated in the atmosphere by industrialized nations are affecting Africa disproportionately. And the last IPCC report, IPCC 4, has done a very extensive analysis on the stressors that we're seeing in the continent today. So the level of sea rise is increased significantly. The level of winds, the level of hurricanes, flooding, and changes in precipitation, as well as many other stressors, are affecting not only vulnerable communities, but they have a significant impact on our infrastructure. They have a significant impact on our aquifers. So we can no longer ignore that a continent that has only produced around 3.8% of the current stock of emissions we cannot have the climate finance architecture only focused on the transition side, because my argument here would be Africa, the bulk of Africa, except very few countries, is already at net zero. When it comes to, so we can never say Africa needs to transition. We should be very specific and say there are countries in Africa. So 60% of that 3.8% are represented by South Africa and Egypt, and a few North African countries, and the rest of the continent has a negligible contribution to that impact of climate. But the key issue is, and why we are pursuing clean energy, is we're talking about the future emissions. So the idea here is that Africa is taking the burden of supporting the globe by saying we're going to use renewable energy for our future. However, that cannot be at the expense of really ignoring many small countries that have zero emission profile, that are endowed with a lot of gas, that are endowed with forest. So if we're talking about NDC, my suggestion would be that we need to focus transition on countries that have an accumulated stock of emission. And as we know, these are the more industrialized African countries. It's not even 10 countries. The rest of the continent needs significant amount of financing to support the resilience building that is needed for them to survive in an already warmed globe. In addition to that, so I say focus transition on the guys who have the stock, build resilience in each and every country, because emissions have no border, and then we need to get to the issue of carbon and carbon markets. And in there, we have not received the kind of financing that will enable for that market to reach maturity. And I'm going to look at that from the context, the people that are living around the forest are extremely important. So unless they get a share of the upside of whatever future trading may be, African carbon markets, I'm going to argue, will never prosper. At this point, what's happening is that for the world to be at this 2% and 1% degree scenario, we need all the forests in Africa to support taking some of that carbon out of the atmosphere. Even if that happens, my understanding is that we're still going to need to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. The price of most of these technologies are in the 1,000 range. While I know for certain, you go to Sierra Leone, which has so much mangroves, they capture 3 times carbon. You go to the DRC, in some of the montane forests in Cameroon, Nigeria, and other places, that carbon today is being looted at just less than $5 per ton. So there has to be a mechanism for us to support getting better pricing, because that to us is a service to the world. It is not that Africa needs to transition. It is commodity that is going to be highly priced as we reach 2050. So in the context of my organization, what we have done is that we've launched the Infrastructure Climate Resilient Fund, which is targeting 19 countries. And the idea here is to integrate the vulnerability of key sectors that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate. We're going to look at the transport sector. We're going to relook at how do we design, construct roads, ports, industrial parks, which are in highly vulnerable area, and also mobilize first loss capital from the climate finance architecture, and we're going to marry that with the commercial funding that we have ourselves and that we can mobilize to support the development of resilient infrastructure in transport and logistics, industrial parks, power, as well as telecom infrastructure. So it's a blended solution. But I think we need to speak with data when we talk about the African narrative. We cannot generalize. We need to break down the numbers and see where we should put focus on.
Thank you. So Ms. Nardos Bekele-Thomas will be represented by Ms. Estherine Lisenge Fotabon, Director, ODA NEPAD. So if she can join us, thank you. What you say is very interesting. So I think through the mechanism that you are currently describing, I understand that it's important to blend public and private capital. And in doing so, we also support our private actors in the learning curve so that in the future they will be able to finance those projects without concessional funding, right? I think this is a great idea. So welcome, Madame Lisenge Fotabon. Please make yourself comfortable and I will come back to you. Mr. Phillips, you are from the banking sector. And we are keen to understand, what role the banking sector can play in developing voluntary carbon markets in Africa. And what is the experience of your bank, Standard Chartered, on Africa carbon markets? Thank you.
There we go, second time lucky. So before I start diving into that question, I just want to pick up on two things I think are really, really crucial from what's already been said. The first thing is that the effects of climate change will be felt if we meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. If we meet the Paris Agreement, we limit global warming to less than 1.5 degrees, but that is still 1.5 degrees of warming. And we know from numerous studies that the places in the world that are going to be affected the worst are the places that are actually not contributing to the emissions in the first place. So making sure that we've got resilience and adaptation being funded is as important, if not more important, than making sure we're continuing to fund mitigation. And I think really that's where, particularly on the adaptation side for us at Standard Chartered, the carbon markets become so exciting and so important for making sure that the flows go to where they need to. And the other thing is the comment that has been said quite a few times, but I'm glad you brought it up as well, which is this point around, how is African forest carbon priced at $5 per ton, and then other sources of carbon priced at multiples of that. One of the things that I think we need to remember with a lot of the carbon markets and a lot of the philosophy around the use of carbon credits is that they effectively have been designed originally to encourage sort of cheapest cost emissions reductions first. If you look at the EU, and everyone talks to the EU ETS and the EU carbon market as being where carbon prices should be, part of the reason is that it has taken time. You have seen that actually the prices have gone up steadily as you do the first things that are the cheapest to reduce the carbon, and then as those become harder to do or they run out, you then need a higher carbon price to incentivize that next bit. And I think that's something that we need to kind of really make sure we're bearing in mind, is that there are going to be different costs of carbon. It is unfortunately a fact. Now, is $5 a ton too low? Almost certainly. And when you look at any study in terms of where carbon prices need to be, they need to be much higher than that. But I think it's important that when we're talking about carbon pricing in Africa, we don't just go, oh, this is what the carbon price in EU is, this is what the carbon price in Japan is. The conversation should not be about that. The conversation should be about that value of that ton of carbon that is being avoided or removed or sequestered in Africa. And I think that's a really important conversation that we need to make sure we're taking control of the narrative around. So now to actually answer your question, which I did a good job of completely avoiding, to sort of frame, what can banks be doing, what can private sector finance be doing? I want to kind of do that through the lens of what Standard Chartered is doing. And there's effectively 5 things that you can really distill what we're doing in the carbon market space down to. The first is on the development of the market. So looking at where we can get involved in private sector activities, in public-private partnerships, to make sure that we're creating the right standards, things like the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market that evolved from the Task Force on Scaling Voluntary Carbon Markets. And of course, ACME that we've heard so much about today, and many other initiatives like that. The second thing is we are buying our own carbon credits to offset our own emissions. We've committed to be net zero from our operations by 2025 and from our financing by 2050. And we are already purchasing carbon credits today to offset some of our unavoidable emissions from things like our business travel. The next 3 are the ones that, for me, are more interesting, and I think are probably more interesting to the people in the room. The first is, as a global bank, we're an odd bank. We're global, but we're at home in Africa and the Middle East and emerging Asia. What we have been really trying to do is help our global clients that are emitters, who have requirements for carbon offsets, to come into countries in Africa and source projects that are high quality, that are impactful. So we're looking to bring that flow of capital into the continent and other emerging markets. Conversely, we're also looking to identify and work with project developers in Africa to take them outwards. In a couple of weeks, I'm taking an African project developer to the Middle East to take them around some different emitters. And in the Middle East, you've got tons of emissions. You've got lots of need for carbon credits. The third bit is when we can start really getting clever, and that's when we're linking it to financial structures. When we start embedding carbon into the rest of our financing, whether that is carbon-linked bonds, whether that is a sustainability-linked loan, where instead of just paying an extra 5 basis points to your lenders, you actually go out and buy quality carbon credits instead of that and deliver a real impact. Or looking at where we can do debt for carbon swaps and debt for nature swaps that we've also spoken about today. So those are sort of the big things that we're looking to do, but taking it into a little bit of a level, I'm conscious of the time, I'll try and speed up a bit, around some of the sort of the focus things that we're doing. I mentioned ACME. I think initiatives like that are really, really important to bring together the right people, to create the right conversation, and provide access to both data and quality and understanding for both developers and buyers to make sure that the right things are being traded. And only then, when we've got that quality and got that integrity, we'll be able to get to the right price. We've been working with kind of a few of the exchanges that have been set up globally. And one example I want to talk about, and again, for me, spanning Africa and the Middle East, this is particularly a personal highlight. The MENA voluntary carbon market that was set up by PIF, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, did their debut auction. And Standard Chartered was one of the suppliers for that. And what was really great for us is that we were able to supply carbon credits from a wind farm in South Africa into this auction and get Saudi buyers purchasing it at a higher price because there was value that was being created by creating that competitive demand. And that shows there is a clear market out there, and we're looking to do a lot more of that. So just to kind of round up, what do we need? I think we've heard a few of these things already, but I think collaboration, absolutely key. This is going to require everybody to get together. It's public finance, private finance, and all the supporting infrastructure around it. I think a focus, we've heard this as well, carbon markets are not a panacea. They are not a silver bullet. Not everything should generate carbon credits. Carbon credits should not be introduced into every single thing. There is a role and a sort of way to use them that we need to bear in mind. And finally, I think just a sort of a real emphasis on quality and integrity, making sure that there's data to back things up, and that we're being transparent about what we're doing, because only when we've got that are we going to really create the market conditions that we need.
Thank you. So I think Standard Chartered is doing quite a lot. So this is really encouraging, and We hear from our excellencies and minister this morning that there is, significant need of funding in Africa. So I think I can invite them to meet you after this meeting because you certainly have a lot to offer. Ms. Estherine Lissinge, thank you for being with us. Energy is a key driver for economic development. I think we kind of all agree on that. Yet, the lack of infrastructure in Africa is not new. That's not a new question. We are still discussing it. What will be required to break the deadlock? And if I may ask, what role do you see NEPAD, ODA NEPAD playing in regards to carbon markets? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and our protocol observed. As you rightly say, I'm representing Madam Nandos on this panel. To finance Africa's energy transition, the carbon market certainly plays a very important role. You asked the question on infrastructure. You might know of the PIDA framework, which is the Continental Infrastructure Program for the continent. And in PIDA Phase 2, we have identified several energy projects that are being developed as we speak. So in the program design, for the sole reason that we really cannot talk about the development of the continent without looking at the energy infrastructure that we have. And in the context where we are talking about just transition, this even become even more important. And so the programs in the pipeline, the PIDA pipeline that are working, that have been given priorities, I can say about 33 projects as we speak, are being under the project development phase as the need to speed up the design and bring these programs into bankable phase become even more critical. I think we've had the last speakers highlighting the issue of the what Africa as a continent has been benefiting from the carbon market. We all have heard that is not nearly enough. I think Robert spoke quite efficiently, eloquently on that, and the colleagues have also spoken about the 5% that per ton that the continent is getting. I think the big question is, what really does energy transition mean for the continent? We do know that several African countries have their economies driven largely from fossil fuels. If we name Nigeria, Ghana, Angola, Algeria, all of these countries, their economies are heavily driven by the revenue generated from the production of oil. For South Africa, for instance, the coal value chain accounts for about 5% of their GDP. So I'm speaking to your second question. And it does employ around 200,000 people. So when we talk about transition, we really need to look at it that they have benefits, but they also pose a huge transition cost to these economies. And so we really need to look at what are the alternatives that are there. I think someone on the panel mentioned the question of, is this transition, does it mean transition for all African countries? Or do we look at that question of transition based on, their emission levels as well as the state of their economies? So these are questions, I think, that we do need answers to. There are important questions that we believe as AUD and NEPAD that still needs to be answered as we look at the question of carbon market, but also climate financing. I think Robert spoke about. We use both interchangeably. Obviously, in the African context, if we need to look at the financing needs for our economies to meet indices, we need to look at both. But some key questions and I think issues are arising that we must examine as Africans to say, to make the carbon markets work for the energy sector in the continent, we need to have an African-based and managed validation systems. Right now, we don't believe we have any continental agency responsible to do the issues of validation and verification. We also think we need to set up, and I think this point has come up a lot, an African-based exchange market. Again, right now we do look for the credit to sell them out of the continent, so we really need to be able to come up with an African-based market to facilitate credit validation and trade. At the national level, it will really also be important to have regulatory bodies with responsibility to look at the issues of data. Somebody just mentioned about that. But of course, the national bodies, hopefully we look at how do we consolidate what we do at national level at a continental level so we can then have harmonized standards that will make it possible for all African countries to effectively and efficiently participate and benefit from the carbon market. At the level of so these are some of the issues that we think are critical and that the continent needs to address for Africa to fully participate and benefit from carbon trade. We are seeing steady increase, but we are not nearly there. We can do better and benefit better and have participate in this market with programs and projects that do have positive impacts on the livelihoods of ordinary Africans. So from an AUDA perspective, we do know that there is a lack of information on the different windows and opportunities that are out there. So we really are working with member states and other partners to be able to direct them on where and how they can participate in the carbon market, but also access the climate finance windows that are there. Secondly, how do we get more projects into the pipeline? Being a question of capacity, we just had discussions with Zimbabwe to establish a project development facility. And one of the things that it will do will be really how to work with different stakeholders at the country, African member states, to be able to develop bankable programs. Lastly, we do believe that knowledge sharing and information is critical. Having platforms such as these, but others that are specifically dedicated to share information and knowledge on what is working, what is not working, and how Africa can better organize itself to participate and ensure that we do get more resources and improve on the inflows coming into the country from what happened during the CDM times. So we think having such platforms, whether digital but also physical meetings, will be very important to increase African participation in the carbon market and climate financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Basically, I hear you. It's about, defining a carbon price that will send a strong signal to our markets. So, and also to bring that conversation back to the continent so that we define the frameworks that will make that markets work. So yes, this is a very interesting point. Mr. Tadele, as the largest airline in Africa, how is Ethiopian positioned in the war on climate change, and what the company is doing to reduce its carbon footprint?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Is it good evening? Thank you, Sonia, for the questions. Since the start of the European Union emission trading scheme, Ethiopian Airlines started the recording, monitoring, and verification of its carbon footprint in Europe. So in the last 10 years we did that, and for the intra-European flights we have, for our flights within Europe, we are required to buy carbon credits and fulfill our requirements as well, which costs us more than $5 million as we speak. After the Paris Agreement, we take it seriously, and we establish a huge department which will manage this, put it in our structure, allocate both financial and human resources to this sustainability department. So yeah, that department is now functioning very well. But by the end of the day, it's important that we have to integrate to the national here in Ethiopia and to the continental causes. So in this line, we have included sustainability as our fifth pillar in our long-term roadmap, in our strategy. We also include in our curriculum at the Aviation Academy sustainability to give training to our leadership and to the new entry-level students. And at the same time, we also started to focus on what we call a triple line bottom, tripartite bottom line. Apart from the revenues we're generating in our day-to-day operations, we also focus on the planet, on people. On the planet, we start answering questions by saying planting a tree to every passenger we fly. That cause was started since 2014, and we are doing it currently as well. But the problem is, this cause is not well monitored and verified and reported. Because of that, the fruits are not cultivated yet. On the people side, it is our value. We focus on the employment equity. We focus on gender equality in our staff and in our operations. Every year on March 8, we are conducting, that's also since 2015, we are conducting all-female flights to the various destinations. The captains, cabin crew, the ground staff, everybody will be female and handle that flight for a day. That's the social part. And on the emission reduction and on taking actions on our carbon footprint, we are focusing on the 3 areas which is identified by the aviation industry. Number one is carbon offsetting. On the carbon offsetting, we are focusing on the tree planting, which I was mentioning. The ICAO has just passed a regulation which says net carbon zero growth, which is for everything we meet, we have to replace it in a certain cause. We are also conducting that. On the carbon reduction, the aviation industry has identified that SAF, the sustainable aviation fuel, can reduce about 80% of the emissions done by the aviation industry. So we have established a panel of engineers in our MRO unit to work on SAF. We are not yet using SAF because, number one, it's not available. it's just limited availability as we speak. If it is available, the price is also very expensive. So we call upon governments and the funds today saying that government financing is very important to make the sustainable aviation fuel affordable to airlines. So if the government intervention and the private financial institutions intervene in the production of sustainable aviation fuel, that will be a very good intervention. On the third point, on the greenhouse gas impact, we conducted an audit of our in-house operations in terms of ground transport and waste minimization and waste disposal systems, and we have identified lots of interventions which we will conduct using our established department, and the line is in that.
Thank you. I think the growth prospects for Ethiopian are so important. So it's really interesting to see that you guys are already working toward, I would say, carbon neutral policy and make sure that you offset all your CO2 emissions. So this is really interesting. We are now running out of time. I don't know if we can take one or two questions from the audience before we wrap up. Yes, we have a question, sir.
Okay, all protocols observed. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kennedy Mugambi from KPMG East Africa. My question is addressed to Oliver. Being in the banking sector, we note that one of the biggest hiccups is a recognition of carbon credits or potential carbon credits as assets that can be used to secure financing. So what are the challenges and how can these challenges be addressed with regard to that?
I think this is a really interesting question, not least because I'm spending a lot of time internally trying to convince our different risk teams that we should be accepting it. But we need to be sort of precise on what we're saying there. So if we can take EU ETS credits as collateral. We do have the ability to recognize them because we have at least 5 years of deep market data that we can rely on. And as a bank, we have the ability to hedge. We can go and we can trade futures, we can trade forwards. There is an active supporting market. That's something that we don't yet have on the voluntary side, but it is getting there. And I think it really comes down to this fundamental thing when you're looking at something, a value of something you're taking as collateral, as security, it comes down to the value. How confident are you that it really is worth what you say it is? How confident are you that if the borrower defaults, you can actually sell it and recoup some of your losses? And then how can you as a bank hedge your exposure to that, which is all things that, you know, as a bank regulated by pretty much every regulator out there, we have to be very conscious of. So I think there's a lot of very good work that is being done at the moment. We're seeing a number of exchanges look at can they create a futures contract, which will help make things a bit easier. But at the end of the day, it comes down to that first point. How certain are we of the value of that carbon? How confident can we be that it is worth what it says? And that's where we come back again to quality, to data, to integrity, which is really where all of this is underpinned.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic, please?
Thank you very much for the wonderful discussion and presentations that have happened today, since we're coming to the end. Listening to the various speakers since morning, the majority have lamented the price disparity on the carbon markets between the global north and the global south. Indeed, the president of my country, who provided a keynote address, lamented this price disparity and referred to it as a perpetuation of neo-colonialism, which is a very serious comment. And I think many other speakers seem to agree that the price disparity is unfair and not helping Africa. But coming to the representative of Standard Bank and knowing the influence of the financial services sector in this market, I was a little bit concerned with the comment that Mr. Phillips made, where he talked about, he agreed that there is indeed a price disparity in that the average market price for a ton of carbon in the global south is around $5 per metric ton, while you could get up to 120 US dollars per metric ton in countries such as Japan. But the comment that a little bit concerned me, for which I would like to seek clarity, is where he said we should not really focus on the price disparity, but look at the value of the carbon. What I would like to understand from him is there really a difference between a metric ton of carbon in global north and a metric ton of carbon in the global south? And I think this is in my view, is serious because it literally waters down the concern that has been raised, where it seems the majority of speakers that we've listened to today have called for fairness in the carbon markets. Because if we perpetuate the current status quo, I don't think we are going to make any headway. Could I have a comment on that, please? Thank you.
So thank you for that. And what you've actually done is confirmed exactly what I was trying to say. So apologies if it wasn't 100% clear. There should be a global price in carbon. And a similar credit in Japan should be the same price as a similar credit in Malawi. But there should also be differences in different types of credits. When we look at a avoided deforestation credit, we look at a credit that is coming from renewable energy, or we look at a credit that might be for planting a new mangrove forest. Those are three very different types of carbon sequestration. They have different co-benefits, they have different values to them. In Africa, we have an incredible opportunity to highlight those co-benefits and actually create a demand for higher prices and higher value for those credits on the quality of those credits. What my point is that we shouldn't just be saying, just because Japan gets a price, we should get a price as well. That's not the point. What we should be saying is actually a carbon credit in Africa has the potential to be an even higher value because of the co-benefits. So it's not about saying the global north demands a higher price and should have it. Fundamentally, no. It's saying that every single carbon credit from any point in the world, from any technology, from any type of carbon credit, needs to be valued appropriately. And it's only when you start doing that that you can actually really show the focus on what creates a good quality carbon credit and where the value is. And that's kind of my sort of call to action, if you like. Let's focus on that, because that's something that all of us in this room can take control of. We cannot change what's happening in Japan and what's happening in Norway or in France. But what we can take control of is what we're doing here on the ground. And the quality of the credits and the co-benefits that they bring, the social impact, the biodiversity support, and the support for the global world in its entirety that credits from Africa can drive. That's what we need to focus on, because only when we focus on that and telling that story will we get the value that should be ascribed to them, given to them.
I think Ms. Adam also want to add something in 1 minute, please.
Yes. So I think I agree with the gentleman, but I really want to also highlight, I've been in climate finance for over a decade. So actually, even the global south is not the same. In terms of Colombia, Brazil, and others, they get higher pricing for their carbon. What I want to end with is 2 points, and then one recommendation for us as Africans. One is that we need to have investments with our own money. It's not a lot to create our universities. I think my colleague in the panel said, let's invest in African-owned and managed verification system for our carbon. Let's invest in capturing this data. Once we have this, we're very powerful because no one can argue. Because right now people are telling us, oh, well, you're deforesting quickly. So we need to control the narrative with the right data, the right infrastructure. Once we command that, I can tell you Brazil gets paid for past carbons. So our carbons have been actually lowering global temperature in the past. So if we have this data, we should be getting even credit for past cooling of the earth. So we just need to change this game in such a way that we control the infrastructure that is going to create investor. We have to play the game. We gotta invest something. And then also, we need to have our domestic investor pool in this as well. Today, we have $1 trillion in pension and insurance. We have a number of large banks operating in Africa. So we have to take control of this narrative and then create competitiveness. Right now, we are controlled by external world telling us that this is your density, this is the deforestation, this is that. So that's the recommendation I make. And we need to really do investment in our infrastructure that will enable us to get the right pricing. That's all I wanted to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adam. I think with that, I see another hand. So that would be our final question. So please, in 1 minute before we wrap up, thank you.
Joata Mensah with the ECA. The true cost or the true price of carbon is the social cost of carbon emission. And therefore, the value of the emission or the price might differ from place to place depending on the social cost. But the question I'm worried throughout the discussion, perhaps not to this panel, but throughout what I've listened to, is whether the question of a carbon tax or carbon trade would inhibit Africa's development. Because the question is that we are trying to lift a number of our people who are very poor. And at times I worry that if we become so dependent on this market, because I use this example as an economist, if you have two people and you want to have net zero, somebody has to pollute and the other person do not have to pollute. And so as a result of that, we who have not have enough development and trying to develop, we might be tempted to say that you get the West would impose tax on the emission and transfer that as a credit to us. However, it might prevent us from embarking on industrialization. And this is my fear. And therefore, this is my fear with the presentation by my good friend and brother, Dr. Karinge, in terms of the impact of the carbon on the CFTA. I'm not too sure. I'm just a student in this area. I'm just trying to learn, and I've learned a great deal on this. But it's just throughout all these presentations, that is my deepest worry, whether it would inhibit Africa's development. I thank you.
Thank you. I think I get the question. It's about, finding the right balance between the industrialization Africa needs, to do, and all the, I would say, disincentive to keep, emitting. So maybe I will give first the floor to Ms. Lisenge Futabon, and if another panelist want to complement in 1 minute, you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Joe, for that. Remarks, I'm not sure whether it's a question, but I think it's a very important remark that he made. I think for Africa, we really have to put the interests of Africa's development needs front and center. Obviously, we cannot not ignore the impacts of climate change on our economies and the need to, of course, in throughout the climate negotiation, the issue of adaptation has always been the most important thing for the African countries. But there are mitigation benefits in what we do. That's one. But secondly, I think looking into the future, we also have to reflect on, whatever as African countries we can do with regard to emission reduction. That said, I think we need to merge our policies with the energy transition in the context of the developmental interest of our countries. Meaning, therefore, that we just cannot have a cookie-cutter approach to this conversation on just transition. I really agree with my sister on the other end that we have to look at where our economies are, what our level of emissions from our countries, and look at the energy system that will work for our economies, contributing to reducing emission costs, but not sacrificing the developmental needs of our countries.
Thank you, excellent point. Anyone else want to, in 1 minute? Thank you.
I think the point you bring up is very key. I think we have been in a system of sending raw materials all the way to other countries for those to come back to us at 10 times the price. So part of the climate discussion is we have to look at shipping. And Africa, to prosper, we have to industrialize. There's no question about that. So that we can increase the value capture of our rich commodities. Because at the rate we're going, I think poverty will get us before the climate catastrophe, which is also hampering development. So I think, to me, the question is, how do we, because if shipping was an industry, it's the 5th largest emission, okay? So if we're sending all our goods to the Far East, why can't we, interest some of these investors to come to our continent and process right next to the material? This has been done in Gabon, where we have invested in a sustainable and net zero park together with the government as well as Olam to look at how do we process furniture in the country instead of taking, even though it's sustainably sourced, the logs outside. You can do that for cotton in Benin, which we've started to do. We can look at agro-industry, but if we don't do that, I think we risk bigger challenges going forward. So just to agree with you. And in this question, we can say, what energy do we need to use for that? And I think the international community owes it to us, if they want us to avert emission, to support with much cheaper financing that is available. I think that's, to me, the argument.
Thank you. I think maybe 3 key takeaways from this panel. Number 1, we need to take control of the narrative. I think this is important, and this was said by one of our panelists. Number 2, we need mechanism to support better pricing and also, design the right infrastructure so that all that carbon offset the continent has been doing for so long has to be priced and paid. And finally, I would say that climate change is a crisis, and crises are becoming the new normal. But behind every crisis, there is an opportunity. So this is the opportunity of the continent to build better and to innovate, to, I would say, implement, design new solutions, take what works and scale it up. And if we want, the Africa we want is the Africa we should build. So I hope that with all those panelists, you were able maybe to understand a bit what the different organizations are doing and how they can further support our member state. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's give them a warm round of applause and congratulations, Sonia. That was a fantastic panel. Congratulations. Let's give them another round of applause as they exit the stage. So this brings us to the conclusion of today's, the 6th Africa Business Forum. If we had to wrap up some of the key conclusions that have taken place or key takeaways, it is possible. Carbon markets in Africa is possible. We need coordination, collaboration, but we cannot apply a cookie-cutter approach. We need to improve the eligibility of African countries and ensure that carbon markets are driven by national economies, communities, and priorities. Integrity is a tool to allow us to raise prices. We need to be able to say who benefits, where the money is going, what, when, and how. There is an importance for governments to consider giving fiscal incentives for more projects to be delivered. Africa's climate objectives and the AFCFTA are not incompatible. Carbon leakage is something that we talked about earlier, and there is a need for differentiation between carbon credit because of the co-benefits that the continent does offer. All of this brings us to the point where we are now. We are in a room with public and private sector representatives that are here not just to return to your normal activities, but to actually engage and to drive action forward. So if we had to summarize action points and opportunities, it would be as follows. Number 1, collaboration and knowledge sharing between our nations. Number 2, the opportunity to combine debt to nature swaps was one that was elaborated throughout the day, and linkages between emitters and carbon credit holders. Now, as we wrap up the day, we would like to actually thank the honorable ministers that are here present. Merci à vous, honorable ministre. And we would like to call them up to stage, as well as all of the speakers that have participated in today, for a final big family photo to commemorate the day. So if you'd like to make your way forward, as we thank you. So I'd just like you to just be patient with us one more minute.